ready to switch things over and get things geared up as we reach part 2 of our coverage of the 2024 ButtKicker Britcar 24 Hours of Silverstone. Hours 9 through 17, its broadcast window and its coverage now open. On that note, it's time to say goodbye to those who are part of our last stint. Andy Webster just about closing up his stint here as we start things off for Derek Watson's stint. First things first, Derek, welcome to the broadcast. And second things second, it's time for more night racing here from Silverstone.
Oh, this is when the races are won, when things are decided, when advantages are made, when the lights go down at a track for an endurance race. JP, I've been watching throughout the day and watching the exciting moments happen. The teams make gains and make up spots, but this nighttime hours, this is when teams can really cook. This is when teams can make all of the passes. You saw one right there and really decide who wins an endurance race.
Absolutely. Right now, it's still a long ways to go in the nighttime conditions here as we continue to zip along with the race that runs itself. Now, what stood out the most to you when keeping an eye on the racing so far here today, as we've seen two dominant performances from the 41 and 64?
Two things that stood out to me throughout the day, JP. One of them is still going on, which is how close a battle we are. Remember, we're 8 hours in. And, we're still got 20 seconds for the GT4 battle, only a minute for the GT3 battle. We've both been a part of commentary or racing and endurance races in the past, where at the 8-hour mark, those gaps have been much, much bigger for first place. So I think that stands out to me at first. The second's been the self-inflicted wounds throughout the day, the penalties that teams have kind of brought upon themselves. There's been some penalties handed out that, sure, maybe were, caused by another team, making contact and whatnot. But a lot of teams have really made some mistakes and self-inflicted and put themselves behind the 8 ball pretty early in this race. As this race goes on, you got to clean that up. You got to just pay more attention to where you are on track, who's around you, and stop making silly mistakes.
Right now, taking a look at Team Red X at the moment. They're amongst the teams that have been squabbling a little bit back and forth. Now they have Shunt Bros just in front in terms of positioning. They've been battling as well with the 14, Team Loose and Spurwing so far. It's been interesting how things have really strategized out amongst this battle, because it looked for a while that Alpha Esports had a top 3 secure for at least the first half of the race, and then things fell off the wagon, so to speak. Now they're back in 7th, and it's become wide open to see who's going to get one of the steps of the podium here.
Yeah, and I said Alpha Esports, did well in the beginning, had a few moments they need to account for, but you're right, that podium is wide open. And that's the thing about this race right now, is any team on the podium in either class, right now, I think about the 8-hour mark, it starts to feel real, JP. It starts to kind of feel like, hey, listen, this is going pretty well. Like, maybe we have a shot at this. But then there's those team members who go, hey, it's too early to talk about that, right? Like, so sometimes I don't want to talk about it until the 12-hour mark. I don't want to know where we are on the track until the 12-hour mark. Then let's get hyped about maybe winning. 8 hours is just too early to decide who will or won't win this race.
Yeah, still a lot that can happen. Still a lot of things that can shuffle. Of note, Altitude had pit just prior to that swap over, so that's why they're a minute and 12 seconds back. But they had been moving forward. Remember, this race does have a chance of rain. It's also, up until recently, had fog. Yes, the fog that's been dealt around the racetrack has lifted. The estimates are shuffling a fair bit, Derek, because it was expected to be foggy for 3 hours until 11 o'clock. The forecast has obviously seen the fog just dissipate.
And what good news that is for the drivers, right? Because visibility isn't bad enough at night in iRacing. Now you want to add some fog in? No, I'll pass on that. So you got to be thrilled if you're one of the drivers to know the fog isn't there. Now, right now, we're still kind of early into the nighttime, JP. It's still only, 8 p.m. virtual sin time, 8:03 p.m. So many hours here before the sun starts to come back up. I think you and I will both probably be done with our stints of commentary before the sun comes up. But man, if I'm a driver, I am stoked that this fog has kind of moved away. That chance of rain, I was looking at the forecast. I mean, right now, for the next couple hours, there's nothing projected. So that's good news for these teams.
Yeah, good news, and hoping that there's no rain. That's been the wish that we heard from a couple different drivers so far. Obviously, the rainy conditions would make things a lot more challenging on strategy, but also just driving the track in amongst itself here at Silverstone, here on the September 28th in Sim Day. By the way, Leon Penn now into the car for Gusto, so they've made another driver swap for Owen Carroll after Carroll's short stint in the car. Taking a look at some of the air groupings, looking again at one of the prismatic entries. Seen them on the move just prior to the swap over. Right now, they continue to try and be on the move from the 11th spot, trying to find a way to get back up to the RAF Esports, Motorsports entry.
Yeah, they're doing a good job kind of cutting through the field, doing what they need to do, and being patient here. Of course, there are 3 different prismatic entries into this race. So when you're watching the leaderboards on the left side of your screen, you want to keep advantage of the, or keep aware, pardon me, of the names kind of, after prismatic to help determine which team we're looking at. You can see the number boards there lit up on the side of the cars. But right now, everyone's kind of spaced out, JP. I was looking at both the view on screen and other views, and I'm kind of surprised how spaced out we are at this track. But right now, everyone just seems to be kind of calm and collected and just happy to ride.
Yeah, this is the calm, pure portion of the race. It was a lot of elbows out style racing during the daytime, but since it started to become early evening in Sim, things really seem to have spread apart, but also settled out for these drivers. Why do you feel that is? As time has now gone on, things have finally mellowed out towards this middle third of the race.
Well, I think what happens when the nighttime falls is visibility drops, and so some teams don't want to be as aggressive as far as the elbows out racing because you can't see as well around you, and it's also hard for your spotters if you have any with you. Listen, these views we're getting from our broadcast cameras, JP, these are about the views as far as an amount of lighting that the spotters are going to get. So, you don't want to be out there elbows out racing, and also this time of night, depending upon where you live and how, what your local time zone is where you're located. Maybe your full team isn't here with you. You have your fast guy in the car. He's just kind of zoned out and wanting to ride. He wants to turn fast laps and be competitive here. But you're right. I mean, the longer this goes on, the less likely we're to see the elbows out racing for the most part. And here we go. And nope, I thought maybe we're going to have a small attempt at a pass here, but nothing happened in that corner. Now they're side by side.
Yeah, some side-by-side, trying to deal with some of the others. Trying to sort each other out here, this grouping. Staying single-filed out now as things really settle on in front of them. Truck boys amongst those who's in front of this grouping for the time being, amongst that traffic. And that's one of the main things that was emphasized earlier on, keeping heads up, keeping aware of the traffic. Making sure you understand what the laps are. That was something emphasized by race control a couple hours ago.
Yeah, and luckily, with the designations of classes we have here, JP, of GT3 and GT4, I guess the word I want to use is they're very distinct classes. And what I mean by that is that the speed difference is very obvious here. You should not have a hard time being patient and making a pass on someone at this track if you are the faster class. So, there's other classes of cars you and I could compare, maybe like like an LMDH and an LMP2, for example, or maybe a GT4 and a TCR, maybe an okay example where the pace isn't that far off sometimes, and it's harder to make passes cleanly. But of these two classes, it should be way easier for the faster class to be patient and make those clean and effective passes.
Also critical if you want to have a good race, to say the very least. Still, though, a lot can happen during the nighttime conditions at this point. Take a look at some of the others up the road here as we jump up. This involves Samsung Kanan Esports. Samsung Kanan has been trying to gain back some ground with some damage, mind you, on the DCW entries.
Yeah, see, I like that paint right there, JP. It's awfully bright in the dark time. Isn't that what you want out of a team paint? Hopefully everyone will see that car coming when they need to. That bright orange and purple with the big number 7 on the back of it. Flow Dam's currently in the car here for Samson. And, you know, I was going to say before we saw this car, you know, one of the things that can happen at night and why everyone's kind of scared of it a little bit with how dark it is if an incident happens here at the track, JP, especially right here where we are. This is turns 10, 11, 12, and 13. If an incident happens here, it can be hard to see where someone is, and you can accidentally pile in, you know, without meaning to. This is where people get nervous about that nighttime racing. But, boy, with that big, bright purple and orange car, yeah, it should be pretty visible from a pretty good distance.
Yes. For some people, some of the teams are reporting it's pitch black for some of their onboard looks. How it looks out there. You better be able to have the headlights as the main emphasis, to say the very least. We've had a change. Shunt Bros has all of a sudden made a pass on effect simulations, believe, on the racetrack pylon, by the way. So we still keep an eye on the battle on screen. This is for third spot in GT3. Effect simulations dropping back a spot. Remember, they're off cycle on strategy, but the Shunt Bros car has some pace in it.
Yeah, seen a nice battle going on here, and you said effect is off of that off of the strategy, the schedule, if you will, for pit stops. We'll wait and see how this all works out when all is said and done. But Jack Wilson currently in there in the car for effect, trying to navigate his way through this. You know, this is sort of the one benefit, as you see how bright it is right here, JP. This is why some drivers want to race around others, not race others, but race around others at night. Hey, you know, 6 headlights are better than 2.
Yeah, good point. Great point, actually, in that regard. Obviously, the more cars, the better in terms of visibility. But
you just don't want to be like that Wallflower song. You know, the one headlight, that'd be a really bad spot to be in around Silverstone at night.
Yeah, you don't want to lose a headlight. Absolutely. At this point. As some say, calm and collected needs to be the mindset as nighttime conditions go on. By the way, we've had a change on the lead for now with the pit strategies. ST Racing Esports for now leads GT4. Still keep an eye on GT3. And right now, Effect Simulation still has another 10 laps or so before pit stops. How about 3 wide, 4 wide on traffic down the Hinter Straight?
Look at all the blinking headlights. People got nervous. People got excited. The headlights started a blinking, and we're all good. Now we're 2 by 2 down through this corner. But man, 4 wide at nighttime. Oh, look at that up in the grass. That is an aggressive move right there.
A little bit dicey, to say the very minimum. And this is where you have to make smart runs. We've seen a lot of door-to-door contact during the daytime up the Hinter Straight and similar moves.
Yeah, this is a pretty good place to see passing maneuvers, and these guys are taking advantage of it across this track. You see more headlights being blinked, more requests to move out of my way. I think it's the polite words they're using with those headlights. Those headlights are kind of universal, JP. They can mean lots of things to lots of people. It's just sort of how you interpret it, I think.
Yeah, it's all about the eye of the beholder, as one would say. As pit stop windows open up for more teams, including the 14. So we see drivers continue to cycle in and out. That's Team Loose Berling coming on in for their respective pit stop. Oh, that's wow. Light tinge shine forward. Silverstone, a lot of history. We've mentioned it a lot throughout the broadcast already. But when it comes to this track, a lot of change. What are your thoughts on the perspective of Silverstone and its history and how much it's changed over the years?
You know, I think almost any change when it comes to a racetrack is a positive change over time. I mean, I know a lot of drivers get very sentimental, very, very passionate about the racetracks and the you know, the layouts, or whether it be repaved or not repaved, or whether the off tracks need to be moved. We see that a lot in racing nowadays. Hold on, come back to that in a second here. Look at this, JP. These guys are, man, they're still at it. We said about 10 minutes ago how calm and quiet this race had become. It's like someone heard us and someone said, hey, we'll change that for you. It's like a Buffalo Wild Wings commercial is broken out here all of a sudden.
Yeah, that's a way to put it. 25th. Yeah, CRS X-Card Esports, who's gained the spot this lap. That's despite some of the damage earlier on. That car seems to be finding some pace, but is right now just trying to settle it in amongst a hornet's nest. A long choo-choo train of cars are lining up behind him.
Yeah, a long train of cars are lining up here. Now we'll wait and see who gets impatient, who thinks they're fast, and who thinks they can make the move on who wants to dive a corner. This is those moments where things can happen at night that are sort of unexpected. We'll wait and see. But coming back to your question, what are my thoughts on the changes at Silverstone? I usually welcome most changes to a racetrack. I think evolution is good in almost any form. You have to try to remember, most changes are not made without a lot of research, a lot of science, a lot of data behind them. So I welcome most changes. But that said, listen, there are things that I love in life that I hope never change. So I get why race fans are sentimental, why race fans want to hold on to that idea of what it was. But the one constant in life is change.
You need to be ready for change, whether it's, in the case of racing, change for safety, change for modern movement, a change for the better. This is a racetrack that it's become now well acquainted for drivers with its current changes over the past few decades, and has really become more stable now with this layout, now that people have seen some of the battling that can happen here at Silverstone, some of the wild moments in recent years.
And I think that's an important point to make, right? A lot of times we look at a change and we're unsure of it. And the typical human nature when we're unsure of something is to be critical. Well, what was that going to do? Or is that going to be better? Or how will that benefit me? That's the typical human nature question. But a lot of tracks, you know, usually when a change happens, there's all that new grip on a track, the racing gets better for the most part. There are some examples where that's not true, but for the most part, the racing gets better. And that will make it more exciting, at least for a couple of years until that grip wears off. So you're right. Change is inevitable, whether it be for the entertainment value, whether it be for the safety value. I mean, it's almost weird to think that you and I can go back on YouTube or wherever else and watch old races and look at all the way they raced before all these safety rules existed and go, my goodness, like, what were they thinking? You know, and those kind of things. So yeah, I mean, change is going to happen. It's almost better to embrace it, because fighting it typically doesn't make it not happen.
Absolutely. Still keep an eye now on the 101 car, as we do have one driver standing on by. Things have ticked away. One of the Prismatic Motorsports one of the Prismatic Motorsports entry drivers now for the 128 car now joining us. Pardon me on the pronunciation here. Amy, is it Grim or Grimy?
It's Grimme, actually, yes.
Grimme, if I'm getting it
yes.
right. Welcome to the broadcast booth. How are things going for you and your team so far?
It's very mixed feelings. I mean, we are happy we didn't use a pass repair yet. We actually crashed this stint, and we are actually at the moment on track with a slightly broken wheel, but we are optimistic to just repair it within 1 or 2 minutes in the pits with the next pit stop. Otherwise than that, we got punted one time, but pretty clean so far, actually, driving far at the back, basically.
In terms of the damage to the wheel, how difficult has it been for your team to drive now with that damage to make sure the car is still in a straight line and is able to make the turns efficiently?
I know from our driver, Kirby is actually having some trouble with doing so. It's the rear right tire that is broken, and he's a little bit struggling on the braking, but except for that, quite good in lap time. I think we are missing about a second per lap, but not too bad.
Of course, your organization having a lot of representation in this series, or rather in this event this year. What's it been like being a part of this year's Britcar event here with Prismatic?
Honestly, it's feeling very great. Seeing the other team doing so well, especially early on before having some issues themselves, was really just impressive and giving hope for the entire journey in the team as well. And like, well, as you mentioned, we are not only in Britcar, we also participated in the F4 series, and having there the watch parties for the series races was always a great feeling, just cheering for our drivers. Really amazing.
So I'm curious, you talked about not using a fast repair yet. I mean, I know we're only 8 hours in, but you say we're having a trouble with the handling of the car. So I'm kind of curious, like, we have, I believe, 4 fast repairs in this race. What's the criteria for using a fast repair in your guys' mind? Like, if you're having a trouble losing a second a lap, where is that breaking point when you finally decide, okay, like, let's pull the trigger?
I think for me the trigger point is like either you're having a meatball, so you obviously can't continue driving, or on the other hand, if the car's so damaged that you actually can't control it anymore, like if the steering gets wobbly or something. But if you're losing just 1 second per lap, I think that's an area where you, especially so I think still early in the race, we're still in the first third basically, that you don't want to waste that fast repair for such a minor damage that is actually just repairable in a quite short time, probably not even an entire lap that we lose with that. And we just want to save those because, you know, later on in the race, especially second half, really dark, people get tired. People also try to take more risks because they think it's getting closer to the end. That's really the area where we want to save that fast repairs for, because crashes are getting more likely. Also speaking from all my experience of past 24-hour races.
So then my last question for you, Amy, and then we'll go back and let Justin finish up. Talk to me about the mental side of what happened with this incident you guys have had. How easy is it to keep Simon calm in the car? Is Simon kind of a cool, calm, collected driver? Does it take a little bit of work to kind of calm him down? What's that like?
I would say it's somewhere middle ground. He was a little bit annoyed about himself because it wasn't like contact or anything. It was just a little bit of a driving mistake through the last corner, just taking a bit more steering angle through it and getting the slip on the car. He was annoyed because he knew he could catch it. And obviously kept annoyed with that, but keeping him in a state where he can continue driving, I think that was, considering what some other drivers are like with their temper, it was kind of easy compared to that.
Well, Amy, once again, thank you very much for your time speaking with us. Once again, good luck the rest of the way for you and your team.
Thank you.
Grimy should say, take the time to speak with us here in the broadcast booth. As that's gone on, real quickly, Altitude Esports, they've closed up and they're on the doorstep. Knock, knock, they're on the door for GT Force race lead.
Yeah, and this is when you get excited when you're a team. Now you're only 0.2 of a second away. Everyone in the team kind of perks up. That Discord gets lively, your team speaker, whatever you're using, and it kind of becomes a lively chatter saying, all right, we're there. We got it. Now the careful thing you got to do here, JP, is make sure you don't push too hard now that you're there. Don't throw away everything you did to get there now that you are there.
And now it's going to be the question how it gets set up here. Lots of traffic with them to deal with as well. This is going to become a hornet's nest.
Yeah, this is going to become a little hairy here in this moment at this track as we're coming around here. And this will be about who manages traffic best, who doesn't make a mistake, who doesn't get rattled. Could be the person who walks away with the lead here. right, well, we're going to keep watching here and seeing what happens with this battle. See, everyone's kind of single filed it out. A minute ago, we were all side by side, and now they're going to single file it out. And I wonder if that's just everyone saying, okay, that was a little more intense than I wanted at nighttime, so we're going to kind of back it off here. But here we go. Beautiful camera shot showing everyone there is in line and battling hard here. But it's amazing to see now just half a second basically exist between James and Jeremy, between the 64 and the 111 here on the GT4 side. And that's why I love this race. And it's produced such great racing all day. To think that here we are, 15 and a half hours to go, and we're talking about a battle for a GT4 lead. It's impressive to think how that works out. And oh man, it's just incredible to see. Like I said, I think JP and I both commentated races where by this point it's a lap, it's 2 laps in this battle. But these guys are racing hard, coming down to the corners, digging up on the curbs, trying to find any small advantage they can find, JP.
Yeah, now it's going to be the huge thing. Do they elect to save the fuel too? Or do they just go for the move like we've seen earlier? A lot of people just went for the move. They're going for the move now. Side by side, taking advantage with the lap traffic. Well, making the move. And new race leaders, Altitude Esports by Sim Stickers.
There you go. There's a pass for the lead. They finally got it done. And now let's see if they can pull away. Let's see if they really were faster or if they were just taking advantage of that bit of traffic all stuck together. Time will tell here in about a minute or two.
Now as that gets settled in and as Altitude runs away, let's talk to someone from Overtake. It's Luca Monroe. Hey, your team has made the top 30. How are you feeling about your team right now?
Very, very relieved. We've been stuck in like 32nd, 31st for a bit too long. So, but I've noticed now. I complained earlier because the broadcast only went down to 30 initially in the graphics, but now I see you fix that just in time for us to get into that top 30 threshold. But either way, I'm okay with that.
Yes, indeed. So far, what's it been like battling in this car for you and your team? Been in the back all day. What's it been like trying to battle to get to where you're at right now?
I wouldn't really say we're battling. We're just sort of like existing, Well, we're happy with our. Well, I'm happy with my face. I can't obviously speak for the rest of them, but I'm pretty happy with the car, with the setup. It's joy to drive. It's, there's worse ways you can spend your Saturday evenings, or in my case, noon to afternoon and all that. But yeah, the car's a joy to drive. I'm really in tune with it, and I'm content. I'm focusing on myself basically.
For you and your team, what's it been like being a part of an event like this, involved with the ButtKicker Britcar 24 Hours to Silverstone, and coming back out and being a part of this event through Motorsport UK?
Well, this event has a bit of a special place in my heart because even though I've been with Overtake GG for a few years, it was only at the start of 2023, I believe, when I actually decided I wanted to get involved in PC sim racing myself, and I decided not to overly exert myself with diving headfirst into all these major events. I wanted to build up to it. And so I had the opportunity in 2023 to do a few iRacing 24-hour events like Spa and Nordschleife and all that. But I knew if I jumped into it too quickly, it would be a recipe for disaster, basically. The Britcar 24 was my first ever 24-hour event, and I've since done the likes of Daytona, Bathurst, even though it's obviously not 24 hours, Spa, Nordschleife, Le Mans, even VCO Infinity, which little secret, I actually Florian Harsberg credits me with the idea for that event, and I finally got to compete in it this year. And it's great being involved in all these amazing events. And yeah, but Silverstone 24 Hours Britcar will always hold a special place in my heart.
In turn as well, you mentioned a lot of the experience as well with Overtake. How has that been going with Overtake GG and being able to build that brand as part of that organization?
It's been pretty good, actually. In fact, we just did Jimmy Broadbent's Race for Mental Health, in which I blasted out my own rendition of I'm Just Ken from the Barbie movie, which was an experience. But aside from that, there's a lot of things on the pipeline that I'm really excited to potentially share with you guys one day. Being part of Overtake, yeah, it is basically my dream job. I get to write about sim racing for a living, and then I get to take part in it as well.
Well, for your team, you're actually in the pit lane right now. What's the strategy look like for the rest of this night and the rest of this year event for the United Sim team?
So I'm just gonna be hopping to bed very soon. I was probably as soon as I finish this interview. Gonna wake up around 5 a.m. my time. Sophie and Esmeralda are doing the night shift, and I'm looking forward to waking up and being able to give them a break, because they'll be tired. They'll be very tired. And then after that, I'll probably be on my own for a bit until Patrick wakes up, and we're planning on him doing the last stint. We could obviously change things around depending on various circumstances. So we're kind of winging it, but we're for the most part doing 2 hours each particular relay. We have had to improvise a little bit. Sophie was having issues getting out the pits after her first stop. We don't know why, but I jumped in as a procedure. And she's fixed it, because if it happens again during the night, I don't know what we're going to do. We're just going to have to hope for the best.
So, Luca, you kind of accidentally stole one of my questions here I was going to ask you, which was, talk to me a little bit. There's two ways that teams do 24-hour events. Some teams really kind of like schedule it out hour by hour or driver by driver, and you sort of know where you are. And some teams really love to kind of wing it and make those decisions on the fly based on driver speed or comfort or who's more awake and or who's available. Speaking for United Sim team, which of those two do you kind of more lean towards?
We always have a plan. But obviously you can't really plan for everything, and so at the moment it was meant to be Esmeralda did 2 hours, then I did 2, then Sophie, then me again, and then Patrick, but due to extenuating circumstances we have had to change that a little bit. But I feel like I don't know about anyone else, but for me, I've said to them, I'm happy to do 4 consecutive stints at most, okay? Any more than that, and you're asking for trouble, because I don't like to overly exert myself. I'm of the opinion that 4 hours is the longest I'll ever drive consecutively without breaks. And you know, there are some crazy people out there who do all 24 hours on their own. Luke Whitehead. And I don't know if I'll ever do that. But yeah, I think just gotta hope. And I remember an amazing story that Rene Bootler from Overtake told me. He was doing the Nürburgring 24 hours on iRacing one year, and he planned to do about 3 straight hours with the expectation that one of his teammates would wake up and relieve him of his duties, and but then they overslept, and Rene had to keep going, and he was like drenched and so tired, and it's like, oh, please let it end. And then his teammate finally came on and he pitted. He's like, oh, thank goodness. And he went to sleep, woke up only to find out that literally less than a lap after he went to sleep, his teammate binned it. That is not. I hope that doesn't happen to us. But yeah, I'm planning on when I wake up, if Sophie isn't feeling up to it, I will do 3 or 4 stints, and hopefully Patrick's awake by that point, because if he is not, I'm gonna have some words.
Some words indeed. Well, I have to ask you the obvious question. So I've looked at the color of the car. I
know what this is.
The wall, your hair. I'm assuming your favorite color is like what? Purple, pink, orange? Yeah,
you're right. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I thought so.
Actually, on the note of the colour, I thought you were going somewhere else with that.
Okay. Yvonne
Hoofler, who's one of the founders, she insists that the colour of the car for like near the front, not the chrome red bit at the back, but the front is like a very dark orange. And I definitely argued with her about this. Like that looks more red than orange, but you know, it's her team. And to be fair, I have run the color through like a, you know, one of those color detectors, like a hex calculator or something, and it does come out to be an orange. You know, so she wins. But yeah, no, red is my favorite color. Also, my other favorite colors are yellow and black. These gloves, by the way, I don't know if you can see in the Zoom feed, but I actually earned these as a result of winning the Motorsport UK Esports Abruzzi Prototype Challenge LMDH AM Championship, and I'm also wearing the shoes I got as from doing all that. These, yeah, my favorite colors are red, black, and yellow, and nothing to do with like the German or Belgian flags. So like, I've had people ask me, or McDonald's. You know, people seem to think just default red and yellow means McDonald's, and it's just like, shut up.
See, I'm such a nerd. I assumed it meant your favorite superhero is the Flash. That's why I went with it.
Actually, I'm not really that big on the Flash. Actually, you know.
Well, I try.
But I don't know what my favorite superhero is. If you look, I have a Wolverine as my profile picture on some website. Probably long forgotten. We'll just go with Wolverine, even though he typically wears yellow
And blue. Yeah. All right. Well, as an American college football fan, yellow and blue are sore colors right now from Ohio State just losing. But I'll let you have the pass this time. Well, Luca, thanks for hanging out. Go get some sleep, and I'm sure we'll see you in a few hours.
Thank you very much. Oh, and tell McGlade and Rogers that I expect to be interviewed when they're on the broadcast.
You're just trying to make the gambit, huh?
Yes, I am.
All right, there you go. All right, well, that is Luca from United Sim Team. They're doing pretty well right now, JP, and he says he's off to bed.
Yes, indeed. Able to put together a solid run. I know they were talking about how at one point there was only the top 30 showing on the pylon. Well, they got to the top 30 like they were looking for. Now they zip along. Still keeping an eye on some of the air cars on track, meanwhile. That includes, so far, Project 91 and Tomas on Sim Racing. And guess who's behind the wheel? It's so fairly familiar, William Chadwick, who just jumped behind the wheel for the first time.
Yeah, William Chadwick, a very familiar name across RaceSpot, so had a chance to speak with him before, get to him a little bit. And here he is. He's a great driver. So he's zipping along here through the track, really attacking those corners, JP.
Yeah, and William's been with some big organizations too. He's somebody that you can really rely upon as a speedy driver. Project 91 could be a speedy run, to say the very least. They currently have to catch up a good bit, about near 30 seconds to get up to the 14 though.
Well, we'll see if that happens. Listen, I think sometimes there's different strategies for how you plan these nighttime stints. Sometimes you get a driver like William and you save them for the nighttime because, hey, a fast driver is only faster at nighttime, right? Sometimes you want to take a driver maybe not as fast. Say, hey, these are the quote-unquote calm hours of the race. This is when the race is going to calm down. There'll be less traffic to fight. So this may be where we stick you in here, kind of let the race flow, and then we'll catch back up later. But I think in the case of William Chadwick, it's more the first. They're hoping he can cook off some fast times here.
Last time by, he did cook out a 2:01.488. That was a time quicker than the race leader. In fact, quicker than most people in the race. So he is cooking together some blistering fast pace that is right up there with WSR Esports ButtKicker, and that's to be expected from a Gold Star driver.
Yeah, that is to be expected, but it's also still a great momentum boost and a great morale boost for your team. When you look at time, say, hey, we're running that time. Hey, that's what the leader's running. And that's a great morale boost to have in a moment in an endurance race to know you're keeping pace. Now you're thinking, I just need one lucky moment and we're there, right? That's how that mentality can change for a team here in this moment. So again, things have kind of, I hate to say it, JP, last time I said they've calmed down. It picked up really quickly, but things are a little bit more calm again. There's people kind of now riding in a train line. And we're going to kind of just ride out here. Maybe a couple passes. These will be different classes, I believe. Passes we're going to see coming here in a second.
Yeah, just a little bit. With them having to deal with a lot of traffic, interclass traffic right now. Once those in the choo-choo train include Aztec Racing's 390 and more that they'll have to deal with to get by efficiently. How about up the middle for a minute? 3 wide, not taking his time.
That, as a commentator, as a spectator, that's one of my favorite passes, JP. As a team owner, if that is my team, that's one of my least favorite passes. That's the most, in my mind, one of the sketchiest ways to make a pass often is up the middle. Because you're at the mercy of the 2 cars on each side of you, hoping that they behave and that they have that spatial awareness you need them to have. But when it works, it works. When it works, it's amazing. It's fun. It's exciting. It's exhilarating. When it doesn't work, oh yeah, boy, it's just full of regret.
Yes, indeed. Still coming up to 15 hours to go. This time flying on by here so far today. As we continue to keep an eye on Chadwick, who has built up a big buffer. I think that really solidifies just how quick that car is on raw speed. Last time by, interestingly enough, he was scored 7th for some reason with Alpha. Now, faster pairs. Let's talk about faster pairs. Because, remember, in the race, there were about 4 of them available. For a lot of teams, that's going to be a balancing act for those depending on how much they have left.
And the question I had in my mind when I was going through the rules of the race this week and kind of prepping for what we're doing this weekend and thinking about the race and what to talk about, I kind of stopped and asked myself, JP, how much would that change as a driver or as a team leader how we strategize for the race, right? Does it change how much more aggressive I want to be? Does it change how much more aggressive I'm willing to be as you see that pass happen or instead of that corner? And I think for me, I would say no. I kind of want to pretend that for my team, at least, that we don't have a faster pair. Let's not rely on it. Let's just say, hey, if it's there, it's there. But I don't want to race any different than any other day because 4 of them exist. Because it still takes time to get down on pit road. It takes a few seconds for that fast repair to happen. You don't want the incident points. You don't want possibly any penalties because of an incident. But I think there are some teams out there who probably do race different, JP, because they know that these fast repairs are available. It's basically for some people like I mean, if you play Monopoly, it's like a get out of jail free card for some teams. And I mean, you know, we talked earlier with, you know, Prismatic and said we don't want to use it yet. Hey, our car's damaged, but we're going to keep riding it out until it gets worse.
Yeah, it's a balance. And we already seen effect simulations go off cycle earlier today. That seen them like to take that pit stop, get it done, get it over with. And at this point, it's worked out well for them. They're still in a solid position for a podium right now with how the pit cycle's going, with a solid 1-minute buffer for their racetrack for the time being.
So I think the idea of not using the fast repair and the practicality are 2 different things. And what I mean by that is it's easy to say, hey, I wouldn't use it. But when you're in the car and you're a second a lap slower and you're getting passed and passed and passed and you're falling down the pylon, that willpower to not use it becomes a lot less very quickly, right? It sort of breaks your will down and you're like, maybe should I use it? You know, maybe we should just go use it. And you start to kind of start to like, that becomes the dominant conversation, I would think, for some teams in that moment and how that, you know, how that works.
Indeed.
It's like saying, hey, I'm going to go on a diet, but then, you know, someone shows up to Thanksgiving dinner with that pumpkin pie and that diet's not, maybe tomorrow.
Take a look, by the way, at that battle going on for 4th again. Team Loose trying to break loose. Try and get away from Team Red X now. They stay close together for the time being.
Yeah, Team Loose doing a pretty good job here, holding off the car behind them and that big bright yellow. There's a slow car. Watch out for the traffic, and we'll wait and see if we can find out what maybe happened there in a few moments. But that was a touchy moment right there with that car very, very slow on the outside lane.
Just received a note, believe, from one of the drivers saying they did not short stop for the repair, interestingly enough, for effect. Though it was off cycle from that point, they say they just saved a stop. is the emphasized point. They're a stop ahead of the people around front PRT who's on the same strategy. That's now leading to a great point. How's that going to work out for those looking to save a pit stop to try and out-strategize WSR?
Wait and see how it weighs out right now. I mean, you're a pit stop ahead right now, and that can make you feel really good, or to think that you're a few laps, or it's hard to think you're a whole pit stop ahead, but maybe some laps ahead. Maybe you're off cycle already. And listen, over the course of 24 hours, and that one extra lap per stop can really lead to something at the end of the race. And that's probably where you are one pit stop ahead, as you're kind of calculating it out, full distance, quote unquote, to see how you're ahead. And that's an exciting moment. That's when those spreadsheets get busy, the numbers get busy, people start kind of crunching, hey, what if we lift here, don't lift here? But those kind of moves early in a race can pay off dividends later in the race if you can get yourself off cycle on the good side.
We'll see if that ends up working out for them. There's still 15 hours for the strategy to be in flux, or to change, or rather to be adapted to or adjusted from anything that happens. Dylan Lee's still on screen, by the way. Building up a 1 second buffer just about for the time being. Team Loose, we spoke with their drivers earlier on, looking very good right now for a battle for the podium, or at least amongst those who are apparently not on the stretching of the fuel.
And the stretching the fuel is such a fun conversation to have, JP, because there's so many ways to do it in a race. A lot of people believe it's really about the lifting and the coasting, and it is. Some drivers will tell you it's more about the drafting that happens in a race, and how you can sit behind a car and be patient. And that's the hardest thing to tell the driver to do. Hey, you might be faster than this guy, but I need you to sit there. I need you to be patient and save some fuel. It's just hard to tell a driver to do. But also, sometimes the best way to fuel save, and the ones who are the best at it, JP, in my opinion, are the ones who don't need to feel the need to go up and down every gear, every lap or every corner. A lot of times, if a driver, for example, is more comfortable sitting in third and going through a corner instead of grinding it down to second, back up to third, every time you go down to second and you peg those RPMs, you're pushing more fuel through the system. So a lot of times, if you want to see why you're not as fuel efficient as your competitor on the track, if you go to one of the many different analytics sites that exist for stint data on iRacing, watch how someone goes through the gears, and I guarantee you'll find out that the people who save more fuel probably are not grinding as many gears as you are.
I've noticed one more thing. Shunt Bros has had an issue. We'll see if we can figure out the situation with them. They have now fallen to last out of those in the top 30. A chance to fall out of the top 31. They have not left the pit lane for a while. However, they have no driver that's stuck behind the wheel of their 24 car since then. So something's going on with Shunt Bros where they no longer have a driver.
Well, I started saying, what's given that conversation you and I just had about fast repairs makes me think it's more of the real life technology side of problems, because it's possible, but almost hard to believe someone would have gone through all 4 fast repairs and now, be involved in a 5th incident that has ended that car, quote unquote. So, one of the perils of sim racing you and I talk about all the time when we do broadcasts together is the real life factors of hardware failures, or listen, there's a massive snowstorm heading across, different parts of the US right now that's affecting how people are getting internet, and those things are probably more likely what's going on with the shunt team. We'll try and find out and see if we can get a word here. But yeah, there's no incident on track from what we can find. I bet it's more of a quote unquote real life problem.
Yes, something going on. There's no reserve driver available for them either in their situation, from what is being able to tell in the sim. So something's gone on. Can confirm there was an incident. They just ducked into the pit lane, have not left the pit lane since this point.
Remember, that team was only a team of 2, by the way, JP. That's Charles Rainford and James Rainford. So unlike some other teams here, like Alpha Esports, that's a team of 5. That's only 2 drivers. That's the downside of being a small team, is when a real life thing happens, you don't have a lot of reserves available to you.
Yes, indeed. Still, if you keep an eye on the battle for fourth as this is all going on, they're still remaining close together. Dylan Lee's gonna need to hope for a little bit more to be able to build up the buffer. Right now, last time by, they're near identical on strategy. Dominic Hamder is still keeping things tight, keeping him very much honest.
Yeah, doing a pretty good job at that. I did take a look, by the way, and Charles is not showing online via the Discord communication system we use. I could not find James, so yeah, I think it's gonna be, to finish that story up real quick, a real life problem. But right, look at this battle here and the passes that are being made. This bright yellow car has been in our camera shot for a while now, and he is looking to make another pass here through these S corners.
Yeah, still trying to find a way to get around here, and they have traffic moving out of the way. Very cordial the traffic is being right now. That's the bright side.
Yeah, and I think by this point tonight, traffic is going to be mostly cordial because now we've kind of settled off into where we are. You know, it's not the first couple hours of the race where everyone has that I need to go now mentality. So traffic will probably be a bit more cordial as these nighttime hours move on further and further. But now they've got some clean air in front of them. Let's see what kind of lap times they can burn off here, JP. Now you're out of traffic. No more dirty air. No more braking points. You have to follow someone else. Now you get to run your laps.
You get to circulate their own times around here, no problem. And that's kind of just the mindset of endurance racing that you really see. Eventually, these cars break into their own little battle boxes, and you become calm, cool, and collected from here. Just like we're seeing the battle for fourth, staying calm, cool, and saving fuel.
That was
meanwhile
more there. Okay, sorry.
We did not have a clean situation with the 69. Richard Wushoon getting turned around. That was after he tried to get around some of the traffic.
Well, we talked about traffic being cordial, and it wasn't exactly cordial that time. There was some contact made. Now, it's kind of hard to tell in the dark from that camera view, JP, about who may have moved where or when or why. And of course, race control will take a look at that and assess any penalties if needed. We'll wait and see. But we talked. Oh, here's a different look at it, I believe. That's a different view. I apologize.
Yeah, Richard Simnor. He gets turned around by Nomad.
Well, that's pretty easy to see right there. That didn't take much guessing. You kind of saw it coming, just the way they were moving through the corner and sweeping around, but got turned around. But all in all, got it moved pretty quickly here. Now let's go to Andrew Hayward, back in P31 currently. Gets up on the curbs. It's going to get turned right there. Oh, my goodness.
And remember that interview we just had with Luca? That was United Sim Team getting an incident.
Here's Patrick Dean here. See what happens here. Well, I'll tell you, I mean, I'm going to come back in a minute. Jack Wilson now, P3. Flashing the headlights saying, hey, I want to get around. Wow, spun himself around. Maybe stabbed those brakes too hard in the corner, JP, trying to avoid that car. But going back a second to that wreck with the United Sim Team, JP, that one confuses me to maybe the most of what we saw, because I don't see a way that they were going to stick that car in that corner and make it stick.
Yeah, and now they've had another spin around with that incident. They are running 28th on their own lap for that incident at the moment. Let's see what race control says from those incidents. At the moment, race control still hard at work. All that being said, this battle is still ongoing for 4th and 5th position on the racetrack. And still no give away here. Expecting pit stops for this grouping pretty soon.
Yeah, we're right about the 1 hour, or on the hour mark of this race. So that's roughly when a GT3 will need to pit, given a few minutes here or there. But as we tick down each hour in this race, that's when you'll start to see pit stop cycles happen for these cars.
And picking the time for the traffic is also critical too. Creates the ebbs and flows in the battle pack. As we mentioned, it's so important to make sure you don't reach this traffic at the wrong time, especially in your battle, or else you lose a lot of time like right now.
Yeah, and that can be the challenge that you're trying to face. We talked about teams who are trying to fuel save earlier, and that's a downside of committing to that strategy. Sometimes fuel saving means staying out as long as possible and putting yourself in these positions. Well, for as much time as you'll save, quote unquote, fuel saving, you'll kind of lose it being stuck in traffic. So it's a real, balance beam seesaw of a decision to make lap by lap. But I'm with you. Like, if I'm one of these cars right here in line and it's about time for me to pit, I might come in a lap early just to get out of this calamity, just to make sure that in a couple laps I'm not involved in something that I had nothing to do with. That's the last thing you want to have happen here, at this endurance race or any endurance race. That's the decision making that makes it hard to be a team leader or to be a driver, trying to kind of use your crystal ball to see in the future.
And in the future, it's a question of what's going to happen with a lot of these teams. Right now, Aztec Racing, last of those 2 laps down on the pylon last time by. They've been lapped now again by WSR Esports ButtKicker. They're trying to close up to Wild Things Racing. Wild Things had been on a tear earlier. They're up to 13th, Wild Things are.
Those Wild Things will make your heart sing is what they'll do here with that classic kind of Marlboro style paint scheme on that car we saw there. And we'll see if they can get up through the field. We saw them earlier featured in a broadcast back when Jake Sperry was in the booth and had a long talk about them. And that beautiful paint scheme there is very obvious. I love paint schemes in team racing, JP, that are easy to pick out from a distance. I think it makes your team unique. It makes it more marketable, and they're doing a great job at that.
Taking the identity and running with it with the pink car, the pink and reddish car, I should say. But Aztec is closing a fair bit, 2:03 second lap times last time by. Compare that to the previous time for Wild Things, and Wild Things, Denise Pope, lost a little bit of ground with a 2:03.9 last time by.
And that very well may come back to that conversation you initiated about 2 or 3 minutes ago about, do you just pit now and not be stuck in traffic? Because the biggest hurdle of being stuck in traffic is you're kind of bound to someone else's braking points, and you're bound to making sure you don't run someone else over or make contact or any of those what ifs I can name off for you. So we'll see if that slower speed really is real, or if that was just an issue with the traffic.
Yeah, it's a good question. Or if we see things just calm down and just become the status quo of stand in line and keep things patient, as we've seen come into play. As some said, these type of groupings are a great way to save gas.
Yeah, that's the benefit, right? So we'll see how all this plays out. Again, you see that classic red and white, pink and white car. Oh, there's a pass happening to the inside, possibly. Got really close, like he was side drafting. That doesn't exist in road racing, JP, but using an oval term for a second, looked like he was trying to side drafting.
Ross McFarlane not wanting to wait, not wanting to play games, just opened up a battle for position. Wild Things and Aztec side by side, switchback going to Wild Things. And the Wild Things machine holds on with the right-hander. Good scrapping, breaking out down the Hamilton straight as they make their way to the first sector. Black flag, car 456. Stranda Nomad has just picked up black flag. So Nomad just received a stop and go. Or rather, that's going to be coming up for another team. So a penalty for the 456. Stop and go is confirmed for the 456.
Ugh. That's the rough penalty to serve right now, and it'll throw you off your pit cycle. Listen, if I'm in a stop and go situation, you have to think about this, doing your pit stop now, putting yourself off cycle. No need to come down pit road an extra time, but that can really kill any plans you may have had throughout the day. We're watching this battle again here. They just got through turn 7 up through turn 8 here, down this long straightaway, and we'll see how these teams handle it here. This is Lyndon Noble, and ooh, I don't know if there was contact, JP, there, or if they just got spooked by the possibility of contact, but they looped that car around.
It's driving Miss Daisy, who had issues. Then the 31 slides all the way to the edge of the barriers and connects his Motorsports. Hadley Simpson also going for a slide. Very dangerous spot for Hyro.
Very dangerous. They came with about maybe a half a second of getting T-boned before they got through that into that grass. So great job getting off track there. But boy, oh boy, as things look calm here, the hits keep on a coming as far as mostly, 1 or 2 car incidents across the track, JP.
Yeah, they started to build up again after having a calm period. But this battle not calm. Wild things under attack again. Aztec has lap traffic trying to squirt their way through on the same time. Driving on through in the midst of that battle is Sim Dynamics. That is for position, I should say, making a 3-car battle.
Yeah, so you got Aztec here with Toby Presser trying to see if he can hold on to the spot, but now he's trying to make a pass and not get past, and that is as hard as it sounds. Here's a move to the inside, and I think he's made the pass.
Remy Gilbert back behind the wheel of that car. Maybe not indeed on the switchback. Gilbert had been in the car to start the day before some incidents, now has the better run to be able to zip his way back up to 13th.
Remy Gilbert brought that black and red and yellow machine sort of out of the back of this picture, not out of the front of it. Has managed that traffic well, and now has even pulled maybe a 3/10 of a second gap here on the cars behind him. So we'll see if this is actually an issue where speed appears to be better, because Remy Gilbert is pulling away.
That was a car that qualified outside front row for this event before incidents built up. And now, with their lead driver from earlier behind the wheel, they look to run and run fast. Just about top of the hour for these drivers, coming up 15 hours to go. Tree Group WSR and Esports ButtKicker still controls the race lead over BRT, Team Loose, Team Renix, and also amongst the top 5 effect simulations falling down the pylon with a pass last time by. Something going on with effect where they have fallen down significantly. I believe may have had something happen to them. Yes, indeed. Here's effect. Jack Wilson, contact, pardon me, and right in the middle of the racetrack having to back up. A 3-car pile of Barty Simsport also collected. And that's why Effect Simulations just lost a lot of time on the racetrack. That's what that team wanted to see. Already significant damage earlier, put them off cycle. They've got more damage also. The 903, Dominic Hamander, picked up damage as well from that incident. They have a meatball flag from the 4th position. So expect that to get reviewed potentially right there, as there's the look of the 15. They're going to have to come down and get a fast repair, and quickly. So more squabbling changes amongst the top 5 with that incident. So we'll have to see what happens here for these drivers now that they've been really shuffled with the damage. There goes the 15 for the meatball flag.
But now you have to think with the meatball flag, JP, coming back to a previous conversation, that this will be one of those 4 fast repairs. I mean, in theory, you could turn the fast repair off and you know, take the damage, but why would you if you have that fast repair available? So this will probably be a very quick pit stop for that number 15 car. You see him stop right here. They'll get new tires and gas, and that'll be it. There'll be no additional time, I would think, sitting here for repairs. It'll just be a regular pit stop. Behind him, you see a car pitting with a driver change. That's where the headlights are going on and off.
Yeah, no change on the driver, but they are going to take the fast repair here. This puts them off cycle. Effect Simulations is in a peculiar spot themselves. Now to see what happens for them. They did not get the meatball flag. There goes the 15. 33-second pit stop service for the repairs.
Yep, just like almost like nothing happened. It definitely did happen, but you know, in a sense, with that fast repair, it's like nothing happened. And you see an event like this where, you know, teams get a second chance or a third chance at making something happen with those fast repairs can be fun. So always nice to see when custom events like this can come along and spice up the rules a little bit.
Yeah, able to mix things up, to say the least. Yes. But Hamilton now going to have to fight to be able to get back in position. This puts William Chadwick in a great spot, now in the top 5, taking advantage of these mistakes.
Yeah, I think William's stoked, and he, I'm sure, has been told by his teammates what's going on. So we'll keep an eye there and see how he does and how he handles that, and if he decides to be more aggressive or get fast in this moment because of that spot there with the 15 with Dominic behind the wheel.
Indeed. By the way, as things have now cycled, Altitude has come in for their scheduled service. That means Satellite is back in the lead for GT4 on your pylons. Keep it on Chadwick. As Chadwick now we'll see the 909 duck in for their for service. So Effect Simulations also coming on. I believe the Effect Simulations stop might be a part of those scheduled. No, not quite sure. Believe they were 3 laps into the stint, should say.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that and make sure that is scheduled, but we'll see how this is going to play out here. We're just past the hour marker, so about 4 minutes past. We'll wait and see how that happens. So JP, right now, as I was looking up and down the entry list of this race, listen, it's currently about 21:06 or 9:06 p.m. UK time. Obviously, for us in the United States, it's much, much earlier. This is probably not the time yet when people are going to want to start talking about sleep as far as drivers, but part of the endurance racing I think we won't ever talk about is how do you manage your sleep schedule. I think it's fair to say as we get older, I'll speak for I don't know about you, as I get older, the idea of staying up for a 24-hour race is no longer in the cards. I've tried, it doesn't work anymore. I have literally fallen asleep on my wheel in the past, not as a driver, as a spotter, trying to stay up for this 24-hour race. So right now it's pretty early. Most teams are probably still fully awake at 9 p.m. in UK time, but it's so interesting to me how teams manage sleep schedules and how some drivers can stay awake for 24 hours through these events.
Yeah, already seen a lot of conversation for some drivers involving that during some of the conversation. We've just had an air black flag. That's going to go against Gravel Trap Racing UK. The 46 car will now have to serve a stop and go for causing a collision. We've seen Richard Washun have an issue earlier on in the race, so they'll have to come down again.
Boy, it just speaks to how valuable a lot of drivers think that having race control is in a race, because you can have those penalties served and there can be consequences for moves that maybe just, you know, one can deem to be aggressive or not wise or not something that's appropriate to make on a track. And that's why a lot of drivers are drawn to an event like Britcar because of that live stewarding. And boy, I can tell you firsthand, live stewards and race control is really the unsung heroes of an event like this. They get no love. They very rarely get praise. They don't get a lot of compliments during the race, JP. They get a lot of complaints, a lot of arguments, a lot of upset drivers, but a good race control team who knows what they're doing and manages a race well and isn't the focal point of a race really are the heroes of a race like this.
Yeah, a lot of work put in by those in race control. It takes a lot of discipline to do.
You know, and the way I can reference it, listen, I'm one of the Americans in the broadcast team. Out here, we have NFL football. I know it airs throughout the world in different networks, but you'll often see an NFL game, JP, where an officiating team is known for being penalty happy, and they sort of become the focal points of the broadcast without meaning to, and that really can kind of break up the flow of that event, right? And if you get a race control team who, isn't prepared or isn't fully staffed or wasn't trained properly or what if that race control becomes the focal point and those penalties become so either egregious or just so back and forth on the enforcement of them, if race control becomes the focal point, it's a problem. But man, if they're not the focal point, they often don't get the praise and the love they deserve.
No, they don't. It's a thankless job, you can argue. Where if anything goes wrong, you always have people say something different. But hey, race control is the one who makes the calls and has to make them right. Quad Dash Racing keeping an eye on, by the way. They're amongst those trying to battle right now with some of the other drivers. Meanwhile, what happened to 487? Tech issue, then a spin.
Ooh, wow, he stopped it from hitting the wall, I think, JP did. Talon Sheik, and that number 487. I'm surprised. I thought for sure he was headed straight for that wall head on, but got it saved and got it all stopped in time, did Talon. So congrats to him for doing that, but unfortunately, not congrats on the moment that caused that. As we see now a bright green machine on the track momentarily. Now we're back to this battle we've been following for a while. This is the number 74 machine, JP, behind that green machine.
Team Green Print trying to get their way around the Truck Boys car and some of the others in traffic, including that 47 that just had the spin and BPP Esports. Not been the cleanest of runs for Team Green Print, but just continuing to just log the laps amongst the 6 lap down club.
And sort of ironic, isn't it, that you talk about the team name, Team Green Print, but that's not the green car on track. You would think by your logical mind, if I said that, there you see the green. That's a nice shot there by our race producers to do that. But if I'd have said, hey, one of those teams had green in their name a moment ago, you would have thought it was the car in front, but it's not. It's that white and hunter green car right there that is named that on that 74. Just at nighttime, JP, as much fun as nighttime racing is, boy, from a broadcaster standpoint, it's not always our friend.
Yeah, well, in general, it's hard to see during the nighttime, right? You never know what goes bump in the night, but also it takes a lot of stamina to be able to run in a race like this, and you have to have the right roster that's willing to race in the darkness like this.
Yeah, I mean, and very few tracks are what I would call well lit. I mean, I know you probably have a couple other in your mind. The one that comes to mind, of course, for me is Daytona, right? If we do a 24 hours of Daytona, which I'm sure, while it's not announced, it will be an iRacing special event again next year. That track is so well lit. It's probably in my mind, the best track for night racing as far as a commentator point of view, because we can see everything. But most tracks, it's headlights only around most of the track. Is there another track that comes to mind for you, JP, that's as well lit, quote unquote, at nighttime as Daytona for a road course?
For a road course.
Yeah, I mean, there's plenty of ovals that have great lighting, of course, right? But for road course specific, is there anything else that comes to mind?
Nothing off the top of my head. That's a good question. I'd have to come back to you on that because
Sebring has its moments, but not really all the way around the track.
Yeah, I was about to say Spa is at certain parts of the track, maybe. Yeah, it's only at certain parts for a lot of the other tracks that come to mind.
course, weird to think, I know we're at Silverstone, and we'll come back to that topic. You think about Daytona and how it's so well, lit for a road course, and those back lights, those stadium lights, if you will, are only like, 30 or 40% power compared to the oval races. So it's incredible to think how low those lights are kept and how well they still light up that road course all night long. Well, here we are though at Silverstone, a premier track, an F1 track, a track that's hosted many races across the year, JP, and when we'll host, I think, many of the European Le Mans series is coming here this year in real life, or will be, I think, in 2025, if not was here in 24. So a beautiful track with a lot of history, and we are now almost 14 hours and 48 minutes away from crowning a winner of Britcar.
So a lot of time to go, and a lot of time that things can change. Nothing's a guarantee when it comes to this style of racing, so we'll have to see what happens at this point. But right now, keep an eye on the 74 still with the green print. They actually technically are trying to drive up to driving Miss Daisy. That's part of the reason we're keeping an eye on this here. They're within 2 seconds of that, and that's one of the Opmo cars that's done well.
Yeah, doing a great job as a 74 here. Yeah, trying to kind of keep themselves competitive, and that's another thing at night that's hard to do sometimes if you're a driver who gets left alone, is maintain that focus, maintain that competitive edge, because everyone has a different way they prefer to drive, whether that be, maybe just putting in some earbuds and putting on your favorite music, whether somebody maybe, I don't want to say Kenny G, that's probably a little too soft, a little too relaxing, but maybe want to put in like a Billy Joel or something kind of calmer of that nature. Some drivers really want to use that kind of upbeat, maybe metal music to really kind of keep them awake. Some drivers want to talk all night long. Some drivers have friends in Discord they talk to. That's how they keep alert. Some drivers, they want nothing. They just want pure silence, so they can focus on everything happening on the track. So lots of ways drivers keep themselves motivated here at a track. I know I definitely have raced with some friends who want to talk all night long, and I've raced with some friends who don't want to talk at all. They just want to be purely locked in to what is happening there on the track. We're watching a battle here. That's the number 42 machine in the back of your shot. That's the DCW Racing Blue. And that's that, actually more yellow than blue is that car in the back there. But they are racing along here. There it is. Now there's the blue on the back. Now I see it. All right.
Yeah.
So JP, I'm curious. I talked about, how different drivers kind of get themselves through a stint of racing, and how some like to use music, some like to talk. I know some who watch TV while they race. I'm not that able, by the way. Do you have a favorite method of how you like to kind of get through your stints?
Where I get through my stints, honestly, it depends. Sometimes I feel like listening to stuff like music. Other times, it's just about listening to the track in of itself. It depends on the mood.
Do you have a favorite style of music for endurance racing? Are you more of like the softer music? Do you like do you like kind of an upbeat tempo? What is Justin Prince's playlist for endurance racing?
Motivational or rock music comes to mind, like We Will Rock You or something like that. Like stuff that will make you think and motivate.
Ah, man, you picked out a great band for this race. Listen, we're at, doing Britcar at a famous, British track, and you just put off one of the greatest British bands of all time. So that's a nice connection there. I like that.
Yes, indeed. So still keeping an eye on how things go here. Pit stops are coming up for some of these drivers. So at this point, what comes to mind now as things have calmed down?
This is the part of the race where I kind of nerd out a little bit, JP, as a strategist. I love building strategies for endurance racing. I love kind of being behind the scenes and crunching the numbers. And right now, this is when you get busy, because now, we're rapidly approaching the halfway point. So now it's about who pitted when, who's going how long per stint, who's been in a car, has X team put in their fastest driver or their slowest driver, and you start to kind of think about all those things in your head. And you know, I like having a person not in the car do all that thinking, by the way. So this way you can only relay the information the driver needs. If you let a driver start doing all that thinking, that can be a massive distraction, often not in a positive way. Well, here we are on board, JP, with one of the beautiful Mercedes AMG cars. This is Samsoid Kanan Racing with Mark Custers.
Why don't we take the opportunity to listen in to a RaceSpot fan immersion with the 7 car for the next little bit here on RaceSpot. Been keeping an eye on the number 7 machine, Samsoid Kanan Esports entry, as we continue to zip along the racetrack here from Silverstone. And we have had another change on the racetrack, it looks like. Well, Black Flag Effect Simulations has just gotten one for an incident. Well, we've had black flags start to build up. The 909, that was with the contact with RG Simsport and all of that, and that causing a big collision. So the 909 having problems again. They are running fourth and have to serve a 30-second stop and go.
You know, I'll say sort of in a moment here first, JP. Let's watch this with the 290s. This is Toby Proster. We watched him earlier and just kind of barely tapped the ball. Here's Josh Boot. And he just spins that car around, and I think he's going to be okay. Probably frustrated, but no damage to the car. Oh, there's Mark and the number 7 machine. We were watching him with the RaceSpot fan immersion, and he got it turned around there. I was going to come back and say, you know, JP, you and I sort of talked about how race control is the unsung heroes of the race. They don't get the love and the praise that they deserve. Well, if you're the 909 or any team that gets a penalty, you might feel different about race control in the moment. But I say that sort of, you know, in a humorous way. I've had many people come to me and say, hey, listen, you know, we don't agree with the race control decision, but we appreciate you guys are out here doing your best. And I think sometimes that's the best approach you can take. You're not always going to agree with every decision the race control makes, but you can still somehow appreciate that they're out there making the decisions.
Yes. That's what takes a lot of appreciation for these drivers as time goes on, as we keep an eye on some of the battles on the racetrack. Still, though, it's about making sure those strategies come into fruition, right? Make sure you emphasize. Ben Cullen trying to do that right now in a battle for the top 10.
Yep, and this is an important battle for the top 10. This is one of those milestones you have in your head as a team and as a driver. We put so much focus on top 10 finishes that breaking into that 10th place, and now you start to get closer to the single digits. It's just a really awesome mountain to climb, right? It's such an achievement, if you will, to get there. That you fight hard for it. You almost fight harder for maybe to get in the 10th than you do in the 9th because of the way we just talk about how important the top 10 finish is.
Absolutely at this point. Still, though, as we see some of the drivers zip through the racetrack, comes the question, how do some of these people spend their time through this traffic? It's 3 wide. How about that through the traffic?
Nice. Oh, man, but you see how deep he cut it there. That green and red machine, because he was almost up in the grass. That's the 18 machine right there. I mean, that was a deep, deep cut here for the 18 of RAF eMotorsports.
Yeah. A lot of these drivers getting bolder and bolder, I've noticed, as the race has gone on, I will say.
I think that comes from experience, right? You've been in the car, you've turned a few laps, you know, being generous about it. In the case of the 18 machine, has Ben Cullen in the car. Ben has turned, I believe, 86 laps already in the car today. So he, you know, then that patient, hey, I know the track, I know my limits, I know what the car will do, I know how much grip there is, and you get a little emboldened, right? It's like anything in life, you know, when the first time you cook a recipe, you want to follow the recipe by heart, or by the letter of the recipe, so to speak. But as you begin to become a better and better cook, you're like, hey, I can add this in, maybe a little paprika, maybe a little this, a little that. You just get emboldened the more you do something.
Yeah, you gain that confidence as time goes on. And that's one of the main things that you do see a lot of is confidence from sim racing drivers. Pit cycles continue on, by the way, as you were saying.
Not good, but the problem, the downside is that, JP, sorry, as we were 4 wide there for a moment, you want to make sure you're not overconfident. That's where it can become a problem, though, right? Is if you get overconfident. I mean, listen, that move that Ben made there, making that pass and being up in the grass, you know, that moment ago, is that confidence or is that overconfidence? Well, the way that's probably defined is the success of the move, right? If that move works, he's confident. If that move doesn't work, he was being overconfident. That's how we would describe it.
The one of Jeffries up in the class lead for their respective side. That's Altitude is retaking the lead. 9 seconds up in that picture of the box as we keep an eye on a hornet's nest of drivers. And what's it almost like communication-wise, team to team, knowing You've got a lot of traffic navigation, but it's also going to be difficult with how much traffic there is to navigate cleanly.
And that's a great question. Team to team, it can be difficult to communicate with one another, right? Because what I perceive to be a clean move, in front of you as a driver, you can perceive as a vicious block. You can perceive it as I'm slowing you up. You can perceive it as I'm just being rude by not doing whatever you think I should be doing. And so often team-to-team communication is very, very difficult. We can have some basic words of, hey, like, we'll let you by in turn 1, or we'll let you by on the straight, or please pass us left or right. But a lot of times that message that is perceived differently by the receiver based on how their opinion of your racing is, right? It can just be, well, of course you're going to let us over, or well, thank you, or you say, hey man, please let us by, we're faster. Those things are difficult to communicate. Now, if you're a team like Prismatic, for example, where you have multiple cars or multiple entries in the same race, that's easier because you're all kind of friendly as part of Prismatic, for example. But if it's this, I don't know, like RAF communicating to a different team, for example, it's hard to say how it's perceived. It's one of the most difficult things to do in iRacing is team-to-team communication.
Yeah, after all, some sports, it's regulated significantly. Others, you end up having open conversation over the radio. It really depends. But so far, drivers have kept themselves cordial in that regard. By the way, Effect had served the penalty a few minutes ago. They're back to 6th. So the guess who is on the podium conversation now sees the Project 91 entry all the way to the podium with Chadwick, the first lap down. By the way, still, go ahead.
And I think it's important to say that this is what makes endurance racing a little different in Britcar, is because there's these extra factors of, penalties for bad behavior or penalties for breaking the rules, might be a better way of saying it. When you are a team who's in 6th, 7th, 8th spot, even 10th, you don't feel like this race is lost right now because you think, hey, this can happen. They can still get a penalty. They can still have something happen. They can whatever. Sometimes when we do different events across iRacing where the race control doesn't exist, or maybe where safety cars don't exist if they do, or different factors, by this point in the race, you kind of dig yourself into that mental hole saying, well, there's no way this is going to work out. Like, we're P10 at the 14.5-hour mark. We're stuck, yada, yada, yada. And you kind of get down on yourself a little bit, right? But now think of that. We thought Effect was probably maybe a lock for a podium at one point, and here they are, P6, and they put other teams up on the podium.
Yeah. And that's going to be something to keep an eye on as this night now goes on. Still, 14 hours and 31 minutes to work with on the clock, as we still keep an eye on the RAFE Motorsports entry. They've also been on the move in terms of their speed, 17th to 9th, by the way. The Royal Air Force has been able to charge their way ahead today.
And of course, that name means a lot here. I think it's probably been discussed in the broadcast already, JP, but you and I would be remiss if we don't say it. The Royal Air Force, of course, has the naming that's important to this track because of the history of Silverstone. So a nice touch for those teams to pick out that name, as we saw Aria Best get looped around there, I believe, all by themselves. I don't think I saw any contact. Oh, maybe no, I lied. There is contact.
Couldn't see which car that was, but that's not going to be a pretty one to look back at. Believe that was a dicey one, to say the very least. As here's a look at altitude, up 9.7 seconds.
Remember how you asked earlier about how teams communicate? Well, I guarantee you those two teams right there will not communicate well the rest of the race. If they're in another spot where they find each other around one another, there'll be no friendly communication. Everyone will remember who spun who tapped who bumped who, and that will put another wrinkle in that communication.
Indeed here, but altitude, it's the question, can they remain up here? In the long term, they've had some rapid pace to be able to zip their way past Gal. It took a lot of strategizing to make sure they had more speed than that 64.
yeah, so we'll wait and see how they do and if that strategy pays off or if they kind of come back down to earth out of that high altitude, if you will. And we'll see what gets made of that as this race goes on. And boy, oh boy, look at that single car by itself, JP. Just 2 headlights. Not something we've seen a lot of since you and I started this stint about an hour and a half ago.
Yeah, and they've been doing so very strongly up front. Dude, I'm curious what sim stickers are. Their sponsor is what they do.
Well, I could take a guess, or we can go to the Google machine and find out for ourselves.
Yeah.
See what sim stickers does. I'm going to guess
stickers.
Stickers you can put on your sim rig.
That's a good answer. Yes, indeed. It is indeed that. That includes stuff on your sim rig for your button boxes and whatnot. Things to stick everywhere, so to speak. Here's Sim Dynamics. No question what Sunoco does. It's a race fuel.
Yeah, Sunoco's been a big part of racing, both real life and in virtual for a long time. So always happy to see Sunoco back involved with one of the teams. And there they are with Sim Dynamics for Britcar. They're almost 3 wide. If they're not 3 wide, they were offset 3 wide for a moment there, JP.
Yes, indeed. And they're finding a resurgence in their pace. They struggled for a fair bit. Now that they've put Remy behind the wheel, they found the pace that they were carrying earlier before that big ascension to the order.
And that's the magic sometimes of having a great driver for nighttime racing, or just having that one great driver who can really come in here and crank out some laps and boost that team morale as Remy can. So wait and see how that helps this team moving forward the rest of the night and the rest of the day. But Remy's coming here and really has made a lot of progress in this car. And I think what that does for the team is it kind of shows everyone, hey, the car's fine. It's not the car. It just means I need to maybe calm down. I need to drive, you know, different or better or somehow in a way I wasn't before. And I can do what Remy is. When you get a fast driver like Remy in the car, it's sort of a litmus test of how the car is behaving, right? Because if you can say to yourself, well, if Remy gets in the car and the car is still off pace, well, then it's the car, you know, that was off pace. But if a driver like Remy can come in here, or if you get like a William Chadwick in a car and they can come in and they can crank out the laps, well, it sort of settles it wasn't the car, you know?
Yeah. And remember, they're putting on the back foot with troubles earlier. I keep repeating that, but that put them on the back foot, absolutely. And now they're on the forward foot. The downside is they're amongst a 3-lap down group. So they've lost a lot of time in the midst of their struggle moments. And that's going to be something that it's going to be hard to overcome from here, because they can't go much higher unless the leader laps anybody else.
Yeah, that's true. At some point, you kind of max out on where you can top out at. You just have to kind of be happy and content in that moment. Boy, look at Sim Dynamics here, just all over the back end of this car, kind of being a bit of a menace with how close they're riding. And I'm not sure if they're wanting to pass or if they're just wanting to kind of sit there and fuel save. We'll find out in a moment as we get down through the less curvy parts of the track. And they look to be content just riding.
Yeah, just sit in a line and work together. Well, unless you do that. Prove that you have the faster car. Yeah. Yeah, this is not the same lap, mind you, and they are squabbling a little bit. Nomad Academy goes now into the line. Nomad still a fair bit back for the next spot regardless. Let's take a look at the 24. As obviously something happened where Oliver Ettridge just has to pull off and park it.
Yeah, that's a full tow. That tells me that's probably some kind of sim hardware problem. Just to see you want to get off the track. Or there was some incident beforehand where that car was broken, one of the two, where maybe Oliver decided getting off the track and towing was the safer option than continue to try to drive it back around. But yeah, up in the grass he went and said, hey, let's call it a, well, maybe not call it a day, but let's call it a moment while it takes time for that car to get towed back around.
Absolutely at this point. Still looking at some of the air cars as they zip around the racetrack. 24th overall on the pylon. That's still the CRX X-Card Esports entry. Paul Simon now behind the wheel. And they were as far back as 28th position a little while ago, 20th, 29th. Now that's changed. Black flag car 487. As this time it involves a stop and go for not respecting blue flags and causing incidents with Altitude Esports.
Yeah, that's a big one. You have to respect those blue flags. You have to be out there and be willing to kind of pull over when you need to and let things happen. Blue flag exists for a reason, to let you know, hey, a faster car is approaching, or a car of maybe a different class is approaching. You have to get out of the way for those things. Those things are vastly, vastly important.
And they've had a frustrating day. EPP has. To the frustrating night with how things have now situated themselves in this race. Still, though, been getting better and better. I was about to say for the 50, they're amongst those who have battled to be able to get themselves going.
Yeah, and I love teams like that who maybe aren't having the best day, JP, but they continue to come out here and battle and make the best of it. That's, to me, what endurance racing is finding out what happens across a 24-hour clock, and not just being mad the moment you get your first incident and just sort of, you know, giving up, throwing in the towel, or whatever proverbial phrase you want to use. Come out here and fighting for it and really earning everything you get, every spot you get, every pass you make, you earn it when you have to, you know, recoup and rehab from a bad moment early in a race like this here.
Yes, and put yourself back in position to gain some spots. Absolutely. They're the highest of those 7 laps down, by the way, at the moment. Still, though, turn through in endurance racing, what stands out the most to you? It's one of your more memorable moments in a race like this.
Honestly, it's probably the camaraderie that you build with a team. You know, I often believe that the cars that typically run the best, JP, are the teams that have camaraderie. And when you stick together for 24 hours or most of that, and you kind of go through the sleep cycles, and you have that overnight moment where everyone's a little delirious, everyone's a little loopy, I think there's a bonding moment that happens there. Oh man, there was some dirt kicked up in that corner. But you have some bonding moments that happen because maybe you get to know each other better, right? It's like being stuck in a bunker with one another. You kind of have to just talk, and you learn about one another. You learn about maybe shared experiences, you know, not just in sim, but in life, whether it be what you went to school for, or bad moments you've had in life that, you know, encounters or anything. I love that camaraderie you build, and there's some stories I definitely can't tell that have happened of camaraderie in a team where you just are sharing weird, funny stories, but I believe that friendship you build, and that's why I'm a fan of teams that really stick together. I'm not a fan of one-off endurance teams if you can help it. As a team leader, I don't like the idea of bringing people in for just one race, because I think you miss on that. You miss that camaraderie, that friendship, and with that comes trust. That trust of knowing, hey, when I go to bed, you know, at whatever, 1, 2, 3 a.m., when I wake up, that car's still going to be here. When you're a team of random 4 or 5 people who you meet on iRacing forums or through a Discord, it's harder to have that kind of bond, right?
Yes. It's much more difficult.
And you know, for you and I, that relates differently. You know, you and I probably both agree privately that applies to everyone in endurance racing. You know, it's like watching things in real life, watching commentary teams who work together all the time. It's easier for them than it is for new commentary teams. Anything you do in life, coworkers you have, it's easier when you know someone and you trust them.
I agree with that, yeah, absolutely. As it with the camaraderie too, building up that experience, building up that team buffer, but also it accumulates over time, right? As you said, it builds up over time, where you end up getting more and more comfortable, and it leads to more success down the line.
Yeah, and then part of that is this. Oh my goodness! Part of that is trust. So look at that pass that was made there. Was that? What was that? The Sunoco team that I saw in the front? No, who is that? I can't tell from the paint job here. I apologize. That was a. Ooh, what a pass that was in that corner there. It caught me off guard for a second, JP. But I mean, part of that is trust. Part of it is communication. You know, I'll talk about you and I, for example, from we've done commentary together for a long time now, probably coming up on, what, 4 years together. And you and I can communicate in a way both in broadcast and off broadcast that's different than how you and I will be able to communicate with partners we don't work with that long. And it's just, so when you get into a Discord and you need to tell your fellow endurance driver, hey, listen, like, here's where we are. Here's how the race is going, or hey man, I need you to calm down because you're being kind of aggressive behind the wheel and you're scaring me. That's easier to say when you trust someone, you have a bond with them, than to say that to a random person you don't know that well.
Exactly. And that in turn, see, builds up over time why friendships are so critical, especially even for events like this. And especially for events like this better. By the way, WSR Esports ButtKicker coming in this time by. So another pit cycle kicking off here in this field as these drivers continue their cycle.
You'll see those pit cycles continue to tick off little by little on the left side ticker on your screen. You see right there, there's your leaders. As JP indicated, up, the pit timer is now counting. That gap will close between first and second. With the pit deltas here, JP, I think there'll be a momentary swap for the lead when the 5 car catches up.
Just momentarily, in theory. BRT is on a much different cycle, remember, but a minute 10 back on that cycle. Ross McFarlane, once again, just putting down the time and growing that interval pretty quickly. And that's kind of just what Ross does. You have to think, Derek. He is that quick of a driver.
Yep, just that quick of a driver. They're pulling away here. About 17 seconds of a gap left. So it looks like actually they might keep the lead here. That was a quicker pit cycle than I thought it would be, but we'll see here. So right now, WSR ButtKicker has enough of a gap. They're going to come out, lead both on the in and out of their pit cycle. And of course, hey, if you're in this race and you're trying to win yourself a ButtKicker, hey, listen, there's no advantage for having a ButtKicker on the side of your car, but it can't hurt anything, right?
No, it can't hurt anything at all. But at this point, speed's been there this entire run to be able to run off and away, to say the very least. There's Ross McFarlane still. And at this point, McFarlane, he's done a lot in terms of British esports, in terms of racing, and for this organization, he's this team's top driver, and he's proving why.
Yeah, he's doing a great job in here, running nice, smooth, consistent laps and staying out of trouble, which, you know, at times has maybe proven harder for some drivers tonight than what they would like to admit. But you're right, running incredible laps here in that ButtKicker car.
Absolutely, 15 seconds up the road to Josh Benson at the moment. That's how things have gone for this organization. Next closest car is an hour lap behind. That's how quick he has been. Not quick enough per se, interesting enough to lap BRT. BRT, if anything, might end up finishing on the lead lap despite everything with how things are looking. It's still a long ways out, but the time is making it difficult to close since it's about 2 minutes on the interval for the lap.
Yeah, so now your BRT, you've got to hope and you have a strategy worked out, or that maybe you have a faster driver that can offset a slower driver, quote unquote, in WRT or WSR, pardon me. So you're kind of just waiting to see how the rest of this night plays out here in this moment. Of course, remember, JP, this is a unique race where there are teams of 2 all the way up to teams of 6. In fact, WSR is a team of 5, right? Yeah, 5 people here.
Oh, trouble.
Hold on.
William Humphrey having some issues on the replay screen. The 29 going around on that incident. That is Glass Tech Racing. Evan Craven also having problems going wide and spinning.
And That's another self-spin, another self-inflicted wound. To sit right there for a second. There you go. Don't move around. That may have required some help right there. I see 2 cars involved. Wow, that's the number 79 car, and I think he got in the back of someone else, and they both got looped around. That's not common to see both cars get looped around like that.
Yeah, that's Wild Things getting looped around to that incident, so more trouble for the race incident reports. But still, as this has all gone on, 16 seconds out for WSR is still the gap. They're growing the gap as time plays along. Now with McFarlane. The only major trouble they've had in the past while in this stint is when they had to check up a few hours ago for a big one in front. Even then, they didn't lose time. They haven't had any major impediments all race.
No, they've done pretty well. And listen, luck is just much a part of racing or sim racing as skill, right? Sometimes that luck of avoiding an incident or just not being involved in an incident, being able to check up for the incident, however you want to describe it, is just as important as how fast you are in the car. You and I both know that not every time does the fastest driver win the race. Sometimes you're faster than the field, but something happens that just, takes you out of that moment. It takes you out of the race. So these guys are doing a great job. And look at WSR, though. When I think about endurance racing, I started to hint a second ago, there's 5 of them on this team, JP. That is kind of a bigger number for an endurance team. Typically, you only find teams of 4 at most. And sometimes the more drivers you add to a car, the harder it is just to land on a setup. It's harder to determine who gets enough hours, who gets this race win. Sometimes it's too many chefs, spoil the pot, to use an old analogy.
Absolutely. At this point, making sure
there's some drivers who just want to race all day, right? I mean, you and I both know a few people like that who they would much rather do 8 hours in an endurance car. They'd rather do 10 hours than 4. Now, there are some who are opposite, who just are happy to be here, happy to participate and put in their stints and move on. But you and I both know drivers who would happily do a 2 or a 3-man car around Britcar.
Yeah. But the thing is, that puts a lot more pressure on those drivers if anything goes wrong.
Yeah, we saw that earlier, right, with the car with the 2-man team that had the connection problems that, had to drop out of the race at least temporarily. So you're right. There's ups and downs to all those decisions you have to make. And remember, the driver fair share rule is on for this race. So iRacing has a formula they use to make sure everyone gets a quote-unquote fair amount of time in the car. So if you sign a driver up for this race, they have to do it. So making that schedule work can be a little bit more tricky with 5 or even 6 people, as some teams are.
Indeed, at this point. And we're seeing a lot of that mathematical equation stuff having to be utilized a fair bit for some of these teams. Others just focused on the drive, just focused on the task at hand. As we continue to see the sights and sounds of the racetrack right now and how things look in terms of the darkness, it continues to be a sparkling scene. And keep in mind, this racetrack is very vast, as was already said by some earlier on with Webster. This track, you can hear the sound around this racetrack with how much it rattles around the racetrack, because there is no forest. There's no forest to cover up the sounds. You can hear the raw sound of the motors all throughout this facility.
Yeah, you can hear all kinds of things about this racetrack, and this is a racetrack that, I believe, but how long ago, JP, has it been since we had a rescan of this track in iRacing? So it's a newer racing surface, if I recall, but I wouldn't call it new, right?
It's been a few years. Remember, it took some time to go from the historic to the current Silverstone.
Right. Yeah, this is a track that allows you to hear everything. You can hear the curbs, you can hear the engines, you can hear there's some long straights where the engines really get to kind of show off their power and their sound. You can hear at times how bumpy this track is. I think that's something maybe if you're watching this because you have a relative or a friend in it and you've not done even sim racing or real life racing, I think that's the most deceptive part about this, is that, you know, from an outside view, this thing looks flat and smooth and easy to drive. And when you get through some of these corners are anything but flat. So it's full of bumps, full of grooves, and this thing will throw your car around at times if you're not careful. So here's Connor Eggett, part of Truck Boys. Go ahead, sorry.
I was about to say the exact same thing as he stays in this choo-choo train. It's TSRC Esports and a couple more in front. Truck Boys trying to find a way around Quatermass Motorsport. Simon Hunt.
See him here, it's kind of riding along in that bright green machine. We've seen them in camera shots earlier in the day, so we'll wait and see what they're able to make of this. These guys are currently 21st in class right now, JP.
Yeah, good battle for 20th building up with all this. Yes, we spoke with Quatermass Motorsport. Paul Smith had a great conversation with him earlier. Truck Boys trying to find a way to truck along and get themselves higher than basically where they started. They've been running in place most this time.
And sometimes you have to find the small positives, the small victories in a race like this. You know, we're running in the same place we have been. Well, the positive is we're not getting past. The positive is we're being consistent and we're making things happen for ourselves. The downside is we're not gaining spots. So it's really about, does your team want to look at something glass half empty or glass half full? And how do you want that to be your attitude and your mantra for the next 14 hours?
Yes, indeed. And you see them just in range to potentially move into the top 20 here. That mantra can be difficult to make sure you keep hearing that said mantra all race long, especially with the different sounds and the different types of environment you have to speak with or listen to. There's a lot of noise that can come up and pop up in these types of battles that can really prevent you from hearing that. Here's the look of the noise for Truck Boys. They've got the boost, looking for 20th. Do they get the give and take? How about a much deeper run for Quatermass as they go right back in the line for 21st?
There you go. Nice pass for the Truck Boys. They'll get that spot in that corner right there. And you're right, there's a lot of different ways you can hear the noise and a lot of ways you can communicate it. Come back to a topic from earlier, you know, and I think sometimes how a spotter communicates to you what's going on around you really can impact your attitude and how you are in the vehicle. You can, as a spotter, you can be very factual and say, hey, listen, there's a car to your left, or there's a car we're catching, we'll catch it in 3 laps, or what have that information. Or your spotter can kind of add some flair, maybe some attitude, maybe some negativity, and that will eep through very quickly into your mindset. So you're right, there's a lot of noise that can be heard, and how you consume it, and if you want to hear it, can affect your attitude.
What are some of the good examples on making sure you tune out the wrong sounds and you hear only the right sounds in that regard?
I think it's about this really, to quote an old TV show, just the facts, ma'am, right? Just making sure you're just taking in the raw data. Hey, the car in front of you, we're catching him 0.2 of a lap, or 0.2 of a second per lap. That's good data, right? Or hey, there's a car up on our left-hand side, we're gonna make the pass pretty clean here. That's the data you want to consume. It's when someone starts to add that flair or that emotion, or there's opinions about it, that's when it can become a little dangerous, right? Because that, I always say positivity takes years to spread. Negativity spreads like a wildfire, right? So if I'm in your ears as a spotter, like, hey, that guy up there is racing like a jerk, he's being aggressive, he's being dangerous, he's not going to let us by, we're going to have to race him hard. Then that's what you're going to go with as a driver, right? And that's how you're going to go, okay, that's what I got to do. I'm going to race him hard. I'm going to be sketchy. I'm going to just dive in there and make a move. Probably wasn't necessary, right? It's to me, it's all about data and less about feelings and emotions. It's how you have to perceive all that data. Now, And then the opposite side is sometimes having a spotter who can get those emotions out of you as a driver, because it's easy in the car, JP. As drivers, we take everything personal. Anywhere from a pass, a block, a move, a blinking headlight, when someone broke into a corner, right? We've both been there. We take everything personal, and it can take a really good friend to talk us out of it.
Absolutely. Still, though, Quantum Mass Motorsport now losing a lot of ground on that strategy differential. They've fallen a fair bit back in 21st spot. Difference on the pace. Almost at the top of the hour already, coming up to 14 hours to go in this one. About an hour's time, we'll swap things over commentary crew-wise. Why don't we do another RaceSpot fan immersion as it continues to remain patient and calm. Let's take a listen in and see the sights and sounds here on RaceSpot. Simon Hunt, been keeping an eye on him for the past little bit here. Listening to the sights and sounds around the racetrack as they continue to go zoom around this facility. Just Prince Derek Watson with you for the next less than an hour or so. We swap things over crew-wise towards the top of the hour. Right now, one of the battles on track, Last Tech Racing, who's taken some hits this run. They have a chance to actually battle for 8th with Nomad Academy.
Which is great news for them because we just saw Glass Tech involved in an incident not too long ago. One of our replays of cars spun around. So when you get somebody battling for 8th and 9th in a moment like that, then you have to find that as a positive or a silver lining in a cloud, so to speak here. But look at this battle here. 4 cars in line. Everyone seems a little content. I think that black and yellow car there with the like an aqua green on the back, I don't even call that, but they seem to be a little bit, they're probably the most jumpy of the 4 cars, most willing to maybe make a pass here.
They also have Alpha in this choo-choo train as well, so there is a chance for 7th on the line too, on top of lap traffic in front. And it's a fall from grace still for Alpha. Looking like they're in line for the podium or in the early stages, had all the spins, had all the contact. And now we're just trying to survive without getting dive bombed. Nomad Academy not able to get alongside with Chris Chatterton. It's like the lap traffic moving accordingly. That's Team Green Print, who moves out of the way this time. Nomad Academy looking on the setup, looks to the right. Now alongside with Alpha Esports, going through the Wellington straight, near contact. A little bit more space now given for the run up to Brooklands. Nomad Academy keeps it alongside, but Alpha pushes up the racetrack. Nomad Academy takes the spot.
And man, whenever you see a team trying to quote-unquote get out of the way like the Team Green Print did, they're doing it for the right reasons, JP, but it's such a dangerous thing to do in endurance racing. You know, what we always teach drivers whenever you're teaching anyone how to endurance race is be predictable, hold your line, and make me get around you. The moment you start to try to get out of line and get out of the way, you oftentimes just sort of somehow end up in the way. So don't get me wrong, in that moment they did a great job getting out of the way, but I'd prefer they just would have raced and let everyone make everyone pass them and be predictable.
They still have a lot more traffic to deal with. Glass Tech is also still in line to battle for this spot. Still trying to get alongside him, in fact, with how things are getting archy-barchy. Alpha still holding in front of Glass Tech right now. 5 lap difference, side by side now. Glass Tech to the left. Humphrey has the preferred line this time, heading up through Vale up to Club. Now for the switchback, a bit of a archy-barchy contact. Alpha keeps it alongside for Club, and no one is willing to give in. Another squeeze.
Oh man, maybe more than a squeeze. It almost felt like maybe a small amount of contact door to door there, but everyone got it worked out. Now they're going to try the over-undercut again. And I think finally they might have it worked out where it's going to be just, nope, never mind. They're going to do it again. Oh my gosh, that may have been the closest of them so far, JP, because I was really concerned that that black and orange car was not going to stick that corner and was going to find himself just making contact.
And they're squeezing now with Glass Tech gets turned. They get sent into the Armco barrier. Contact with Alpha sends him up in the wall, and they keep on going, but that may get looked at by race control.
Man, it's going to get looked at for sure. I mean, sometimes I think as a race car driver, you can say to yourself, hey, I see contact coming somewhere. It was pretty obvious with how those guys were racing one another, how they were sort of leaning on one another, if you will, if that's, you know, a term we really use in road racing. But it almost was obvious contact was going to eventually come to happen. Watch this again here. This will be from Humphrey here. Currently it was in P9. Just got turned. Great job holding on to it there. Oh, a little bit of contact on the outside wall, but that could have been way worse. I mean, I think fault there is pretty obvious, JP. I think honestly it's probably on Humphrey. I mean, the other car was up almost on the grass, so I don't know what he thought they were going to do besides let off the gas pedal.
And so That's going to be an R1 Alpha again. Things continue to be in a snowball free fall for Alpha.
Yeah, it's unfortunate to see for them, and we'll see how they can recover from that, or if they need to come in and fix any repairs. Or probably right now just only a lap or so into that, and they're trying to assess how does the car feel, right? Is it quote-unquote got top speed? Is the wheel off center? Is it pulling left or right? Is it difficult to turn? And those conversations will help drive what happens, if anything, in the next couple of laps. So if you'll need to come down pit road, because with about a 2-minute lap here around Silverstone, you have about a lap or two to assess before you need to make a decision.
Here is Onid Racing, their Britcar entry, the 20 car. Bit of a dive from underneath. They're running 13th in class at the moment in the GT4s. Seen some good battling from them so far. Right now trying to battle with Esports GBR just up the road.
Yeah, trying to keep in contact here, just kind of keep a next competitor, within eye range, so to speak. So I think there is some kind of placebo effect you get when you can see your competitors. How you race maybe a little harder, maybe you just get more motivated. I don't know what it is than when there's no one in sight.
Yes. And right now, at the moment, a 2:14.5 last time by. Compare that to what Esports was able to do at 2:12.9. They actually had a better lap last time. But how is that going to fare for the overall average? Manders trying to push hard to get back up there.
Yeah, and sometimes pushing, get back up there, can oftentimes maybe lead you into getting further back there. Sometimes pushing is just, going to cause more mistakes and more slips and more seconds lost by a 10th here, a 10th there, and my goodness, another pass right there under them to the quote-unquote inside of a corner. I don't know if he's just leaving the door open too wide in these corners or what he's doing, but that's the second time during our onboard we've seen someone kind of sneak their way in.
Yeah, this is getting a little bit dangerous for some of these drivers right now. Just a little bit. But you have to be able to keep your head on a swivel in these types of moments for this situation. That's why Manders is just having a lot of give where he's not willing to take too much right now in this situation.
And I'm just surprised how much he's leaving, sitting in the middle of the track in these corners. He really is leaving a lot of door open on the inside of the corners. He's just leaving a lot of passing lanes available. So, obviously he must be okay with getting passed like this by those other cars. And that's fine if he is. But if you don't want to get past, quit opening those doors like that. Now, obviously from an in-cockpit perspective, JP, he'll have a bit better view of what's going on around him. He'll have, his mirrors and maybe a side view on each side of the car to help determine when he's getting past. But from this roof view right here, it's like a jump scare when someone makes a pass.
And the only way you can really tell from here that someone gets alongside is really by the lights, the headlights, when you start to see differences in those light fixtures. Let's take a look at Jack Tonchard. He goes around, too much speed carried in the middle of the corner.
Oh, that's the scariest thing to happen right there, JP, when you get sucked like that, because it's so scary to think that someone may come around and hit you and not see you. And I don't see... Is that just... I don't see any headlights in that car. Am I crazy?
I believe there's headlights. They can't.
From that point of view, he was facing us, was he not?
Right.
I didn't see any headlights on that car.
Let's take a look as... You're right. Don't see any headlights being shined from it.
So maybe he had incident with it. I mean, you can... It's not common, JP, but you can bust those headlights on iRacing. I've seen it happen a couple times. I once watched a teammate do it at Spa and drive a whole lap around Spa with no headlights. But yeah, he must have had some contact earlier to knock those out or something, because yeah, I mean, he minus his brake lights, he was invisible there on that track.
Yeah, that's definitely got a broken car or something along those lines. That is not good. They're not going to be able to keep turning laps like that. That is dangerous if you're without headlights like that.
Yeah, in fact, that right there, that view right there might be the best thing Jack can see with cars behind him to help light the track, because, you know, you said you talked to some drivers earlier who were complaining about how pitch black it was on track. Well, imagine doing that with no headlights. Think about for the oh, there's a spin again.
And someone hit him.
That may have been what happened to the headlights, actually.
Yeah, they've lost the whole front clip at this point.
I was going to say, to explain to someone at home who's never done it before, imagine when you get out of bed in the middle of the night and you like want to go maybe to the restroom, or you want to go maybe get a drink of water out of the kitchen, but you don't want to wake up your partner. So you kind of do that little mental game. You're like, I can do this with no lights on, and you're kind of, you know, stubbing your toe, or you step on the cat, or whatever you do. Well, that's what it's like racing with no headlights here at Silverstone.
This is not good. They do not even have a front end at all. As the rest of the field, at this point, I don't even know if I have an idea what's going on. They're using other people's headlights at this point to maybe have some semblance of the track. There are no rear lights on this car.
I'll tell you what, if race control is aware of this, I'm kind of surprised race control hasn't said something about needing to tow and getting off the track. Because, I mean, that is just, gosh, sometimes we use the joking term, JP, a rolling chicane on the track. That's worse, because that's like an invisible rolling chicane on the track.
So as the 46 sorts itself out, let's take the time to talk with one of the teams that has been the talk of this segment in GT4 Altitude Esports by SimStickers. Tim Perry now jumping into the broadcast booth with us. Jack Jeffries is behind the wheel of your car. How's it been going for your strategy so far, especially with the fact you've led laps now?
Yeah, it's interesting actually. Yeah, so we're it's kind of like a tortoise and the hare type of race, really. We're kind of like the definitely the hare. We're just going full blast, seeing how that works for us really at the end, and everyone else is like saving a little bit more fuel. But yeah, it's a really interesting four-way fight for the podium.
To start things off with the run, you had to close up a fair bit of ground, at least 15-20 seconds at one point. Was that around the time where did you change the strategy, so to speak, from the original viewpoint, or was this the mindset of originally to try to push hard to close up later on in the race like you did?
Not really, no. We just put our flying Frenchman in, who is absolutely insane in this car, and yeah, that always helps. So yeah, he really closed down the gaps a lot and drove absolutely amazing stint.
So overall, what's it been like being a part of an event like this year here for the ButtKicker Britcar 24 hours here at Silverstone?
Yeah, it's absolutely amazing. We did it last year. We came third in the GT3s. Thought we'd give the GT4 a go this year. We don't really drive the GT4 as much as the GT3, but yeah, something a bit different. Got to be a bit careful when you're getting lapped. But no, it's been fun, and yeah, it's always a great event. And really enjoyed it last year, and yeah, enjoying the challenge this year as well.
So overall, what would you say like the dynamic has been this year for Altitude Esports, with how you guys have performed in various different races, but also how you've been able to work together as a team for endurance races such as this one?
Yeah, obviously you just you want to get the right sort of team together. You don't want drivers that are too different speed-wise, so you try and get like a good mix there, and it helps if you've got drivers who can do different time zones as well. So like I'm a night worker, so I will often do quite a lot of the night stints and give the other guys a break in that. And obviously, yeah, some people might be freer Saturday afternoon, some freer Sunday morning. So just basically getting enough people together where you can cover every stint and have like someone spare to spot and do some strategy as well.
So, Jack, you talked about being in the GT4 class this year, and you talked about kind of being different this year, about getting passed by the GT3s. So what's it like, if you could break it down to someone who's maybe watching it for the first time, or watching because they have friends or family in the race, what's that speed difference feel like when you're getting passed by the faster class?
So we're spending a lot of time looking in the mirror when you're driving, definitely, and you're kind of like trying to, it's all about body language, but with cars. So you're kind of looking at the car to see what it's looking to do. Is it looking to try and go up the inside, or is it is it kind of lifting off a bit earlier to save a bit of fuel, and then it will pass you on the exit. So it's kind of trying to read the cars behind a lot, and it was also trying to tell the other car what you want to do. So if you think he's too far back, you might edge towards the inside a bit earlier, just to say like, no, you're going to have to wait, or you open up the corner a bit and say, yeah, I think you've got enough space to go through. So it's very much sort of like a two-way thing where you have to try and read the other drivers. Obviously, there's some you pick them out quite quickly. There's certain cars where we know now, like, be careful, this guy, he's gonna do something weird, basically. But most of the drivers are pretty good.
Has it given you a new appreciation for being the faster class now that you spent a part of the 24 being the slower class?
Yeah, I mean, we're quite experienced in doing multi-class racing in general. So I raced a lot of LMP2s in IMSA, so there you were kind of overtaking and being overtaken. So yeah, it's just the more racing you do, the better you get at it, obviously, in terms of multi-class. I think it's quite a few people who are perhaps new to multi-class doing it this year, which is great, because the more people who get involved, the better, obviously. But yeah, it's definitely something where experience is very important.
So I see of the team, you have the least amount of laps turned so far, so I assume you have a couple of big stints coming.
Yeah, I'll be doing a triple in the night, coming up after Jack. And then I think it's Adam back in after that, and then we'll see how it goes, really. We can be quite flexible, so towards the end, so we'll see how we're doing, see if we want to put in our fly infringement again, just to bump us up a little bit, or, you know, Jack's doing really well at the minute, actually, but it'll be very interesting to see how it all comes together once this pit cycle ends, because I think ST are really eking out the fuel, and Satellite, it'll be close as well.
And I apologize, I misspoke. I cut you in my ears and Jack's name on screen. I said Jack is the one that's turned the least amount of laps so far. But yeah, you're up for a couple big stints regardless. Well, good luck in the rest of the race here on the 111. We'll be excited to watch you and see how you guys do.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting next few laps to see what happens with the Satellite and ST boxing.
That's Tim Perry talking things over involving the GT4 leaders here in this one. We also have Georgie McKay with Prismatic now joining us. The co-director of the organization now joins the booth. We spoke with one of the drivers earlier. Now they speak with us once again. And so far, what's it been like from your perspective, Georgie, from this event so far here today?
Oh, hello. Well, I got stuck in the pit limiter, as some of you will have seen earlier. So for us, it was going fantastically well until that. But you know, yeah, it's going pretty good so far for the Athena team. We've got Joe in the car right now. We had a driver drop out of the team just before the race, and Joe is a ringer for us from Taylor Mills Racing. Funnily enough, it was Taylor Mills that dropped out. So thanks to the whole organisation there for helping us out on that one. But no, we're chugging away quite nicely in the top end of the midfield after I got stuck in the pit limiter. So, you know.
Yes, indeed. And of course, your organization has showed good strides and good speed as well with some of the cars here today. Of course, talking about that, what's it been like seeing the growth of your team in terms of the pace and what they've been able to do in various different series while also racing for charitable causes like Race for a Cause 24 like you did earlier this year?
Oh, I mean, Rachel, for example, is just, we call her the resident alien of the team, because I'm sure you understand why. She was unbelievably quick at the start of the race, and I'm sure she will be at the end as well. It's been incredible to see the talent of the drivers develop. Even one of the other drivers in our Minerva car, Amy, who joined us this year, it's been fantastic to see her development as a driver as well. All around, just since Race for a Cause, it's been nice to see, as I say, it's been nice to see the development of the drivers that way.
So, Georgie, I'm going to kind of take the direction to talk about your team as a whole outside of this race for a second. For people who've never heard about Prismatic, Can you tell us a little bit about the team, about your guys' mission, your purpose, if you will? I'll take a second and just promote yourself.
Okay, well, that's probably as good a person as any, as I'm one of the directors of the team. Prismatic Motorsports is a transgender, non-binary sim racing team. We act as a sort of like an advocacy organization for LGBTQ people in the sim racing space. We've managed to, over the years, get a few accolades, including one of our drivers, Saoirse, who isn't in this race. Unfortunately, she was busy, but she has raced in the Britcar 24 in the past. She won the Screen to Speed challenge in Las Vegas that ended up allowing her to take home $15,000 as the prize pot, and she got a drive in a Kelly Moss Academy car as a result of it. So we're quietly doing our thing for our community. We get a lot of coverage when we're on RaceSpot, so thank you very much for that. It's very helpful for us to try and get the message out there. But so that's what we do. We're an advocacy organization, but we also try to quietly punch above our weight in races like this as well. And Rachel very much is one of the main reasons for that.
So sometimes in the community, obviously, I'm sure some of the questions you face is like, why is this important? Why is it important for you guys to advocate the way you do, or why in this space, right? Because I mean, for some people, unfortunately, when you think about sim racing, maybe you don't think about that being a thing. So what do you say to people who say, why do you advocate, in a space like this?
Because if I can be like really frank for a moment, when I started sim racing, you could put a trans flag on your car and you could get intent wrecked in a race just for having it. And you wouldn't know if the driver doing so would even get a warning as a result of it. Now, I think in part because of organizations like us that say we're here, we are a part of sim racing. We're a relatively decent-sized part of sim racing, where by the amount of, as you can see, the amount of cars we have in this series and in other British Motorsport UK events like the British F4 series. We're here. We're not going away, and because of how visual we've been, and other teams that have been allowed to carve out a little space for themselves because of teams like us. I think we've seen a bit of a change especially in iRacing over the years. You definitely don't see as many people getting intent wrecked just because they've put a trans flag on their car. So there's that, allowing people to just race and feel safe in the sim racing space more generally.
Well, I'll say personally, as someone who is, within the LGBT family, thank you for being an advocate, because you're right, it's not a safe space. And as someone who does maybe more ovals road myself, it's we're getting there. It's not perfect, but we're getting there day by day, right? So coming back to the race, you have 3 entries in this race. What's the outlook for the next 13 and a half hours?
Oh, we actually only have 2. It's Athena and Minerva. But we're just looking to keep doing what we're doing. Hopefully nobody else is going to get stuck in the pit limiter. So please, I'm really hoping nobody needs a wheel change like I did. But other than that, we're just going to keep doing what we're doing. As I said, Joe's in the car right now. Joe's really consistent over his stint. So is Bree. They're going to swap they're going to swap stints for a while, and then in the morning Rachel will get back in and it'll be all guns blazing from there. I unfortunately won't be getting back in the car. I am going to be at work tomorrow morning before the race even finishes, so that'll be even more nail biting for me when I'm trying to sneak a little look at the broadcast to see how they're doing in between bits of work. But I don't know, we'll see how it goes. As for the Minerva team, I think they're just going to keep trying their best to keep it clean as much as they can and climb up as far as they can through the night as well.
Well, Georgie, once again, a lot said there, a lot of good information. Thank you very much for your time. good luck the rest of the way for you and your organization tonight.
Thank you so much.
Once again, taking time to speak with Georgie McKay. That with Prismatic in this one. Take a look at the 290. Some pretty colors as the glow goes off from their car.
Yeah, look at James here in that 290 machine. Got the nice glow in the background. Look at just a bit of a smirk. You see James enjoying himself, having a good time here. And beautiful colors in that room. You see the green glow in the background, some green in the gloves, and the smart lights. I believe it's going to be with the wave effect going on. So it's a nice calming space here for the 290 machine. And of course, JP, during those couple of interviews, we saw lots more contact happening across the track, some single car spins, some contact between two cars. So it is not exactly quiet here in the nighttime at Silverstone.
No, it's definitely not quiet. That's an understatement with this. But there's a lot of things that go bump in the night here at this racetrack, and it's just a matter of trying to limit the bumps. Apparently, he's been trying to eat some mince pie is the reason this has been requested, by the way, throughout all of this. Not sure how you eat pie while driving, but there we go.
You only got probably, I would think, one spot, right, JP? That'd be between turns 8 and 9. There's a bit of a straightaway there, or maybe between 14 and 15. Your only real straightaways you're going to be allowed to eat anything here, I would think, but let's see if he can pull it off.
I'm curious if apparently they said to watch for the pit stop, if I'm understanding this correctly.
Oh,
well,
okay. If you have pit stop coming, that's a good time to do it.
I mean, we'll have to keep an eye on this if this is going to be actually the case here. I'm very intrigued. He's apparently what he has been pointing at as we're showing this, by the way, is, oh, I got one on my desk. As in a pie.
Yeah, I mean,
he's reaching for the pie out of the corner.
Oh, that's some confidence. I'm a firm believer in two hands on the wheel at all times. It's like the keep all arms and legs inside the roller coaster at all times. I'm a firm believer in two hands on the steering wheel if you don't mind. But hey, if you feel confident enough to reach over there and grab the pie, go for it, my dude.
Just don't cause an incident trying to, well, do this.
That would be the worst commentator curse of all time in a way, right?
Yeah, he just hit a few laps ago, and now he's taking this swig of the water. So there's a lot that drivers have to do while they're driving, to say the very least. Why don't we move away from this? We have a lot of questions from a team that's had a lot of trouble the past few hours. Alpha Esports, Nigel Jobling is now standing on by. Nigel, first things first, thank you for time to speak with us. Second things second, what's happened from going from second to spiraling down the pylon for your organization, it seems?
It's been a bit of a long race so far. We've had quite a few challenges, especially with traffic. I know, like, during my stint, traffic was definitely a massive thing. And obviously, I think for me, I just didn't have the pace. But yeah.
So overall, what's been the team's kind of confidence level after going from second to having the spins to having a couple penalties now, as things have almost, as we were describing, snowballed for you guys?
Funnily enough, everyone still seems to be with high hopes. We've got Stan in the car now, who we're hoping is going to hopefully claw back some positions where he can. So everyone's still happy, everyone's still joyful in the team, and yeah, it's looking good, all right, in terms of team morale.
Well, in terms of the organization, more for a positive outlook, what's it been like being a part of this year's event here for Britcar?
It's been interesting. It's been really good. There's a lot of good drivers out there, and just the whole mix with the GT3s and the GT4s at Silverstone there. It's been an interesting mix, and I've been enjoying it so far.
Overall, what's been the main thing that stood out to you this year's Britcar that you've had a lot to battle for, but also in terms of the strategy in general for your organization? What's that been like in terms of this, knowing what's been going on?
I think the biggest thing is that there's a lot of pace difference sort of between our drivers. So how do we juggle that? Where can we put our best drivers in the best possible position? So we're just going to see how our strategy develops as the night goes on.
Indeed here. So what are things now looking like for you in the organization for the next 13 hours, 30 or so minutes?
Probably gonna rethink my driving for the next stint. I'm in about a couple hours, so I'm gonna relax, maybe sleep, and then get in the car later tonight.
Well, simply to the point here, Nigel, on those marks. Well, let you get back to your team. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you.
Nigel Jobling, keeping to the point, to say the very least. Very on point and very tight to the chest, it almost felt like, Derek.
Yeah, but the good news in a way, though, what we took away from that is it's still very positive. I mean, you kind of made some valid points where that team's really had an hour or two where things have just kind of fallen apart, and there's a lot of teams who maybe wouldn't do the interview, or in the interview would found very depressed, very down, very sad, very frustrated. But he's like, hey, listen, we're still, all positive, we're motivated, we know anything can happen. And that really is sort of the best tagline ever for endurance racing, right? Is anything can happen. Speaking can happen, watch this. Here's Jan Duffner. Just got looped around by themselves and going to be okay as that 15 machine there. But, I'm happy to hear that. I mean, and it's okay to be tight-chested. Sometimes, listen, you don't want to say everything. I'm also a firm believer in don't revealing everything. It's often one of my least favorite parts of sim racing is how loose-lipped everyone can be in the middle of a race about, well, I'd like to make this adjustment, or we're going to do this, or we're going to do that, because, listen, different teams are watching the broadcast. That's how you and I are getting notes about some things, as teams are saying, hey, can you mention this, or can you promote that, or, here's what happened to my car 10 laps ago that maybe you missed. And so I'm okay with being a little close to the chest on some of the details.
Yeah, don't blame them with how things have gone at portions of this race. But keep an eye on some of the other cars, including Aztec. James continues on with the pies. Already apparently munched down on those during the pit stop a few laps ago. Right now, 14th position. They have some battlers closing in, though. Prismatic Motorsports Athena's in this grouping. They're also dealing with others like the traffic to deal with in this one. So there are a couple people to make this a close fight in this pack.
Yeah, close pack indeed is what we got here, and is everyone kind of being patient with one another. We see some contact tonight. I will say I'm kind of impressed, JP, in the 3 hours you and I have been here in the booth together. We've only really seen maybe, one incident that was really sketchy. As far as a car parked in the middle of a track, everything has been kind of 1 or 2 car incidents. Nothing's been, I guess a major calamity, if you will.
Well, losing your full headlights was major calamity, I'll say that.
Yeah, that's what I was referring to. Yeah, but I'm saying other than that, there's really not been anything that comes to mind as far as more than a 2-car contact.
Yeah. So it has been still some incidents that flared up over the night time as things go bump. Again, in less than 20 minutes, Nolan Rempo and Brad Dalton will bump their way into the commentary booth. We'll see those take over the next hour afterwards before things move on towards the midway point of this year's ButtKicker Britcar 24-hour at Silverstone, should say. Still, things continue to equate themselves here. It's going to become the question over this period on how these drivers carry themselves forward into the second half of the race. We've already seen a lot of people bump their way down the pylon.
Yeah, and a few people bumped themselves up as well because of that. So lots of movement up and down the pylon. But as we get about 20 minutes to go, JP, you're going to end your stint here in commentary for the ButtKicker 24-hour Britcar. So I'm going to put you on the spot. If you could look into your crystal ball for a second, what do you think? First off, put you on 2 different spots. 1, who wins? And 2, what do you think we should look forward to in the next 12 hours?
wins. My favorite's still WSR Esports ButtKicker right now.
What about the GT4 side?
On the GT4 side, that one's a bit more up in the air because Altitude has a very fast Gold Star driver. But still, they have to equate themselves now that they've had different drivers put in. They also have to face different drivers like Alex Gao for the time being. It's a toss-up between the top two. I don't know if I can make a pick yet, Derek.
Right. And what do you think the one or two major storylines will be in the next 12 hours?
Will the strategy work out for Altitude on the speed? Better yet, how will some of the recovery drives go, especially after penalties for drivers like effect simulations? Alpha now down to 10th place. What comes to mind on some of your storylines that you're keeping an eye on for the next few hours? Because you still have more stints after this too.
Yeah, I'm going to take a 2-hour break, and Brad will be back with Brad in a couple hours. I think the biggest storyline upcoming of all things is when the sun comes up. Man, you and I both know that when the sun comes up in an endurance race, something happens. There's this switch that gets ticked off. I think people forget how to drive on hotter racetracks. They forget how to drive without full grip, and things can happen. You don't ever. It's just cars get spun around, cars get hit. You know, drivers become slow. It's like Bizarro World happens, and I think when the sun comes up is probably the major story. I agree with you that the pit strategies, we've seen a lot of teams trying different strategies to see what works out or what doesn't. We'll see how that goes. But I think when the sun comes up, which will be probably after I'm out of the booth, so I'm excited for the guys who get to cover that, as we're seeing some amazing racing here on track.
Oh, and some RG barginess on track. Prismatic getting nearly shoved out of the way in their battle right now with Aztec. Now wanting to get alongside, trying to squeeze them down to the middle, have lap traffic behind as well, side by side as they work their way through Brooklands. Looking like it's going to be Aztec holding on for the time being, but it's going to be from the outside. Still side by side peaking, Joe Mumford cutting across the curbing, trying to set up the run this time.
He is not letting up. I mean, he is doing everything he can to stay involved, stay active. Kind of in a way, a word I like to use a lot, JP, is be a menace, right? He's not making contact. He's not even coming close to making contact, but he's being a menace and making his presence felt there on track. He's just sort of trying to press the issue, see if he can make a mistake happen almost. Oh my gosh, almost contact right there, though. Are they bump drafting? It's hard to tell.
James Smugglescale no longer eating those pies, just up on the wheel at the moment. Now going full defensive, does not want to give up 14th spot on the racetrack. Another peak from Prismatic.
That is a beautiful shot right there back through the spoiler of this car. It almost took me a second to recognize what it was, sadly, because of the way it's lighting up from the different headlights. But that's a great, backwards view. And I think there may be some bumping going on there, JP. I'm not sure if it's bump drafting or if it's just a little bit of a... Is that almost more of like an oval style bump and run we're seeing? I don't know, but it feels a tiny bit aggressive.
I don't think you can see an oval bump and run cleanly normally in the road courses. You do not want to see a bump and run in a road course car. And looking like they're going to have to let some of the traffic go, by the way. That is RAF needing to go and breaking up the battle for now.
That moment of excitement's going to end right there, but that was getting interesting to see how that was going to shape out. Be right, RAF is going to get in the middle here, and at least for temporarily, will break these two cars apart.
Yeah, but how cordial will they be right now for now? Somebody stopped on the racetrack. Didn't get the number plate, but that was close on contact for the 487 again. So near contact in that situation. That was gravel trap again. We just received word and another self spin.
And there it is. That's going to be it. Oh, just way too hot in the corner. And Jack Tolshard again, P30. And we saw Jack earlier. And then here's Jan Duffner. Again, spun around.
Yeah, off the other Aztec machine. Still, the buffer being held on to for now by at least 6 car lanes, and a chance for Aztec Racing to try and draft away by utilizing the Royal Air Force car.
Yeah, beautiful way to save some gas here possibly and get behind that car and see if you can save yourself. I mean, listen, sometimes, we think of saving gas as, can you save a lap? Sometimes that's not important. Sometimes you think, hey, man, I'm whatever, a tenth of a lap, 2/10 of a lap short on gas if I can make it around. So let me get behind this car. Any small bit helps. And even if you don't save that lap of fuel, JP, you save how long you're on pit road because it's less fuel you need to put in the car.
Yeah. More time you can save on pit road, the more speed for later on and for the calculation for the end of the race. Pit road party, by the way, starting up as another change. Eric Roseth has now jumped into the race-leading WSR Esports ButtKicker car. By the way, not to add the potential fog, there is potential of more fog in the area. The fog in the forecast is within an hour from now, so there's a chance we see more fog for the nighttime conditions.
Ooh, and that has to be scary for the drivers to know. I mean, this track, as we saw multiple times, already not that well lit, and now we're going to add some fog, and we're going to kind of, decrease the use of the headlights. So it'll get a little sketchy as the night goes on, if in fact that fog does move through. Now, I can tell you, JP, as I look through the weather forecast, the good news for the drivers, up through about 2:45 a.m. virtual sim time, so about, 4 hours from now, no threat of rain in the forecast.
Do have a second battle forming up, by the way. TSRC Esports and Cube Controls Pro Corsa are closing up to each other as well in an air battle. That is for 5th in GT4. So 2 different battles for the battle box. 2 different parts of the racetrack at the moment. More towards the final sector in one half of the racetrack, in towards the middle sectors for the other.
Yeah, 2 different races going on, so we'll get the split box going on here, and you can watch which one you want to see live, or watch them both if you have the ability to multitask that well. And great battles going on both screens, JP.
Brilliant battling so far on both screens. How about some side-by-side battling? Probably one of the Aztec entries. A peek to the inside by Prismatic on the top screen. Now trying to set up with the crossover. Now trying to set up with the dive bomb, in fact. And now the traffic, squeezed behind the traffic, using the traffic of DCW Racing Blue as a pick.
Yeah, that was a sketchy moment right there, because that could have went really poorly. You see the flashing headlights there, maybe an apology, maybe not an apology. It's hard to tell what a pair of flashing headlights means to some people.
Yeah, the pick play coming in like a treat right there. So they continue to work around the racetrack now in the top box. They separate out with Prismatic taking it by force to get up to 12th position on the racetrack. Bottom screen, meanwhile, still keeping an eye on the GT4s, and Drew Pike still holding on by 1.1 seconds. Separation still keeping right now for the time being Cube Controls, trying to find a way to get back up on those controls with a lot of traffic around them.
Yeah, doing a great job here. Looking at the bottom of the screen, seeing that green car is coming into the picture. They want to get that pass made, and they do. They get up there and get in front and make it happen.
Yeah, going to take a little bit more time to close up the gap fully right now, but right now it's looking like things have stagnated out with traffic in between them in front of the involving the DCW orange car for the time being.
Well, Well, Jake, as you and I kind of begin to wrap up this 3-hour stint, I think it would be remiss not to say it's been exciting 3 hours. We've seen lots of strategies come and go. We've seen some black flags maybe put some end to some strategies. We've seen some contact happen that's kind of put people behind the 8 ball. But you're right. The one story that's been consistent has been the dominance of WSR at the top of the field.
Been like that throughout the entire 6 hours so far. BRT has had different strategies in terms of the long game, in terms of fuel strat. Keep in mind, one person gave good note, having to gain 40 seconds back at one point for BRT. That's going to be very difficult to be able to close out fully now on their strategy to be in position for the race win. Still keeping an eye on some of the battles with Nomad Academy involved in this one. Nomad Academy in 7th. For the time being, trying to find a way to sort themselves out. Right now, right in the wings behind them is Glass Tech. Glass Tech has been bounced around a fair bit throughout this run and still has a chance to move up to 7th before the end of the hour's out.
Yeah, that's a great point to make. I mean, we said when it came into the booth that these battles have been close. I mean, right now, both classes actually 14 seconds apart for both GT3 and GT4. So here we are now coming into the 13-hour mark of the race. 3 hours later when I said it the first time. And I'm impressed at how close these battles are for the lead here in this 24-hour endurance race, the ButtKicker Britcar 24.
A little bit of close call now, once again, with some more of the traffic navigation. Around the 31 machine, 31 car driven with Connexus Motorsports. Still setting things up for a potential drafting play. Nomad Academy trying to block before they get to the lap traffic in big time. They're not playing games here with this traffic. They do not want to give up the spot. They do not want to fall back one more spot on the pylon, and now they have a hornet's nest around them.
And there's lots of different games being played here, if you will, use that term. And you know, there's one car is trying to get ahead and use the lap traffic as more of a moving chicane or a moving pick, if you will. The other cars don't want to let it happen, so they're being more aggressive. And there's lots of different mind games all going on at once here, and they're starting to sort it out.
Just trying to sort out the mind games with how things are looking right now. For the time being, still a few minutes away from the swap over. Those curious at the moment. There was a crash, by the way, gravel traffic prismatic. He drove by through Stowe. As yikes.
Is that like the third time? Wasn't Tolshard the car we saw without headlights earlier, or do I have my names confused?
Yep, that's the one.
Yeah, that means that's the third time in the last hour I think we've seen Jack have an issue. We saw him again have a self-spin, I think just after the last interview we did, and now we see him again. Here's Aria Best from their point of view, P28 and the number 128. So, boy, the night for Jack Tolshard has gone just really downhill in the past hour, JP.
Yeah, not a great hour for that organization at all. One of the last cars running in GT3 here today. Some of the GT3s still continue to fiercely battle it out. Nomad still holding on in front of Glass Tech. Glass Tech cannot find a way to build up the run quite yet as they make the way up the Hainer Straight.
Not sure if they want to make the pass. Never mind. I started to say it, and then they proved me wrong right there. That's all I can do to make it happen is say something. That black and orange car now dig into the inside of the corner, and nope, cannot complete the pass, but tried as hard as they could to the number 29 machine.
Flames popping out for the Glass Tech entry as they try and get the diamond down. Still, Glass Tech just cannot seem to get the angles right in some of these corners, and that's really hurting them for their chance to fully close up this gap.
Yeah, it is hurting them, and it's almost like at some point they might just want to consider sitting back in fuel saving and passing later because of how hard it's become to make the pass here at this track and the portions of the track they're trying at least, but I'm sure that's not the move they're going to make.
Yeah, just waiting for the right spot has to be a critical thing, right? A lot of passes today out of the Wellington Straight have been critical through to Brooklands. But it's not quite as simple as, oh, we're in Brooklands, it's passing time. You need to be able to hit the right corners, the corners right, should say, if you want a chance to make a move in Brooklands, for example.
Well, you definitely want to be aggressive on your way to Brooklands, and you want to make any passes you can, because there's definitely no sleep till Brooklands.
We're not talking about a New York minute, to say the very least, with Brookland. But
I'm definitely in a New York state of mind right now.
More traffic in front, and that involves some of the battling we were seeing earlier for GT4. Glass Tech trying to tiptoe the way around some of the lap traffic for the time being. And that's going to cost them some time. Nomad got the cleanest out of anybody through that, by the way. It is the Cube Controls car that's moved up since the poke away from them up to the 5th position. So as time ticks away here, Derek, your final thoughts before we get ready for the swap over for the next grouping of people in the broadcast booth.
I think in the past 3 hours, consistency has paid off. That's why WSR is still up front and BRT is still chasing them down. Those have been the two most consistent teams, you know, minute by minute, hour by hour in the past 3 hours you and I have been working together here. But that's my biggest takeaway, honestly. And I think it's also about this, as with any endurance race, it's better to be safer than to be fast. We've seen that multiple times with cars involved in multiple incidents or multiple spins, that pushing the car is often not the way to win these races. So I'm with you. I think WSR has a pretty good lock on this race right now. I mean, that gap moves from about 10 seconds up to deeper when the pit cycles happen. For the GT4 race, I don't know, JP. It can be anyone. I mean, right now there's 4 cars on the lead lap. It could be any of them, or heck, even that car one lap down maybe, who could end up winning that GT4 class. I'm just not as convinced that race is settled.
Yeah, that GT4 race go either way. It is Satellite's direction by 5 seconds, though. But all it's going to take is a driver swap, and then you see a rapid gain once again, potentially. Or we see strategy close that gap back up again. It really depends, you'd have to think. So we'll have to see what happens there. But we're at the top of the hour, which means it's time to say goodbye to myself, Justin Prince, Derek Watson for the next little bit. But now it's time for our next broadcast crew to jump into the booth. Nolan Rempel alongside Brad Dalton will now take you through the next hour of coverage to the midway point. Nolan.
Thank you, Justin, and welcome back to RaceSpotTV. The ButtKicker Britcar, 24 hours of Silverstone, still with just over 13 hours of racing action left. Brad, it's been a good one, and we've seen this battle for 7th year nearly come to blows a couple of times over the last couple minutes.
Yeah, good evening, good morning, good afternoon, everybody, wherever you're at in the world. This has been an exciting race, and even though I haven't been directly in the broadcast booth, I'll tell you right now, I've had this on in the background pretty much all day, keeping tabs on the battles that have not slowed down. It's been up, down, all the way around. There's been plenty of action. GT4s went around, GT3s have went around, and in the end, I believe they said it best just before that consistency is key, and consistency has really played its part for many, many drivers today.
No, it absolutely has. And I mean, that's the big thing when you get to endurance racing, right? It's not about how fast you can be in that one lap or even the 1 hour mark. It's how consistent can you be throughout the course of an entire day and an entire night. And right now, that's been a significant challenge for several drivers up and down throughout this field. There you can see 3rd place right now in your GT4 category. The Castillos Racing team, they're having a good run of it themselves. Right now, still on the lead lap for the GT4 category, but they are a good distance back from the Satellite Racing GT4 crew. Of course, Altitude Esports still about 15 seconds off the mark with Jack Jeffries, as in fact, there you see Gabriel Yilmaz going around. One of the BMWs sliding off the racetrack. Believe that just took place moments ago at the loop, as he'll get himself up and right for Aintree and set himself up for the Wellington Straight. More cars in a pit road, and in fact, that's the very same BMW we just saw off the racetrack.
Yeah, coming in, definitely not going to be happy from that spin. Take some time, reset, get the tires together, and get things back going again. It's been a game of attrition for everyone here, and, you know, this is the hard part of the race for me. It's the nighttime. This is where everyone tends to let their focus slip a little bit. This is where you tend to just sort of settle in and you're running through, but it's where you can't afford to. This is really where races can be won or be lost. You can make up laps. You can lose entire races. You can bend the car and just call it a night. It's something that, especially at Silverstone can be such a technical, tricky track, even though it's a track that everyone who runs sim racing in any capacity, it's on that list that, you know, I like to say that every sim racer should have a binder. They should have a list of tracks that they just kind of flip through and they say, oh, Silverstone, give me whatever car I can put a lap in. I understand the track. Oh, Spa is another one of those. You know, this is one of those tracks that even if you're half asleep and you're not feeling it and you're trying to eat a pie while you drive down the straights, you still need to be able to put in a competitive lap.
Oh, absolutely. It's a track that almost from the surface, when you're looking at this place, looks simple, right? Not a lot of elevation change. A lot of the corners, they seem very clinical, but boy, this track is anything but simple. By the way, quick correction on that. That was not a scheduled pit stop for the Aztec Racing number 390. They were serving a stop-go penalty from an incident that they caused earlier on in this race. And in fact, I think they might have just caused another one. Meanwhile, Andrew Pike on board the TSRC Esports number 99 Aston Martin. And these are some of the guys that we have been seeing embroiled a little bit of a battle of their own. They are still going to be keeping up with that force just in front of them. These GT4 cars, right? This is always where that difficulty tends to come in, though. How do you manage to get around them? And lap traffic with GT4s is especially brutal. They don't have a lot of drafting power like the GT3s do.
They don't at all. And I will say personally, for me, when I run any sort of racing event, GT4 is where I find myself. I don't tend to like to jump into the faster class. If it's a GT3, GT4 mix, I like to run the GT4. And I will tell you right now, the scariest thing as a GT4 is knowing that there's lap traffic around and you're trying to run through, but then you also have GT3s that are just kind of passing you like you're sitting still. You can put up a little bit more of a fight with it than you would think. But again, there's not a lot of draft there. There's, you know, not a lot of power to give in the GT4 compared to the GT3s, but it tends to produce closer racing, as we can see right now with TSRC Esports, 1.7 seconds back off of that 888 of cube controls, and they are going to just keep closing that gap as they can. It's all about that consistency, that steadiness, and again, we just passed 13 hours to go, over 11 hours of racing, and you're in a chance of the top 5 by 1.8 seconds. It's all about keeping your head up and making sure you pay attention to blue flags, pay attention to cars around, and just help keep your race moving as much as possible.
BRT up in the GT3 category, coming down to pit road. This year, the battle for 5th in your GT4 category. Cube Controls have so far been running a pretty consistent race in of themselves. That 888 car has had some good speed. Of course, TSRC, though, they've been right around where they qualified earlier today for the most part. I tell you what, I mean, this race so far, though, it's been good. And you heard them mentioning it just before we came in as well. No chance of rain, but there is going to be quite a bit of at least light fog. That's expected to roll in somewhere around 11:45 in sim time. That is about 30 minutes from now. And that was the Aztec Racing BMW. They had just come out of pit road. Literally that same lap from serving a stop-go penalty, getting collected with a prismatic Audi.
Yeah, that is not gonna be anyone's good day. That was a solo slide too. That was just the rear end lost the grip here. We were out on board with that number 48 of Joe, and yeah, it looks like just loses a bit of grip. And then, well, 2 cars can't be in one place at the same time, and that's the result, unfortunately.
It's an unfortunate result, and they might have another penalty coming their way before too long. Another stop-go penalty that we have just... No, sorry, this is a 30-second stop-go penalty. And this is going out to the number 46 car, I believe. That would be the Gravel Trap Racing UK Ferrari. They're going to get set to come down to pit road, and that is because of causing collision and dangerous driving. I believe that, Brad, would be for that crash up into Stowe that we had seen, where they kind of just straight lined the corner and drove right into the side of a BMW.
That is indeed what that one is for. That is for Stowe. So that is not even looking at that exit or anything else that we just saw. That 30 seconds is specifically for Stowe, and that is painful to see here on. But again, still over halfway of this race to go. 12 hours, 54 minutes. It's something you can make up, but you've got to you got to buckle it in at this point. When you start having moments like that and you're getting handed big stop-go penalties like that, that's the point where everybody in the team needs to kind of reset and say, okay, we've had this moment. We need to just put the head down, get the laps under us, and get back in this race.
Take a look, by the way, at this big battle going on right now. This is for the number 2 spot in GT4, and it's actually traded hands since the start of this lap, as Will Dames for the Gustos Racing team has just gotten around Jack Jeffries for Altitude Esports by Sim Stickers, and this was that pass for the number 2 spot. That is a brave lunge, and again, I believe that was coming down into Village, turn 3 of the racetrack. Not a place you often see moves being made, but hey, he saw the door open and he kicked it right down.
If car, gap. If gap, car. That is how that works here, especially at Silverstone. It's a lot of people talk about the traditional passing places into Stowe, kind of going down the Wellington Straight into Brooklands. Cops Corner, you're not supposed to pass in Cops Corner. We see it work time and time again. But Village is one that I think it's an underutilized opportunity to pass, and it's something that if you can set things up correct through Abbey and Farm and you get to Village, you can really have a good passing opportunity and get the run out of Aintree into the Wellington Straight. It's something that, again, it's just that track knowledge, that track comfort, and sometimes risk versus reward really comes into play with that as well. If it's a risky move, just don't make it. Sometimes it's better, especially, again, you're in a 24-hour race with 12 hours to go. Just settle in and slide behind and just let it go for another time.
Will Dave's doing a good job on hanging on from Jack Jeffries as well for the time being. They have now caught up to one of the back markers of the GT4 category. That is Ethan Curley right now. I think 6 laps down from the lead lap runners. So it should be a pass that's done fairly easily. And sure enough, Curley's just going to lift out and let them both take that position into Brooklands. Oh, that's caused Dames to go a little bit wide, though. Switching back for Lovefield. I think if Jeffries was a little bit further back, he might have been able to get him on the over-under switch back there through Lovefield. He was just too far alongside. He ended up having to lift and cost himself momentum just to get in line.
Yeah, that was a beautiful executed pass there, just taking advantage of that moment and knowing, okay, I can set this up here, I can get this pass done and get things settled in. Very, very good opportunity. Very good heads-up driving, I must say, too. As we go down, we continue around and using traffic to kind of help pick your way through. It's a good way to do it.
So Porsche v Mercedes, as we'll work our way through the Maggots Beckett's complex and out through Chapel. He is close to the back end. He could have a look here down the hangar straight to Stowe if he could just get close enough. Closing still all the way down the straight. Doesn't make the look to the right. No. Brakes a little bit earlier. I kind of like this, right? I mean, I think Jack Jeffries realizes still a long way to go. We're not even at the halfway point. Not any point in trying to go for that big of a risk. I guarantee you, though, if we're in the last hour of this race, he's making that move any day of the week.
Yeah, and again, this is that sort of, confidence of risk versus reward and weighing out the pros and cons of making, again, what could be a little bit scarier of a move as opposed to, you know, just sending things through. It's not necessarily going to be a clean, simple, send it through pass. You're going to have to really work for it, and it could end up with both cars in a barrier. With this much time left on the clock in the dead of night, there's no sense in really forcing that through, risking throwing the whole race away. As the wipers come on there, and I didn't think we were going to get any rain, but I know fog is in the forecast as we go through, and you know, we watch the Porsche here continue behind, just settle in. I think this is one of those moments you settle in, you follow through, see if you can't work together to catch up to that leader 15 seconds ahead.
Got another Audi GT3 closing in on the back end as well. They should be able to let him by relatively easy. Still at least no rain for at least the next 4 hours or so. So they are going to be relatively safe here. Oh, that's a bit of a brave look as Will James actually cutting off Stanley Deslandes there for the Alpha Esports Audi GT3. And you just saw him duck by on the right-hand side, not wanting to give Jack Jeffries any kind of momentum to open up a door. I think he realizes if he leaves that door too open, he's going to do the exact same thing that Dames did, and that is take advantage of it.
Yep, and that is what you've got to be wary of, is leaving the door open. This is the point in this race that it's, again, heads down, hard driving, and just hit your marks, hit the apex, nail your racing line, nail your braking points, and honestly, I wouldn't even focus on the fact that you have a car less than 2/10 behind you. My big worry would be that GT3 traffic coming around, and I would just heads down, hit the marks, drive to the Delta, and just get through this night. This is, again, the nighttime I find is the most dangerous in any sort of endurance racing capacity. It's the time where drivers tend to make the most costly mistakes and lose the focus that they've carried so well. And there's a number of reasons that go into that, but realistically, that is the fight. It's, you're fighting the cars around you, but you're also fighting yourself. So keep in mind that he's back there, but I wouldn't let it change the way I'm driving. And it looks like we're doing a very, very good job here with Will Dames of just not letting the Porsche behind affect his line, affect how he's driving. He is just hitting the marks, he's doing the runs, and Jack Jeffries is just responding appropriately, looking for any sort of a moment.
They were on board with Jeffries there for a couple of laps, and I think that does a really good job of really showing just how busy it can sometimes be, even when you've settled into the long haul like this. And there you see one of the Ferraris going around. In fact, there's a whole host of GT3 traffic, none of them battling with one another. All of them are different laps. They're just trying to pick their way through. It's a very touchy spot of the racetrack to do that as well. This is going to break up this fight. But now, Will Dames being put a little bit offline for the exit of Luffield. And Jeffries trying to squeeze BMW out. Oh, he's going to turn him. Ooh. Off the track goes the prismatic BMW into the wall right on the exit of Woodco. That's going to be one that's going to be looked at. I have to say, that BMW was alongside. There was no reason for Jeffries to turn in like that.
Not at all, and I'll want to see another replay of that at least to really get that down. Here we go. And yeah, that was, I mean, they really should have ran that side by side. I think that's a case of someone wanting to drift wide, someone wanting to hug someone in, and unfortunately, again, the rule is 2 into 1 doesn't go, and somebody has to lose out on it, and unfortunately, it is that BMW that is going to take the hit there and just send it on through the gravel, or, well, we're in the UK, so you can call it kitty litter.
He didn't even really track out, though. I mean, he was fully up against the right side of the racetrack. He went, if he goes any further over to the right, that car's in the grass. I mean, there was nowhere else he could have possibly gone. Jeffries left with no room to work with.
Yeah, that was, I mean, that was a squeeze in both ways. That's essentially the equivalent of waking up in the morning and squeezing an orange in your hand, and just picture that orange instead being 2 race cars, 2 GT4 cars, because that is exactly how that just happened. And unfortunately, it's, again, you got to buckle down, put the head down, and just focus on the race. It could have been one that you would have been a little bit better just to let someone by.
Well, take a look at this. This is going to show real well. So at this point, Best is in there. I mean, Best has full right to the line at this point in time. He's over on the right-hand side. And look at where that grass is. There is absolutely nowhere that he can take this. You can still see Jeffries is pinching him right into the right-hand side. And again, this is about where they make contact for the first time. Where is that BMW supposed to go? I don't understand what the thought process was in trying to squeeze him in like that.
I'm gonna be honest, I don't know that there was a thought process. That could have been just total misjudgment of a gap. That could have been a, I'm on my line, I'm trying to go, and just not thinking there. That's yeah, that one's gonna be discussed quite a bit. And again, another amazing overhead replay, and you can see just Jeffries, I almost feel like Jeffries just lost concentration for a second.
Huge props to our producer, Hugo Luis, for being able to give us those great angles. Really, I think showing just how severe that really was. I mean, discussions can be had all the time. I think it's open and shut. That should be an easy one if that gets protested. I don't know why it wouldn't. I think we've just seen a swift end to our battle for second in the GT4 category for the time being. So, of course, you still got that Prismatic Motorsports BMW that's going to try to reset himself. But for now, still other fights out on the racetrack. And I believe at this point in time, we are tracking the Aztec racing machine. The 290 has had some issues as well. They've got one of the Audis, that's Alfie Bevan from Project Not Last, just behind them. Well, good news, Project Not Last. You are far from last as it stands. Right now, James Smegascale, the driver that has been known as the Mince Pie Man up here in the broadcast booth, I think at this point in time, trying to chase down Joe Mugford in the Prismatic Motorsports Audi just up the road.
Yeah, and as we continue to watch Pie Man here make the run through, I love the fact that I had to walk away for a minute, and as soon as I came back to watch the broadcast and get caught up and see what things had happened while I had missed and ate dinner and, you know, gotten myself together, I came back to watching a driver eating pie and driving a car and watch this battle through with Aztec Racing here going around and making that move through. That is 13th place in the GT3 category. That is just very well holding on. But yeah, Pie Man just doing Pie Man things. I don't know how else to phrase that.
I find it funny that was the first thing you saw, because that was also one of the first things I had seen when I popped in here as well, trying to get caught up on everything. It's incredible what drivers will sometimes do when they get hungry, right? I mean, if the stomach wants food, it must be sated. It will not rest until it has been. I've eaten on broadcast before, you know, during longer endurance racing stints of 6, 8, 10 hours, you know. Eating and driving is a new one.
I mean, don't get me wrong. We watch professional drivers like in NASCAR. If you've ever watched NASCAR, and yeah, I'm showing my American here, but if you watch NASCAR, it's a moment of, you know, hey, hand me a granola bar through the window net on my next pit stop. And they do that. And that's, you know, that's one thing I can understand. But racing around Silverstone, that's a whole new level. But again, if food hunger food. Like, that's just, you have to eat.
Right now, we are tracking the RD Sim Sport number 258 Mercedes AMG GT4. That is Christopher Smith. In a bit of a heavy battle right now. This was actually, this is a battle currently going on, I believe, for about 11th in the GT4 category, and that did trade hands. Wayne Nick over DCW Racing Blue came under fire. That actually started as a pass around the outside of turn 1 and secured from the inside of 2 and through 3 as well. So it was a brave lunge from the 258 to get around the 42 car there, but a great move at that.
Yeah, and watching the 42 car here that is just running around, you know, again, just get the time off of the clock here in the endurance race. That is the big goal. If somebody wants to, you know, send it around the outside like Christopher Smith did in the 258, sometimes it's better to just let them just kind of lean off the throttle, help facilitate that pass. And that's something that you hear talked about with blue flags. But that is something I would say, if you're getting passed for position in a race and you know, like, oh, that's maybe not the best move for someone to be making with 12 hours plus to go in a race, just go ahead and lift off the throttle, live to fight another day. It's not necessarily, you don't need to be elbows out every millimeter of a race. And that's something that I think sometimes drivers forget about, is that there's something so long going on. Again, drivers though here, they're going to remember that, and you'll see that, but every once in a while you'll see a driver kind of be like, I don't want to get past at all, and they'll just throw the elbows out, and well, you end up with a BMW and a barrier out of left field.
So the DCW race machine continuing on. I believe we may have just seen the Mercedes that was involved in this battle pull down a pit road. In fact, we did. RD Simsport pulling down into the pits, trying to go for a bit of an undercut strategy to maybe get around the DCW Racing blue entry. The orange entry DCW Racing is still on the way as well. Here is, Wayne Nickel getting tipped around. That was the DCW Racing blue entry, and I think that might have been what put them into this battle, and they've almost made contact again with another GT3 Ferrari in live pictures.
Yeah, watching down there in the bottom right live as that goes along, and keeping eyes here, Matteo Tonello in P16, that number 92 Mercedes, having a solo spin there. We've seen a lot of that here tonight too. A lot of the tires just not wanting to grip on this Silverstone circuit. Not sure what that's about, but there's been plenty of drivers that have just kind of 2% too far, and it's caused the back end to come out.
About 20 minutes into the hour. We've got about 40 left before we are officially at the halfway mark in the ButtKicker Britcar 24 hours of Silverstone. It's been a solid drive for several cars in this field so far, and we're still tracking a good number of battles that have yet to get themselves sorted. I think right now the driver on focus just coming down the hangar straight there in towards in towards Stowe, finding myself kind of on the track map here. This is your current race leader, Eric Rousseff, for WSR Esports ButtKicker, the team that has been by far the most consistent of the night so far. They are right now about to put Michael Gravel another lap down for the Gravel Trap Race UK. That's a very brave corner to put a car another lap down into.
Yeah, that's a moment of just, hey, I'm in the zone, I'm getting things moving, sending things through, and watching this WSR Esports ButtKicker car just, again, absolutely pedal to the metal, sending things through. Over a minute in the lead here with 12 hours, 38 minutes left to go, and just continuing along, minding the business and doing exactly what needs to be done, just lap after lap here as we go back here with the number 46 that is just, at this point, running through, holding on. You see the leader go past, Michael Gravel here, Gravel Trap Racing UK, and you just follow things along.
Hello, hello.
Yeah, I was going to say, speaking of, we've got now Jack Tolkard coming on up to join us here in the RaceSpotTV broadcast booth. Jack, this has unfortunately not been the race for that number 46 entry so far this afternoon. Kind of talk us through how the race has gone for you and what the game plan is now that you're still in this fight.
So it's been a bit of a bad race, as you can tell. I've been kind of a last-minute entry into the team, to be fair. We had a driver drop out last minute, so even from the beginning of the race, I didn't even have my rig built. It was still in the car, so I had to build the rig when the race started. So that was a race in itself. But we've had a few incidents. Most of the time just trying to get used to the track. But the good news is we've now decided we're going to be a GT4 car. And I think we're on for a podium here, so good news.
Well, I mean, it's silver linings, right? I mean, you may as well still try to get a podium within the GT4 class. I don't think that car would clear tech inspection for a GT4 entry, but hey, we wouldn't be here if we're not for dreamers, right? Overall, though, I mean, you guys are still trying to power through, still trying to put down a good race so far. Do you have any spots you're hoping to ascertain within the GT3 category before the day's over?
I've already completed my goal of not being last of all the entrants. So, we're doing pretty well. If one or two people ahead of us have some big misfortunate accident, we end up 28th, I'd be pretty happy with that. But, being within 10 laps of the car ahead, that would be the goal.
Well, Jack, before I let you take off here, anybody you'd like to shout out for that number 46 entry?
Shout out to James for bringing me onto the team.
And a big thank to you as Jack for coming on up here and giving us a quick chat up in the booth.
Thank you very much. Have a good one, guys.
Still a long way to go and still progress to be made for the Gravel Trap Racing UK entry as we'll continue on steadily marching forward 1 foot at a time. 36 minutes remain before the halfway mark in this race. Have just gotten another penalty given down, stop-go penalty for the number 44 car. That is the DCW Racing Orange entry, currently running just on the cusp of the top 10 in the GT4 field. It was for not leaving enough racing room in a collision with the number 99 TSRC Esports Aston Martin GT4 earlier on.
Yeah, and I think we saw that. That was the move at the exit of Cops Corner. So I believe that was one that we showed here on the broadcast. But you can see that things are starting to group up again. Where every time we cut to a different car, I feel like here, we're seeing more pockets of cars show up here through the night. We're not really seeing any sort of strung out moves. We're not seeing cars, really just running their own thing. We're getting a lot of side-by-side action here. That's a bit of a tap there. I don't know that I'd be doing that there, Guy Edwards, but does anyways. RD Sim Sport 258 going through with the number 23 Aston Martin.
Yeah, that is a pretty hefty battle right now that is underway. This here for spots further down the racetrack, that is for the number 12 spot as it stands. And tell you what, Guy Edwards got aggressive in getting it done for the RD Sim Sport crew, but made that happen for the Mercedes, and that will bump the iSport GBR Aston Martin of Joel Taylor down to the 13th place spot within the GT4 category. Right now, RD Sim Sport's next target is going to be the DCW Racing Blue entry, but they are in fact, they're over half a lap ahead, so that's more of a long-term goal at this point for the race.
Yeah, that's the long-term sort of settle in and just knock off the lap times, keep things moving, keep things grooving, and move things along here as we follow that number 258 here of Guy Edwards. The RD Sim Sport car continues along and is just running its race here at this point and really just trying to settle in again, that half lap up. GT4s are producing a lot of good battles, and I touched on this a few minutes ago that the GT4s tend to be a little bit closer through in pace with battles, and you tend to see not as much spread come through that field here, especially in the nighttime. That tends to be where the GT4s really seem to shine, and a lot of that is just because they have to drive so heads up to avoid the GT3s that are coming around. As you can see going around now, we still follow that 258, and look at all of those red banners, all of those GT3s that are just making their way through the traffic as they go.
It's always a bit nerve-wracking when you see so many GT3s coming up in your mirror, because you have to imagine, right? Yeah, one or two might get around you cleanly, but the more there are, the higher the chances are that something is going to go awry, especially if you're in a battle for position yourself. Now, of course, RD Sim Sport has now really started to pull away from iSport, and they're not technically, I don't think, really in that battle anymore per se, at least not to the point where they have to worry about it. So they are able to let some of this traffic through without losing too much time, but it's always playing at the back of your mind. How do you try to arrange yourself so you won't find yourself in big problems later on in the race? Another car down to the pit road, that is the Team Loose X Spurwing entry that is down to the pit road. That is third from the GT3 field.
Yeah, dropping in, going into the pits here as they go down. Oh, there's a spin there for Matteo Tonello in P16. A good little whack of the barriers there with the back of that Mercedes. GT4, didn't see exactly who spun him there, but not ever what you want to see going backwards into the wall. And I say this a lot, that thankfully this is virtual racing, not real life racing, so no harms of any sort of, serious injuries through, but then again, I have seen drivers get injured on motion rigs or direct drive wheels.
Those direct drive wheels are no joke. You often have times do have people that will lift their hands off the wheel because it can genuinely wrench your hand. It can break a finger, dislocate a wrist. It's no joke. I mean, you can still get injured doing this stuff, so you still got to be cautious. Tonello had started the spin out by himself, and it was the the Team RedX.com Sim Sport number 15, 6th place GT3 field that kind of finished him off, but even without his help, that car was going around regardless.
Yeah, and again, it goes back to we've seen a lot of drivers that are just pushing the envelope of what the tires want to allow. They're really, really pushing that point, and it's just that one little centimeter, millimeter, one little inch of grip that's being lost that can send that car around. And you might have a chance to catch it, but at a track so technical like Silverstone, deceptively technical, you will slide that little bit, and if there's someone behind you, as soon as you start losing speed, they don't have time to react, and they can't magically just turn a different way to go away from you, and that can cause some big issues. We're watching again, this is the number 6 and 111 yet again that are battling through, as we have a GT3 pass through, and that is the pass for 3rd in GT4. So the 111 altitude esports driver getting through on Gusto Racing.
It really took the upper hand there, and of course that GT3 car made it 3 wide coming down into Stowe. Jack Jeffries fighting his way back up to the number 3 spot ahead of Oliver Newberry. Newberry, though, still within striking distance. If he can keep on here with the draft, might be able to have an answer for him later on what they are working right now for lap 311 as we continue to fight our way through the night hours. As it stands, though, Jack Jeffries, he's looking pretty rapid in that number 11 Porsche Cayman.
Yeah, Jack Jeffries definitely comfortable in the Porsche, and I will say the Porsche has a lot of characteristics that Silverstone likes. It's a very nimble car, and with the back and forth curves here at Silverstone, it's a car that you can really transfer the weight on and be comfortable with. And again, if you set it up just right, it's a dream to drive and just so enjoyable to take around Silverstone. So watching that 111 Porsche seem really solid here and start to pull a little bit of a gap going through against Oliver Newberry in the number 6 Mercedes. The Mercedes, of course, can be a little bit heavier in the front end, but it's still a lot of fun to run. So as we watch these two continue to battle through the night, I'm curious to see how that goes.
Got another driver waiting to stand by and give us a quick word. It'll be, of course, James Haskell for the CRS X-Kart Esports Ferrari. They are right now running down 23rd, 7 laps off the pace. James, same story as I feel like a lot of cars can say throughout the course of the night. Hasn't quite gone according to plan, but still very much in the fight if anybody else has problems.
Yeah, we're still there. The aim is to sort of get into that top 20 if we can. We think it's doable with the amount of time that's left. We've done endurances before, and and nothing's written until even the last hour. So yeah, looking for that. But we're currently enjoying the racing with the cars that are around us and the teams that are around us, because they're all names that we recognise. So it's really cool. There's a lot of battling going on between like the top in the mid-20s. There's good battle in there.
Right now, you are about a lap ahead of the Phoenix Sim Racing gang, about a lap behind you. Your next opponents up would be the Qatar Mass Motorsports machines. Still on their same lap, but they are almost a lap ahead of you as well. You mentioned you're looking confident, though. You're feeling strong here in these nighttime hours. How soon do you reckon you'll be able to fight your way up to that 63 car and start battling proper?
That's a good question. I think it does depend, but we've currently, our driver in the car at the moment is Paul, but we've actually got our quickest driver back in soon. So hopefully he's doing, I think, a double stint possibly. So that's going to definitely pull us up in the order a little bit. It did last time he was in the car. And then we've got an American and myself in for the rest of the race. Our other driver, Josh, who's not actually done any driving yet. So he's going to be with me while we drive through the night into the early hours of the morning.
Well, it's looking like it might get a little bit busier now, as there was just about a near collision with one of the Audis for your team. So, well, before we let you get back to work on what has so far been a very busy race for you guys, anybody you want to shout out for the Ferrari?
Just a big shout out to Matt, who was one of the drivers who did a really good job earlier, and to Josh and to Paul and to the rest of the team and to everyone at CRS as well. Thanks very much, guys.
That was James Haskell for the CRS X-Kart Esports number 50 Ferrari, as he is still having a good lunge. But Brad, it was a little bit of a close shave there with one of the, I think it was the DCW Orange Porsche. You had the Audi of the Project Not Last car trying to go 3-1 up the middle, and D nearly took all 3 of them out.
Just trying to get the pass done, trying to get it through, and again, sometimes here in the night, you can lose the idea that there's multiple cars through. If you're looking to get that pass done, watch this number 94 Audi here go and again try to shoot for the pass. This is a much cleaner opportunity to make the pass, though. Up the inside, hold on to it, and the BMW on the outside lets it go. So that is a much better move there from the Audi. That is the Quad Dash Racing driver just being smart and letting that through.
Yeah, there's never any harm in just letting something through, right? If you know you're not competitive with those guys, you know you're not really fighting too much around you, it's always worth to kind of take that step to think back and really try to think about what's important here, especially when you've got the 3rd place Lamborghini to start of the close up on this pairing as well. For Simon Mason, I do believe they are on a different pit strategy as it stands than the Quad Dash Racing crew up the road. There's going to be a chance to get that spot back later in the race. No point in fighting it out this early.
Yeah, and again, that is the key to an endurance race. We just heard it, said very, very well there from James Haskell, is things can change all the way up to the last hour. Nothing's over till the checkered flag drops, so there's no sense in getting down and out and making any sort of, rash decisions here when everything could change in the next 12 and a half hours. It's very much a game of just keep your head down, keep the race going, and if you need to give up a position now and you're going to get it back later, just go ahead and give up that position now. Just bite the bullet. It can be a prideful problem sometimes for drivers. They don't want to let things go, and that's especially true. I tend to see that in drivers that are just starting their endurance race career, as we see Mark Collicott there in P11, the number 44 GT4 entry, spinning, and again, another one of those solo spins, just asking a little too much of the tires. But I tend to see that a lot in junior endurance racers that are really just now starting to dip their toes into that long racing cycle. Drivers that haven't ran much more than, an hour or a 90-minute race, and they start running those 3 hours, those 4 hours, there's 8 hours, and then you start getting into the, 12 and 24-hour races. You have to sometimes just think long-term and let go of it for a minute.
It is an extremely difficult mindset to try to focus into because, we're racers at the end of the day, right? Everybody just wants to try to go as fast as you possibly can. That sounds like the point of a race. So to back off from that, it sounds extremely counterintuitive. But that's just how racing works. You got to be able to keep on your game and keep that big picture in focus. You are never going to win the race on lap 1. And that's true across all disciplines of motorsport, but especially so when you're in these types of races. We are right now watching, we were watching Rafael Rey for the Sam Sport Canon Esports crew. That they may have just lost that car.
Yeah, I'm not sure what just happened there with the car. That was a moment there, but we get things back together and moving yet again here. And no, I think everybody's on track and fine there, but it is very, very hard close racing.
That's a nervy thing to have happen to you, have those little connection drops right when you're right around a bunch of GT3 traffic trying to work your way through. One of the worst case scenarios in that type of situation. Getting through, you also got drivers like Stanley Deslandes with the Alpha Esports Audi. You have Benjamin Tran with the Team Green Prim BMW fighting their way through. Right now, Rafael Rey is in a big battle with the No Limits Races Sim Racing Academy driver of Caleb Koski just up the road, fighting for 37th place overall, I believe for about the number 7 spot in Sim for the GT4 category. So you can see there goes the Lamborghini around the outside, and now Koski's going to be vulnerable to Rafael Rey with the draft, but he's not going to be close enough to make that look to Stowe.
Yeah, but Rafael Rey is going to be right there, just close enough that it's going to add that little bit of fear, and it's going to add that little bit of needing to look up. And you can't do that. Again, that is an opinion of mine with endurance racing that I've always said is when you're at this point in the race, you're in the middle of the night coming through, and the track's dark, and all you can rely on is your headlights and the headlights behind. Knowing that the car behind you is your competition, you can't look behind at them. You've just got to run your race, hit your racing lines, and get things going. Rely on your team to let you know when there's faster cars approaching, when that GT3 traffic is coming up and you need to facilitate that pass and respect those blue flags, just let it go. Because if you don't, then you're going to get very in your own head and you're going to produce problems for yourself that wouldn't exist otherwise. And that tends to see, again, what I see most junior GT4 drivers kind of fail on is they get very concerned about the fact that they have someone behind them that is in class for position, and they don't pay attention to the faster GT3 traffic.
Blue flags, blue flags, blue flags. Ever the discussion when it comes to this style of racing. For some series, it's a requirement, right? You look to the likes of the FIA World Championship and so on. When it comes to endurance racing, oftentimes it's more of an advisory flag. It's not necessarily a requirement. It's more just, hey, there's a faster car behind you. Don't be stupid. It's all sorts of stuff like that. I do believe they do have some requirements that you cannot actively race a car that you're trying to be blue flagged to get around. So you can't have a GT4 that's deliberately trying to race a GT3. It is up to both cars to facilitate the pass.
Yeah, the official announcement was that it is both cars to facilitate. Don't jump out of the way, but if someone's close and goes for a pass, don't block or defend. It kind of is just common sense at that point. I like to say it's one of those that if you know that a car is faster than you and they're coming up and they're not going to affect your race in one way or the other, if it is a case of you're getting lapped, just don't make it harder on yourself than it needs to be. Now, if you are the first car to go a lap down, I can see maybe a millimeter of a fight there, but at the same time, I don't. It's one of those, if it's to the point that you've gotten lapped, just let it go. Just, it stinks, but just take it as a learning experience, keep it going, you'll get the lap back eventually. It's not a permanent thing, especially in a 24-hour race. Just sometimes it's better to just let the lap go.
Still watching this big fight going on for the 7th and 8th place spots in the GT4 field as, careful, one of the GT3 Mercedes looking to duck its way through. That is the 2nd place runner. That's BRT, headed up by Tom Griggs, fighting his way through this little GT4 battle. Beforehand, before you and I came in, Brad, I was looking through the GT4 field. I didn't see a lot of cars that were terribly close. All the action was up in the GT3 field. And there's been almost nothing for the GT3s ever since we came in, though. It's been all the GT4s.
Yeah, GT4s decided they wanted the limelight for a little while, and the GT3s kind of said, you know what, I'm done with this conversation. Let me just kind of go away and run my own race and get some time under the board. But the GT4s, they come alive at night. This is just, it's when things tend to go, and I think some of that plays to one of two things, and some of it can just be what driver do you put in when. Some guys like to wait and take their driver that put in the fastest practice laps, that can put in that fastest race stint time, and throw them into the dead of night and just say, you know what, it's the dead of night, all you need to focus on is the road ahead. Give me as many qualifying style laps as you can and just send this car forward in the field. And sometimes it's the inverse. Sometimes it's drivers will be like, I'm the least confident in this. I'm, maybe not the fastest one on the team. Relatively, they're all going to be faster than me to any degree. But maybe it's a case of, they need to run a couple tenths slower a lap to be consistent and make sure that nothing happens to the car. And you throw them in the dead of night and say, just bring the car back to us. So you tend to see the two mindsets flip-flop and clash at night, and that's where things tend to open up as the number 390 there goes around the inside of both of these GT4s we've been following on. Rafael Rey in this Mercedes is continuing to try to chase down that number 43.
And that's actually held up Caleb Koski quite a bit, especially as they get deep on the brakes, nearly running each other over there on the braking zone into the Vale chicane. That could have been a disaster. I think Rafael Rey really wanted to try to make that look down the inside, but he had to slam the binders because I think Koski was not anticipated for how much Yilmaz there for the Aztec Racing Machine was going to back that corner up, and that caught both GT4s off guard and put some big separation to this battle.
Yeah, that was a very off-kilter battle there for the GT3 going around. That's not traditionally what you'd see, but again, it did just kind of squinch things down for a second. Now it's sort of settled itself in here into the center. Made things look a little bit more normal here as we continue through the nighttime at Silverstone. And they've sort of really settled things in. They're liking that half-second gap, these two are. They are really liking that half-second gap, settling in and doing everything just right to hold that defense here as we come around and we head down towards, out of Woodcote, down towards Cops Corner. Again, just that half-second gap. Keep the speed, keep the consistency, and just continue it on here through the time as it stands. That Samsoy Canon Esports car is still trying to chase No Limit Sim Racing as much as possible and running a little bit wide there through Cops Corner, if you ask me.
Yeah, just a hair, but not enough that it's really too much to worry about. I'm getting a bit more worried about how much these drivers are attacking those sausage curves on the very inside there at the start of the Maggots and Beckett's complex. These are not the type of cars you want to be tempting fate with when it comes to sausage curves. I mean, it's so easy to rip these cars around. And as we've already seen, they're already pretty low on stability as it is in the night hours. And you see Ray looking to the inside of Koski, trying to take away the number 7 spot. Dead heat as they work their way through Stowe, but Caleb Koski fended him off around the long way through Stowe down to Vale, hard on the brakes. This should go the way of Raphael Ray. Squeeze to the right, should be able to pick him off here though as they get to the pit straight.
Yeah, and as they come side by side down the Hamilton straight, here they go again. A little bit of contact, run a little wide. That is a case of I'm not letting this go easy. And now we hold it side by side yet again down into Abbey through Farm Curve. Outside turns to the inside turns to the outside. And for me, it's all about who's going to be where coming into the village and the loop. We'll deep on the brakes and let's add some traffic into the mix. Why don't we here? This is just going to get absolutely ridiculous, Nolan.
That's the TeamRedX.com SimSport 903 number 15 car that's just behind these guys. And if I'm that Audi, I'm feeling a little bit nervous approaching this battle. Ray couldn't get it done around the right. Now we're going to try to look down the left through the Wellington straight, coming on up down to Brooklands. This is now going to be a battle of the late breakers, and Koski brake just a touch later, but it's not enough. Ray squeezes his way through. He is up to 7th.
Yeah, and that is a beautiful, beautiful executed pass there for Raphael Ray to make that stick there in that number 7 Mercedes. That is beautiful for me to see. Number 7 in 7th place in class, absolutely glorious. That was hard racing, that was clean, fair racing, and that was just taking advantage of the GT3 traffic when it showed up. Have that GT3 go through and just see if you can't use that a little bit, and that, I mean, that's textbook. That should go on a highlight reel somewhere.
Credit to Caleb Koski as well throughout all of that. He put on a lion defense there, trying to hang on to the number 7 spot. And more than once, that battle came to blows. They were side by side for about a third of a lap there, all the way down the Hangar Straight, through Stowe, through Vale, and then, of course, all the way down to Village as well, before finally the pass was completed in Luffield with an old switchback. And now you can really start to see that 7 car trying to open up a gap. Koski's trying to get back to him. I don't think it's happening, though, until the next round of pit stops.
Yeah, I think this is a case where you kind of just let that go. You've probably burned the tires out by this point, and I think it's really a moment where you just kind of let it go there if you're Koski and you say, okay, let's get this car into the next round of pit stops. Let's keep things going and just be there. Be within a couple of seconds. If any mistake happens from Raphael Ray, be right there where you can take advantage, but I wouldn't be actively pushing and, you know, fighting the car really hard to try to make a pass.
Through all of that, Ruby Acosta came down to pit road. That was the GT4 race leader. So that is one battle that has since come down to the lane. And in fact, ST Race at Esports are now just leaving pit road. Ruby Acosta staying in the car for the time being. So far, that team has dropped down to the number 4 position, I believe, as it stands. Still make their way out of pit road, back out onto the racetrack. Less than 15 minutes, and then, well, my time here, unfortunately, quite short-lived, but David Haynes should be stopping by in about 15 minutes, give or take. And then, well, Brad, you'll be with him for the next couple hours until Derek Watson makes his return.
Yeah, putting an American on the nighttime run here at Silverstone makes sense when you think about it. And we heard that earlier when we were talking to drivers, and they were talking during the previous hour about, hey, we put in our, American at night. We have someone who works nights that can drive at this time. And well, you put in the American to run the night shift, and it just kind of makes sense, doesn't it? As we go through, it'll be sad to lose you, but of course, plenty of other people want to spare their voice to this broadcast booth. I'll be around for a few hours myself, and then away for a little bit, and then back for a few hours. We'll try to keep the pies out of the broadcast booth. But Callum Morgan, that's a moment coming out of the final corner.
Ouch, that's not pleasant at all, as that car is going to be, that's two cars that are going to be finding themselves kind of on the down and out as it stands. One driver that has been standing by for a little while, they were in the car until just a little while ago, Oliver Ettridge from the Shunt Bros team. They are now down and out of this race, and we'll bring Oliver up into the RaceSpotTV booth now. Oliver, what has put you out of the race here, just shy of the halfway point?
Hi. Poor organisation is probably our reason. We were quite a late entry into the race, and unfortunately, no one was available to drive from about the hours 7 until 10. Charles Rainford, after an amazing start to the race, managed to keep going until he was just so tired and his back was in agony. So it just meant that we sort of parked the car for an hour or so. So that put us well out of contention for any decent finish. And yeah, so now we're sort of 45 laps down, I think. It's been called.
It's a bit of an unfortunate day for you guys, of course. We were hoping to see that car out on the racetrack a little bit more before the day is over. But for that organization, do you have any other prospects in the near future here for that car?
Well, we're definitely talking about doing the Daytona 24 in January. I think it's a group of people that we definitely want to bring together more going forwards. It's been a really great race, the laps that we have done. And then, any future Motorsport UK events, I'm sure we'll be interested in coming back.
Well, it's good to hear at least that we could be seeing you back on the track then relatively soon here. Before we let you go, anybody you want to shout out for that 24 entry?
Shout out to the other team members, Charles, James and Josh. They've put in a lot of effort to get ready for the race. And also shout out to you guys in the broadcast and Paul Crawford and all the team at Motorsport UK for getting this organised and put on.
Well, thank you, Oliver, for coming on up to give us a chit-chat. Tough break tonight, but there are still plenty of races coming up. Yeah. Oliver Ettridge for the Shunt Bros number 24 entry. Unfortunately, Brad, down and out for the time being this afternoon. Just shy of the halfway point. Sometimes that's just how the cookie crumbles, as it so often is the case in the real world as well.
It is, and all you can do is, really pick up your chin, learn from it, move forward, and look to the next one. And it's good to hear that entry specifically is, already targeting the next race. They're looking at running Daytona and running more races in the future. But sometimes it is just the way the cookie crumbles. That's just racing. We've seen in real life in the Daytona 24 specifically, and I'm thinking of that from all the way back in January of last year. There were cars that dropped transmissions an hour in. So in sim racing, sometimes it's the problem of PCs and connection issues. In real life, it's mechanical failures. But either way, it's not always something that you're going to have great. And you just sort of, again, you learn from it, you move on, and you plan for the next one.
Eric Grissett has brought the WSR Esports ButtKicker Audi through pit road for another stop. That was while we were talking to Oliver. They are maintaining that lead so far, with BRT now just about 20 seconds behind them. But of course, BRT, they have not come down to pit road in the last several laps, I don't think. And no, they last stopped a while ago, so they are still due for another pit stop. So that gap will extend back out before too long. As it stands, we are tracking yet another battle in the GT4 category. There's been a lot of them that kept this race really alive for these guys. We're once again back up to Cube Controls, Roberto Corsa, the AAA Porsche, going up against the TSRC Esports Aston Martin. They are battling for 5th.
Yeah, and they are just not letting it go at all here in the GT4. They are really, really pushing this nighttime battling hard, and they are making the time count while they can here, just close to that halfway mark. We continue to watch battles, and again, watch that 3rd place Mercedes there in the background. That is going to be the Project 91 Thomas Inge Sim Racing driver of Sebastian that is going to be moving through and getting the pass done. Has the leader behind for company, and the leader's going to be looking to go around as well. Eric Rosseth there, and making a move side by side we go. Where it stops, nobody knows. To the inside, to the outside. Well, they're going to keep it side by side here for the moment.
Well, if the last battle we have for 7th is anything to go by, this could very well last all the way down to Village or beyond. The Aston Martin gets through on the outside of the Vale just in time for Club, and as they hit the Hamilton straight, that will be Tom Davidson now up into the top 5, and just in the nick of time, because there are 2 GT3s nose to tail that are going to duck by and around them just as they caught up to turn 1.
Yeah, this is the thickest part of that GT3 traffic, I think, for these drivers as they go through. We feel like every corner there's a GT3 car making its way past. So this is really that chunk of GT3 traffic making its way around. So at this point, you know, if your cube controls here, you're going to be trying to use the traffic to your advantage. If you're TSRC Esports, you're going to be trying to use the traffic to your advantage. What can you do with a GT3 car in the mix and a GT4 battle? Well, that's probably not going to help going side by side with a GT3 car as they come through, and thankfully doesn't cause any issues at the moment, and they still have more traffic behind to let through.
Oh, look out. One of the Mercedes just ran wide. That's going to stack up this battle even more now. More GT3 traffic behind. I'm counting 1, 2, make it 3, possibly 4 cars that are still waiting in the wings that could look to get around this battle before the end of the lap. This is an extremely nail-biting scene that we're seeing. And this is starting to break apart this GT4 battle quite significantly as well.
Yeah, the green BMW there was the Truck Boys entry of James Taylor that decided to split the GT4s through Cop's Corner. Had to hold my breath there for a second because that made me a little nervous, but thankfully the GT4 is able to help facilitate, make things through. That's the 22nd place Quartermass Motorsport Andy Chell that is currently going through the inside. You see the headlights flashing, kind of saying, hey, I'm here, let me through, please let me through, just let me go. And now we continue through TSRC Cube Control. They have been locked in a very close battle this whole race, and I don't think it's going to stop anytime soon.
I don't think it will either, you know? I mean, you've been locked together for this long. This isn't going away just because a couple of GT3 cars are trying to get up and in the mix. And all of this with only a few minutes left for the halfway mark in this 24-hour endurance race as well for Britcar. Still a long way to go.
Plenty of time left to go here. 12 hours, 3 minutes left to go on the clock. So as we approach the halfway point, that is where I think the driver mentalities will shift. We'll start seeing a little bit more of a change in how they race, but I wouldn't expect to see anything drastic until the final few hours. But you will start to see drivers look and say, okay, 12 hours to go. 11 hours to go, 10 hours to go. That's a much more manageable chunk than saying 23 hours to go, 22 hours to go. You're getting to that point where for drivers, they can start to see the light at the end of the tunnel, and they're going to start racing like it too. You'll start to see some of those riskier moves that we saw at the top of this hour. We'll start to see those come out a little bit more, and drivers start to just, instead of opting to wait for a safer moment, they're going to make those riskier passes that they wouldn't normally do, but it's because we're starting to see the light at the end of the tunnel.
So with all of that said and done, my time up here draws to a close as duties require me elsewhere. So Brad, it was nice to catch up. For now, I'll pass you on down to David Haynes and let you two take our fine audience for the next few hours.
Yeah, Nolan, much appreciation here for joining me for at least 1 hour. And as we hit the 12-hour to go mark, David, good evening. How are you doing on this fine time here?
Yes, good morning, Brad. Someone's backwards there, underneath the bridge.
Oh, who was that? Somebody backwards right off the bat. We'll give you the rundown of the race here in just a minute, but that's just how we're going to kick things off, and I think that's a very good way to show that. That was the DCW Racing Blue car number 42 that was underneath the bridge there. Not sure how that happened, but hey, somebody backwards. Let's see here. That is Wayne Nickel. What happened? Well, looks like through Mac and Beckett's just asking a bit too much of the rear tires.
Perhaps too much curve through Chapel there as well, so then it took a little bit to get that turned around. You can't really flick spin these traction control cars super easily, but you've got all of the space of a former airfield to play with to get that car around, and I don't think they did too much damage or anything like that. This is a little bit more. That's a whole different thing.
Yeah, that looks painful. And that looks like a case where the car just needs to go to the pits for a little bit. That's not what you want. There's the replay, the overhead shot, and ouch.
So GT4 hangs a little bit tight through the left. GT3 is also looking to get to the left on the exit of Chapel. I think maybe a case of the GT4 trying to stay out of the way, ended up going where the GT3 wanted to go. There was a bunch of congestion through the darkness there, and it is mighty dark as we're now minute 40 seconds past midnight in the session time.
Yeah, and as we run through here, we continue in just past midnight. We're going to bring in Alex Gal with Satellite Racing GT4s. And Alex, I got to ask, how are you feeling here with your race today? Your team's currently in the lead of the GT4 category.
Oh, hello. Yeah, we are leading right now. Obviously, our team has a lot of different ranges of iRating. So when I get in the car, we kind of pull it a little gap. And then when other drivers might get that gap down or lose the position. So it's pretty interesting so far, the race for us.
As a team, when you have drivers that are different skill ratings through, some are a little bit faster than others, what is your general approach with that? Are you looking to put faster drivers in during the night, during the day? Is it just rotate everyone through equally? How do you balance that in a team and make sure everyone gets a fair amount of driving time, but also make sure that your team is benefiting as much as possible?
To be fair, we haven't really thought of it too much. We mostly did when people were available. Also, like, I like to make a schedule that's good for sleep schedules also. Everyone gets some sleep, because often that's what people tend to miss, is make sure everyone has a good sleep and good rest. Otherwise they drive pretty bad or have to wake up 20 hours or something. And yeah, we haven't really done much on the schedule, to be honest. I have a bit more drivers that were less experienced had a bit less stints. So for example, James is gonna have 4. I have, I think, 6, and Niels in the car is gonna have 6 as well. And yeah, otherwise I try to help when I can. Like when James was driving earlier, I was giving a few tips, a bit of backseating. I asked him if he was okay with me backseating a bit and trying to tell him what I saw was a bit wrong and trying to help for his at times.
Yeah, and it's always awesome to see drivers helping each other out through. And Alex, I gotta ask, what if there's a driver out there that's looking to get into mixed class endurance racing in GT4 category, what's the number one tip you have for someone?
In the GT4 and with the GT3, because it's pretty rare actually to have both of these classes. I mean, I think, I guess the thing I'm doing the most right now in this race is just relaxing and taking everything easy, especially the driving. and lifting if needed, like lifting a lot to facilitate the pass. Because if you don't facilitate, they will dive you or do something that you might regret. So just facilitate the pass even at the slower class. I think it's the best.
Awesome. And Alex, anyone you want to thank, you want to shout out before we let you go and let you get back to the race with your team?
I mean, definitely shout out, the team, everyone in Satellite for inviting me for the race and having fun together. That's pretty cool. And everyone involved in this organization too, because it's been quite great so far. I mean, everyone is having fun on track. I even punted the GT3 earlier, and I just apologized, and it was okay. It's good fun, and I think it's great for people to watch also, because, as I said, we have a big range of rating. So right now we are P1, but it's the gap might drop a bit in the night, and then the other teams might get away, and then we might catch them. So it's a lot of strategy, and I really don't know who's gonna win this. I really don't know.
But we'll say right now, it looks like you're in a fairly good spot. So we'll let you get back with your team here, Alex. Good luck for the next 12 hours, and we'll maybe talk to you again later.
Thank you. Great. See you guys.
Awesome. And that is Alex Gal with Satellite Racing GT4, currently in the lead here of the race with a 26, almost 27 second lead there to Jack Jeffries in that number 111. And I'll tell you right now, David, the talk of the nighttime has been GT4s. It has been specifically this battle right here between 5th and 6th place has not let itself down at all. Cube controls here in the Triple Eight have been all over this top 5.
Yeah, and I don't think they need to worry that much at Satellite Racing, because there's only one other GT4 out there lapping faster than they are in the lead at the moment. It was a good previous lap from 8th place No Limit Sim Racing. These in 5th and 6th, like you say, very, very close. Definitely a high slipstream racetrack here at Silverstone, with the front straight, Hamilton straight, the Wellington straight, the old pit straight, and the hangar straight. Every time you have just a couple of little corners, then you're immediately into another long straight where you can slipstream up a couple tenths of a second and just stay close, stay magnetically stuck to someone if their pace is within about half a second or so of yours, maybe even up to a second. You can stay stuck all through your stint and all through the night potentially.
Yeah, as we see the 6th place GT3 Paris Bocavalis going through the battle here that we watch in 5th place between Tom Davidson and Luke Andrews continues around here, going through Maggots and Beckett's down into Chapel. Yet again, they continue through, and actually I might be messing up my Silverstone geography. Someone's going to yell at me for that later. This is actually into Village as they go. My North Americanism is showing here as Luke Andrews goes through Silverstone, a track that I should know.
I tell you what, when we were talking about that Porsche GT4 underneath the bridge earlier, I couldn't tell you what bridge it could have been here on the Wellington Straight. It was in fact on the Hangar Straight, but there are plenty of other places in the dark that, as we cut to it, it could very, very easily have been. So, yeah, it's dark out here, and it's proper dark. It's country dark. I don't know what other phrases you want to throw out there for that, but certainly it can be difficult to spot exactly where you are, even if you know the racetrack super well. One of the things I'm so interested with at the moment is there's a handful of drivers that are having their very, very first stint of the race right now. So 101 driving Miss Daisy, it looks like Jeff Grandpa Sanders' first stint, Mark Collicott's first stint in the DCW Racing Orange number 44, and Oliver Newbury's first stint of the race in the number 6 Gusteau's Racing team. So, more than 12 hours into this 24-hour race, and there's a few drivers who've just got their first taste of the racetrack.
I've got to think that some of that probably comes down to schedule availability. Again, this is something where you do have to fight that real schedule sometimes, that pesky thing known as real life. I think some of that may just come down to trying to inject a little bit of fresh energy in the middle of the race. We've officially crossed halfway. Why not bring in somebody who's fresh, feeling good, hasn't been running in the track, hasn't been sitting in the rig, and they can just jump in and start pumping in good laps. And, you know, maybe it's a case that they need to dig you out of a hole. Maybe it's a case that they need to just stretch a lead, whatever it may be, and just let them come in and assess the situation and go through. And some of it could also be, you know, that driver just wants to race through the night. They want to run a double stint in the middle of the night, or a triple stint, whatever it may be. And the team said, you know what, that's fine with me. We don't feel like racing at night, so you have fun with that. As we hop on board here with Luke Andrews and the Porsche, the Cube Controls, 888 here, still trying to chase down that TSRC Esports Aston Martin in 5th place.
If you'd have told me about 2010 that between Jaguar and Aston Martin, only one of them would still be making cars in 2024, and that was Aston Martin, I would have fallen over in shock, because I could have sworn maybe Aston Martin could go out of business and Jaguar, big, wide model range, but here we are the other way around. It's Aston Martin who actually sell road cars and very much involved in sports car racing, GT4, GT3, hypercar forthcoming. That's what I think of when I'm on board here with 6th place GT4, looking forward at that Aston Martin in 5th.
Yeah, and I mean, Aston Martins and Porsches are really nice road cars. I will say that. I have been very fortunate to get to drive the road versions of these cars, and they're very, very nice. And I can't imagine what it would be like to race one. And racing one in sim is really a fun experience too, as we see Luke Andrews pull to the side there, get out of the way of a GT3 and just let that car through. Very good decision there to pull over and just kind of say, you know what, there's no sense in me battling or doing anything, and settles through. But it does also help close that gap a little bit to Aston Martin in the TSRC Esports car in 5th. Close that gap a little bit, bring it down a little bit more into the Hamilton Straight as they fought in the GT3, and now we just continue it along.
TJ Khaled, another lap completed. So your outright race leader has now completed 354, your GT4 leader 328, and that's what 327 completed now from TSRC and Cube Controls. The racetrack, well, just looking at it, the length of this most modern configuration of Silverstone Grand Prix circuit, 5.9 kilometers, makes it 300 meters shorter than Bathurst.
And it's so technically challenging for what it is. When you look at it from a geographic standpoint, it's just, it doesn't look as technical as you would think it truly is. It's a very, I like to call it a deceptively challenging track, but I also referred to this as a track that needs to be just kind of in your binder of tricks. You need to be able to jump out here in a car and put down a lap if you are a very dedicated sim racer. If you're someone who sim races in a competitive fashion, you take this very competitively, very seriously, as I would say many iRacers do. This track goes on that list for me, along with Spa, along with, say, Daytona Road, along with Bathurst, I would even say. Even though Bathurst is challenging, I would say that this is a track that you need to be able to jump in and put a lap down, even though it is very deceptively technically challenging.
It carries on, but there's a little bit more space between the GT4 runners here than a couple of laps ago, but they're a little more all over each other. GT3s just keep working their way through, including second place there, Mercedes AMG GT3 from BRT. Nomad Academy 281 is going through the pit lane at the moment, and I'm going to guess that's the car that spun out the Porsche GT4 earlier on.
I believe it is. And a little bit of information update. DCW Racing blew their incident there with the exit of Beckett's onto Hanger. We saw right at the top of the hour. There has been a 30-second stop-go penalty awarded for the number 281 for causing a collision with GT4. That's the Nomad Academy 281 Mercedes that we saw in that incident. given a 30-second stop go for that, for causing a collision with a GT4. That is a very, very hard hammer down from the stewards for that incident.
The Aston Martin, tiny bit wide. Oh, that's off the road.
It is very off the road. What you don't want to see there as we run through, we jump up with P2 Tom Griggs, and the number 5 spins it around there, brings it back in, but a minute 18 off of the leader of Eric Rosseth as we continue along. And I love the pink trim there on the side of the car through the A pillar down through the C pillar.
Number board illuminated too, shining through the dark. 14th in GT3 at the moment.
Yeah, and they continue on along here with Aztec Racing and Clark St. James Racing battling it out for 14th. 0.3 of a second separate them here with 11 hours, 45 minutes to go. You can see the Clark St. James entry taking a peek to the inside is going to set it up for a switchback and just settles back in behind there and just hangs out going down the straightaway here and is going to continue through the Wellington Straight just behind. Look for the slipstream, look to dive out for a pass down into Brooklands, and not yet, stays behind yet again.
Mainly other GT3s around them at the moment. But you're looking forward at, you're about to be bearing down on some GT4, something that could impede the driver in front and might cause them to slow up a little bit or check them up through a particular corner where you could onto the next straight get a really good opportunity to try to pass them if they just find another car in the wrong spot that halt their ability to carry momentum through. How about this?
Oh, side by side they go. Where they stop, nobody knows, and it stops when the pass is complete. That is a very, very good pass there through Maggots and Beckett's into Chapel down towards the Hangar Straight, and they are going to try to fight it back, but nothing to be found there, and that is for P14 in the GT3 class as they go through. That was a brave little bit of a move.
Gutsy is the word that comes to mind. Very gutsy.
That's a very good way to phrase that too. Gutsy. Brave, gutsy, ambitious. We could come up with a couple of things there, but nevertheless, the pass was made. It's clean. It's through. And again, I said after the top of the hour, when we started getting within 12 hours to go, drivers would get a little more aggressive with moves. I didn't know it was going to come within 15 minutes of me saying that, though.
So Scott McFowle in the Clark St. James Ferrari there with a 202.5. You need to look up the timing to 3rd place to find someone matching that kind of speed. So if they can keep that up for a couple of hours through the dark here, that kind of pace compared to their rivals, good chance that we see that Clark St. James Ferrari making a couple more moves like that in the stints and laps to come. They've got a lot of pace, basically 3rd or 4th fastest car out there at the moment.
Yeah, plenty of pace in that car, and I would not be surprised to see them come through. We've got Ronnie Smith with Alpha Esports standing by for an interview here. And Ronnie, I got to ask, how are things feeling there in the Alpha Esports corner? 7th place currently, down 2 places on the day in the Audi, but hey, we're only halfway through the race. How's the team feeling?
Team morale's pretty good. I mean, we started the race off really well when me and Stan covered the opening sort of 4 or 5 hours. I'm sure you know that we were in a much better position then, but it's a long race, a lot of things happen. Little things, little bits of contact, little bits here and there, and but the car's still moving, that's the main thing.
Yeah, when you're a driver and you go through the race, you have those moments, those contacts. Is there anything particular you as a team have done, or anything particular you do that you want to tell us about that kind of helps keep that team morale up? We've seen some drivers that like to eat pies while they drive. Some of us here like to make song jokes, in the broadcast booth. What is it that Alpha Esports does to keep the morale moving through 24 hours?
Yeah, we just like to have our little laughs and jokes, and even when things go wrong, you find the funny side of it. But it's the main thing, just keeping conversation levels high and making sure we're all interacting with each other well, even while driving, and just making sure that we're keeping ourselves focused but having fun at the same time. It's not really funny, that's what we're all here to do.
And I gotta ask, what's the end goal here for the day, if there's an end goal beyond just finishing? Where do you see yourself being here at the end of the race?
I think if we can recover back into the top 5, that would be a good result. It's going to be me and Stan covering most of the night to try and regain some momentum in some places. So, yeah, you'll be seeing a lot of us during the next hours.
Hey, looking forward to it here. Ronnie, anyone to thank or shout out before I let you go?
Just the team, same again. Always great. Always a good bunch of lads around us, and yeah, enjoying it. Hopefully, more of the same through the night.
Awesome. Well, Ronnie, thanks for taking the time to stop in here to the RaceSpotTV broadcast booth, and enjoy the next 11 hours and 41 minutes of Silverstone.
Thank you very much.
Awesome. And David, I think the one thing to note there from what Ronnie said is that you just have to kind of keep the morale up through the race. You can't let one small incident kind of knock you down and make you upset, because, again, this is a 24-hour race. Anything can happen.
There's a lot more laps, a lot more stints, a lot more pies still to come. 3rd place from GT3 pitting catches my eye. Effect simulations.
It seems like a lot of drivers are on similar but different pit strategies as they go through. It's been interesting for me to kind of work out who's on stints where with what. Kind of looking up and down the grid here. Nomad Academy 281 just pit last lap, but then you have Sim Dynamics, Simon Mason there that's on the 28th lap of a stint. You've got BRT in 2nd place that's on a 2-lap stint. WSR Esports in the lead there, 12-lap stint. So it's curious to me to see how drivers kind of break up their stints, and I always wonder what exactly makes the drivers decide when they're pitting beyond just fuel. Is there anything additional that they kind of calculate into it?
I mean, in a long race like this, on safety car interrupted, you're just going to run to the end of the tank. So it's a matter of, are we pushing to try to extend by a lap? Do we think that's going to help us? And then there's a little less tyre strategy to GT3 and GT4 than I would like, to be honest with you. And here's where there's been an incident for the number 69 Lamborghini. Oh, okay. Oh, not just them.
Yeah, that is a Aston Martin GT4, I believe. I can't tell who that is there, so we ride on board. Don't tell me that is that?
It is.
That's Tom Davidson.
Yep.
I saw the gap open up between Tom Davidson and Luke Andrews, and I was wondering if that was an issue in a pit stop or what had happened, but the stint numbers weren't making sense, and, well, now we see what happened there with Ram Ranch ramming the Aston Martin GT4 there.
Didn't pick correctly which way the Porsche was going to spin. And yeah, just a fair bit of contact between the two of them.
And
it seems to have done more to the GT3 than the GT4.
And that was the number 44 DCW Racing Orange that just had a spin there on the edge of our screen as the camera cut. Believe it, that was a spin we just saw happen live, if my eyes weren't deceiving me, is of course.
I saw it too.
Yeah, okay, I'm glad to know that I'm not too crazy here. There we go. 44 spins around. Avoid the barrier. Just avoids the barrier. Good stop there to keep that car out of the barrier.
Well, it is cold, bordering on uninhabitable, as is tradition for this country. 6 to 8 to 12 months of the year. So I'm seeing quite a few, particularly those GT4s that are looking a little slippery, a little unstable at the moment.
Yeah, and cold in Britain, you couldn't write that one yourself if you wanted to. That's a shocking moment to hear there, that it is cold in Silverstone. But again, no surprises because it is the wonderful British weather. 19 degrees C as it stands, 12:23 a.m. on the 28th of September in Sim. I think the big thing that catches my eye is that 98% humidity and that 10 kilometer per hour wind. That is really, I think, what catches my thoughts there, is that humidity level. Partly cloudy now. I believe there is rain forecasted in the future, so we'll just have to kind of keep our eyes on it and see what sort of things the wonderful weather of Silverstone can bring into the mix.
Yeah, that says partly cloudy. My timing says partly cloudy, but iRacing in the server says light fog. 19 degrees Celsius, 0% chance of precipitation, at least for the next 4 to 5 hours, is as far forward as the detailed forecast will say, and you can definitely see just a little bit of that light fog.
Yeah, seeing the fog come through, roll around, and it makes... The big thing with the fog for me is that it just adds another layer of visibility issues, and you just have to remember that the track is there. It's something that you have to, again, Silverstone is one of those binder tracks you need to just be comfortable with. But even then, when it's nighttime and there's fog in the mix, you can, just as we've done, get very confused about what's happening with the track, even though, again, we're on almost beyond lap 350.
It's very spooky.
Very, very spooky. I do like the look of the light fog, though, here in iRacing. It does look really good here, and it keeps things looking very interesting. We continue along here, checking in with our leader, Eric Rosseth, minute 20 lead ahead as he goes through Maggots and Beckett's here, and Eric just continues it on along. Second verse, same as the first. Just keep the pedal to the metal.
So we love to talk about driver combination, driver focus, how you split it up, who you prefer, who you give the most laps to, etc. I love to see that you've got a chunk of cars that have seen 3 drivers in the cockpit, like this outright race leader WSR Esports ButtKicker's Audi GT3. But then there's a whole heap of cars that have seen 5 drivers in to this point, and there's a few, like Effect Simulations 909, that could see as many as 6 drivers across the 24 hours. So we'll see if anyone can do that, break that record. But everyone's had at least 3. Everyone who's running at the moment has had at least 3 drivers. Quite a few with 4, a few with 5, a few that have a chance to do 6.
Yeah, and I'm looking here. Drivers are going to have to be very, very careful with those stints as well, and just make sure that they've balanced everything properly, that they've kept everything together and in. That is really going to be the moments that I kind of look for with that. Drivers still continuing along here. Tom Griggs, a minute 19 back from Eric Rosseth, but has a lap gap on Sean Langton there, the number 14 entry in 3rd place, as they continue on around. Things very much calming down in the dead of night as the drivers continue their way through. Of course, the number 99 of Tom Davidson there, the 6th place car in GT4, having that spin earlier with the BMW, and then now losing touch with Luke Andrews in the 888, and they will continue on. Drivers really just at the night, again, it's just all about getting that time off the clock as we approach the bottom of the hour here.
So last lap, not bad at all from BRT, 2-minute 1.9, as you can see. Obviously plenty of traffic, 54 cars at the start of this race. Still something in the order of 50-ish running at the moment, so it hasn't congestion hasn't thinned much.
It hasn't, and it's probably not going to through the night, if we have to be honest. I don't expect it to really sort of... I don't expect traffic to become any less of an issue. That's the words I'm trying to think of. I'm trying to remember how to talk here as we go through, but traffic will continue to be an issue for drivers all night, all day, for the next 11 and a half hours.
So up and down the timing. Who's out of position but lapping quickly? Alpha Esports in 7th. Very competitive lap last time. 2:00.9. Stanley Delond. Deslanders. Delonde. DeLong? No, he does not play guitar at the moment.
Hopefully doesn't play guitar, but, you know, again, could play guitar and drive at the same time. We've seen crazier things happen.
Have you seen people playing Counter-Strike with the Guitar Hero guitar controls?
I have seen that, and that is something I absolutely enjoy watching. It comes up on TikTok for me every once in a while, and I just have to stop and watch the clips because I'm kind of just... It's amazing. It's the same thing with, there's someone who plays Call of Duty and does quick scoping while playing a recorder.
Don't imagine that's what's happening for Alpha Esports. So with all the speed that they've got and the relative difference, I'd peg them as 6 or 7 laps away from catching 6th place. Going about a second a lap quicker than the number 15 Team Red X in 6th position.
Yeah, I don't think it's... Big battle going on there between the GT4 and the GT3 on screen. That was a very scary moment there for Effect Simulations. I was very worried that was going to be another GT4 being spun out of hangar.
We've got another driver making their first laps of the race. Stephen Koenig in Team Heat Together is 2 laps into his Britcar 24 hours of Silverstone.
I don't know if I would want to be the driver to take over the car in the middle of the night for the first time. I don't know that that is what I would want to do if I was a driver, is jump in here with 11 and a half hours to go and my first laps be in the fog on Silverstone in the dead of night. That doesn't exactly... It just... I don't know. And maybe that's a me issue. Maybe I just need to, as they say, I need to get good.
Yeah, and all 4 drivers from that car are Club Africa, South Africa. So they're in a very similar time zone to most of the Europeans. And then critically, all 4 of them look like they'd be in the same time zone to each other.
That can produce some interesting moments there, especially...
There's a possibility that a couple of them are in Perth, though.
Yeah, it can produce some interesting moments for the drivers, especially if they're in similar time zones, because then I guess the debate becomes, well, who's driving the night stint? How do you decide who drives the night stint? You know, does someone just work nights or is up at night and that just naturally works better for them? Or is it a case of, well, I'll mess up my sleep schedule for the weekend to make sure that the car makes it through the night shift? I've seen it go both ways. Or... You know, do you just crack open whatever caffeinated, carbonated beverage you can find, chug it through, and or maybe brew some coffee if that is your thing? I guess it just depends on, you know, how the drivers feel, how they decide to do that, and that's something that every team struggles with. You struggle with making that decision, but it's a decision that has to be done if you want to make it through. It's something that it doesn't always conveniently work out, but you can always make it work out.
I miss Java Monster 300. It's not legal in Australia. Third place, GT3 in pit lane at the moment. Tyre's done, it drops down, and you're just waiting on the fuel here. Dylan Lee's Team Loose Spurwing.
Why would the drink? Actually, you know what? I'm not going to have that conversation. I don't know that I want to know, because I know for a fact that is one of the more popular drinks for a couple of my friends, and I'm not going to ask the question because I don't know that I want to know the answer. Dylan Lee's here coming out for the GT3 category, and that number 14 AMG is going to come out, and we've seen the pit exit be a little scary a time or two, but it looks like a clean pit exit for the Team Loose Spurwing driver.
Yeah, a few other cars that have either just pitted or are expecting to pit 2 out of GT3, so that plays into whether Alpha Esports are going to gain a couple of those positions. There's a few cars pitting in front of them, and then they're going to have to pit in a handful of laps as well. You're approaching 30-ish laps to a stint for a GT3 as well. So I'm seeing a lot of cars that are, 4 or 5 laps away from pitting or have just like this.
Yeah, and it looks like Nomad Academy is just pit. Effect Simulations is on 30 laps of a stint. Project 91 is on 19 laps. 28 laps for Sim Dynamics, Sunoco Race Fuels. So lots of drivers making lots of laps here. The Lamborghini of Phoenix Sim Racing is on lap 29 at the moment. They're back near the bottom of the order of the GT3 category, so they're making a lot of laps count. At Altitude Esports, Jack Jeffries back in second place in GT4 is on 26 laps. So I didn't think that we would see 30 laps to a stint, but we are. And I think it's just trying to stretch that little bit more and see if you can't make up time through the pit lane if you can't necessarily make it up on track.
I was about to say good lap times from Team Loose Spurwing, but I've been misled by that pit entry again. What an interesting little pit entry it is here at Silverstone, where you cut out 3 corners on the pit entry. It's protestable if someone takes the pit entry here, coming to the checkered flag, and passes you doing so.
Surely people wouldn't do that, though. I haven't had that happen, but I have heard of that happening.
When it does happen to you, it's protestable.
I was going to say, I have heard of it being protested before. I hadn't had it happen to me, and I personally would rather not have that happen to me. So, but of course, less time behind the wheel, more time behind the microphone here in 2024 and 2025. So I can't say when that might happen to me next.
There's 2 polarized positions of pit lane delta time are here, where a drive-through penalty costs you about 12 seconds or so because of all of that time you save, and then an 80km/h pit lane speed limit. So we look at a replay here. It's that curb at Club Corner.
Tom Stanley in the 456 there, currently P15 in the GT4 category, just taking a little bit of a loop-to-loop. We check in with Tristan Ingolstad there, P11, the number 94 in the GT3 category. Down in the bottom right, of course, live pictures. And, ooh, that was a sausage curb bottoming out the car. That was rough.
So I'm going to give some unwarranted, unsolicited advice to GT3 drivers. Don't hit the sausage curb on the exit of Club Corner. And to GT4 drivers, I'm going to say try not to hit the sausage on the exit of Club Corner. Just some 2 really good examples of that you don't want to get wide between the 2 apexes of the right-handers that close out the lap. So the pit deltas, it's 12 seconds here to do a drive-through. At Spa Endurance pits, where the pit lane is 1 kilometre long and the pit lane speed limit is 60 kilometres, the pit loss is about 1.5 minutes.
It's big difference, and I'm gonna give a controversial opinion here. Sausage curbs are my least favorite aspect of any track, but that is a personal opinion. I understand their place, but I still dislike them. Avoid them at all cost, I believe, is the universal saying as it's gonna go. We continue to follow Dylan Lees here in 5th place in GT3, who is just trying to really just get through traffic here, the big name of the game, and keep things going as we go here. David, I gotta ask, if you pit here at Silverstone, what is the scariest part about pitting in Silverstone, other than the fact that you save time somehow because you cut out 3 corners of a track?
Being invisible at the far end of the pit lane, where the pit straight and the pit lane are not at the same height. I don't know. Is there anything else scary about it? Oh, when it's foggy, very scary.
Yeah. I was gonna say, just being able to see can be a big issue for me in the pit lane. And I will say, I tend to like the old pitch straight that we're on now here, riding on board with Owen Carroll in the AMG Gusto Racing team.
I'm told
I like
that next year, when the European Le Mans Series race here, they'll be using that classic pit lane, even though they'll be the headliners of the weekend.
I like it. I like the classic pit straight more. I like the old pit straight more than I do the modern pit, and I think it's just because it doesn't cut corners of the track.
It is one of these little things in my mind. The last time Formula One used it, there was 1 year that the new layout with the loop was completed, but the pit lane wasn't. So they used this configuration of racetrack with the classic pit lane, and it was the year that Mark Webber won and delivered the "not bad for a number 2 driver" speech.
That's a very, very good one, I'm not gonna lie. So we they should bring that back. That would be a very good setup, honestly. I think it would.
Mark Webber?
I mean, yes, but also the old pit straight with the regular configuration layout. I think either of those could be good.
Mark Webber, in a way, makes me think of Ange Postecoglou, because they've both got this Australians who've spent far too much time in England desperately trying to not lose their Australian accent thing going on. Oh, mate, look. Mate, the thing about, professionally living in the UK for 20 years, mate, is you've gotta be so Australian so that you don't sound British.
Not everyone can be the Daniel Ricciardo and keep your accent even though you're working in racing. That is something that is very hard met. And it's just... Ooh. It's a hard thing to do. That's our leader spinning. That's Eric Rosseth in P1 that's spun there and is off the edge of the track, getting back going here, and thankfully not losing too much time, and no harm, no foul, no contact.
And then you can be Lewis Hamilton, who's been losing his English accent and picking up an American one across the last decade or so.
He has, hasn't he? If I think about when he first came into Formula One versus now, he really has. Huh. I had never picked up on that.
Blame Nicole Scherzinger. It's all her fault.
I'm gonna not say a word to that response as we watch here our leader WSR Esports ButtKicker Audi continuing along and trying to just get back through traffic, find some back gap for the spin that they had earlier on here. They continue along, keeping things moving. Eric Rosseth, you can see just very quickly carving through the GT4 traffic. This car is on another plane of existence, it feels like, to the rest of the GT3 field.
Yeah, well, they've got more than half a lap, so BRT are actually closer to a lap down than they are to battling for position with a 2-minute lap time for GT3 cars around here. Traffic is being very kind to your leading Audi.
That it is, and another 30-second stop go has been handed out to the number 74 for causing a collision with GT4. Number 74 is the Team Green Print, Evan Craven currently driving, so they're in 25th place in the BMW. They got handed out another 30-second stop go for an incident they had earlier.
I see that. And to my point earlier about the pit lane delta is why stop and hold penalties here are more appropriate than drive-throughs, because you skip 100 meters of racetrack and it's a very fast pit lane here, so a drive-through is very, very minimal. It's not what you would think of as a drive-through penalty at some other racetracks with longer pit lanes or more slowing pit entries and slower pit lane speed limits.
Indeed, as we follow along here with the number 43 Mercedes going through, watching this battle. This is the No Limit Sim Racing Academy. This is Caleb Koski. We saw the beautiful battle that Caleb had earlier with Rafael Ray in the number 7 GT4 entry of Samsung Canon Esports as they were battling in, and now currently Caleb Koski down in 8th place here. Rafael Ray in 7th, a bit ahead as they continue to battle and go along here. Everything, again, we had a lot of very close GT4 and GT3 battles, and now as it stands, the closest thing I see right now is William Chadwick and Jan Duffner up in 5th place in GT3 that are battling, as we have Caleb Koski here trying to let some traffic through and out of his way here in the form of the GT3 cars, just trying to avoid becoming the next car to spin.
Rush hour on the classic pit straight towards Cop's Corner. Bit of a tight entry there from 23.
Number 23 GT4 Aston Martin, just very much trying to hold on there. The number 20 of Carter is just right on the back. This Owned Racing Britcar just right on the back here. Aston Martin versus Aston Martin. The number 23, the iSport GBR. This is Joel Taylor down in 12th place in class. The number 20 is sitting in 13th place in class. So this is your battle for position. Side by side they go, and where they stop nobody knows. Both Aston Martins, both equally powered. Only difference realistically is going to be the driver in the seat, and we'll see how that goes through. Hard on the brakes they go, side by side, and we might see this one last for a while.
Thanks for saying that.
Yeah, I had to, you know. We watched one battle go for a lap and a half earlier, and then I make a comment about how the cars are closely competing, and they get the pass done onto the Hamilton straight.
Saw a few other cars ducking for pit lane behind that battle as well. I think it was Satellite Racing GT4, the leader, that I saw pitting in, but also the Prismatic 128 from GT3's just been through the lane. So Satellite Racing GT4 pit stop right now.
Yeah, good to see the leader coming in. Gap currently 40 seconds, continuing to close in as they go along and continue their run. This is going to be an interesting moment to see how it ends for them. They've been very comfortable here, Satellite Racing has, and I'm really really curious to see if, as this race continues in, if things start to close in a bit more, or for Satellite Racing, this will be a case of just sort of, stay comfortable and keep it together through the race.
So, minute 3 seconds of service. Tiny bit on the long side, I think, for a GT4. A lot of other 55, 57 second pit stops. Okay, apparently I'm wrong. Apparently 59, and that's Goldilocks. That's just about right.
Alex Gall coming out less than a second ahead of the ST Racing Esports entry there of Ruby Acosta that will be just behind there in that number 3 Mercedes. So as we go through, it seems like Aston Martin has been a very solid car all the way through this race, and it seems like the Aston Martins definitely seem to be dialed in both in the GT4 and the GT3 category, even though the GT3 category, it's all head up by Audis and Mercedes, and actually there's not an Aston in the GT3 category, so disregard that. I'm thinking of the Audis and the Mercedes. There never has been. Yeah, no. I wish there was, though.
We got Aston GT4, Aston GT1. That might be the only two. So no GT2, no GT3.
I think Aston Martin could make a very good GT3 if they put one together, honestly. I think they could make a very, very good setup. On board here with Ruby Acosta, who is just, again, a second off of Alex Gall there in the lead and trying to catch up in that Mercedes GT4 as much as possible here. I didn't think that with 11 hours to go almost, we'd see a battle for the GT4 lead start to heat up, but here we are. But of course, pit stop cycles.
Yeah, ST Racing are just about to have to stop as well. So when they look at this margin, they go, right, we are about a whole pit stop behind the race leader, probably at this moment. But a great opportunity to compare yourself, even if it's not very apples to apples at all. The tyres might still be cold and coming in from the leader, and there could be as much as a 70, 80 kilogram weight difference from the fuel right now as well.
Yeah, and that could prove the big difference here. But hey, just knowing that you're there, you're able to keep up, can give some confidence to the driver behind the wheel and kind of give a little bit of hey, I can get this together on my next stint. Come in, get fuel, get fresh tires, whatever it may be I need, and then I can push a little bit more and get things going. So we'll see how that plays along here for Ruby Acosta. We'll see if ST Racing Esports have any more oomph behind the wheel going into their next stint, which surely should be in about 2 to 3 laps.
Yeah, I don't have a full and complete gauge on the GT4 stint lengths, other than to know that I think it's just a tiny bit longer than the GT3s, but not a whole lot. So just more like 65 minutes. GT3s maybe doing 62 minutes, something like that. You see the difference between these cars and the GT3s when they go through the really, really quick corners, because it's a bit, body weight rolls around, car needs to be gentle between the change of direction as we ride on board here, but not so the case with a GT3 that can absolutely throw through quick changes of directions, high speed stuff with the downforce maggots, Beckett's.
Yeah, it definitely is the big deciding factor between GT4 and GT3, but both cars are still so much fun to drive regardless. There's a speed difference there for sure, but they're both still a lot of fun, and it's really just a matter of what you prefer to. I just see somebody go well off the right-hand side of the screen.
Yes, a GT3, potentially a Lamborghini.
We'll see if we can find out who that was. Matthew Jones. What has happened here for Jones? Sausage curb.
Now that goes back to my advice earlier. I'm going to extend my warning from the outside curb to the inside one as well.
I think we can just say avoid the sausage curbs. It almost feels like we're commentating a Formula One race here. Avoid the curbs at all costs. Kind of feels like that's where we're going to.
5-second penalty for Esteban Ocon.
There it is in a... well, actually, no, that would be a spoiler, and I don't want to spoil anything for anyone, so I can't say the next thought that I had.
Hey, how about another brand new driver in the Clark St. James Racing, Craig Corrish? 1 lap completed in the ButtKicker Britcar 24 Hours of Silverstone for that driver. Bulk of the driving's been done by Scott McFowle with 155 laps completed, and then Harry Hartley-Price 93 laps completed. But Craig Corrish is going to get in, and he's going to notch up a couple. Gravel Trap Racing UK 46 with a black flag at the moment. Is that one that Race Control give, or one that they've got from an incident limit? I think it might be an incident limit.
I believe that one is going to be an incident limit. I see that I don't see anything in at the moment. So the last thing I see is the stop go for number 74, the 30-second stop goes. So I am going to tell you that that is probably going to be just for incident limits and track limits, which if you're starting to get track limit black flags with 11 hours to go, it's going to be a very, very long 24 hours of Silverstone for you.
Yes, 120 incidents to the first drive-through penalty, and then every 25 incidents thereafter. So it will be very difficult for the remainder if that's what they're doing. Oh, this is busy.
And that is collective team incident points, I believe, for everyone. So all of your drivers together. So if you're the driver that has racked up those incident points, your team's probably going to look at you a little bit closer and tell you to get it together.
I think it was the World Endurance Championship where their track limits was actually by driver, and it meant the teams with 3 drivers had more track limits abuses they could use before being penalised than Cadillac, who only had 2 drivers.
I don't get that. I never agreed with that, but here we are.
It doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me either. WSR Esports ButtKicker from the GT3 lead are on pit lane. Is that a driver swap? I think it is.
It looks like that is going to be a driver swap, so we'll see who comes in there. Ethan Critch will be the next driver in for our car.
Roseth was driving, and now Ethan Critch comes in.
Yeah, so that is a driver swap there for our lead car as we go through. In the GT4 category, there is currently half a second separating Satellite Racing and ST Racing Esports down in the lead for the GT4s. That's been brewing for a little while and is just continuing on. And look at the fog that has overtaken Silverstone here as we see them going down the Hanger Straight. Down into Stowe they go, and man, look at the gap separating them. Look at the fog, and tell you what, 11 hours to go almost, and you're separated by half a second for the lead. You're doing something right.
Yeah, I still exercise caution to not get too excited about this for ST Racing Esports. I'm sure they know the state of play, and this looks like Gravel Trap Racing UK, the number 46, are just serving their drive-through. And if it is a drive-through, then we'll know it's from the incident limit.
Indeed, and we'll watch to see what happens with them. Just a few minutes left here with me, David. I have to ask you, what are you going to do for the next hour? Are you going to be watching this, eating some food, or what's going to be your plan?
Probably going to watch some Ashes highlights packages from years gone by, and then maybe Johnny Bairstow batting highlights. I reckon that'll do me for an hour.
Sounds like a plan. Any food, any water, or just watching videos?
Oh, probably another coffee, and I'll have to think about a sandwich, or if I want to put together a pizza or something.
I think all of that sounds really good. What sounds really good right now for Ruby Acosta is getting this passed on Alex Gall here with just a couple of tenths separating them. But again, as you've pointed out, looking at this, is this truly a battle for the lead? Well, by the stint tracker, the answer is not really. And letting the traffic through, hard on the brakes they go, and 32 laps now for ST Racing Esports here. Ruby Acosta has been out, and there's your number, and into the pits we go.
Not the most aggressive pit entry I've ever seen, but you don't want to get a speeding penalty now, and they know they've got to hold tight through the pit entry because their garage comes up quite early. There are 41 pit stalls for 54 drivers, so a couple of them are sharing. And it makes sense that a lot of the GT4s would be down that end of the pit lane, and while your GT3s would be towards the pit exit end of the lane.
Indeed, that is the case. You've got to really make sure you nail the pit box too, and that is something that we haven't even touched on yet here, or at least I haven't touched on. And I love going on a soap opera about practicing pit stops here. Is Cameron Martineau is now in the car here, taking over duties in the number 3 ST Racing Esports car, and we will see what Cameron Martineau can do here in the Mercedes for Altitude Esports by SimStickers, or sorry, ST Racing Esports. Wow. It's not that late for me. I shouldn't be mixing up words yet.
And it's not too late for a handful of the drivers I've seen that are Club California out on the racetrack at times. Well, Cameron Martineau is New England. I think he's a Connecticut-ish area, if I recall. I do know the guy. Not well, obviously. I don't know exactly what state he lives in, but I'm aware he's in that area.
Yeah, so it's about 8 p.m. Local time, if that is the case, and he's on that eastern seaboard as he comes out of the pits, goes through. We go around to the top of the hour, and David, I am going to let you step away and take some time, go watch some videos and relax for a bit. We'll see you back here with 10 hours to go, but for the next hour, they've decided to send in Derek. Yet again, you've heard Derek's wonderful voice here in the RaceSpotTV booth earlier on in this broadcast, and well, Derek's decided to come back and hang out with me for a minute, and I've been told that there will be plenty of puns. So Derek, good afternoon, good evening.
Good afternoon, good evening to you as well. Talk about all those California kids. I'm not exactly a California kid. I'm up in Oregon. I'm still a West Coast. I'm a West Coast, best coast kind of guy. So you're right. Only 5 p.m. local time here, and I think that's a valid point to talk about. I've always believed that the best makeup of an endurance team, if possible, Brad, is when you can get a roster of diverse time zones. So sometimes it's easy to want to do endurance racing with your friends no matter where you live, whether it's East Coast US, UK, or anywhere in between. But man, when there's only 4 of you and you're all in the same time zone, there's that like rock, paper, scissors game that gets played about who has to, take the graveyard shift. So yeah, it's always fun to see when different time zones come out. And I was surprised you and David were talking about, and I saw it for myself, there's like 4 or 5 drivers on track right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 drivers on track who are just now turning their first laps in the ButtKicker Britcar 24.
Yeah, and I don't know about you, but I find that kind of crazy to watch. And I said it myself, that I don't know that this is the point where I'd want to be jumping in for the first laps, but if you're going to do it, and graveyard shift is probably the best time to jump in and go. And again, you've just got to be real confident, real comfortable, and really ready to get in the car and go. I'd say that they're probably running, single player warm up laps, jumping in, an open session somewhere and running a couple of Silverstone laps, just doing something to be warmed up. So that way, when they jump in the car, it's not the first laps of the day for them. So not what I'd want to do, but it is something that we see people do. Hey, it seems to be working.
And the crazy part, I just went down through the list of them in iRacing. And for those who don't know, in iRacing, we're all assigned a region where our account was created, basically. All 6 of them, there's actually 6 first lappers right now. All 6 of them are not in North America. So forget that whole time zone talk we just had. It's out the window because they're all going to be here. Most of them are in the UK, so it's pretty late in the evening there. But I mean, I like this a little bit. Hey, let's take a new person. Let's throw them in while it's dark, while it's cool, and get some hot laps out of them. Now the fog will mess with you a little bit, but yeah, I like this strategy here with about 11 hours to go.
Yeah, and I think it's just injecting that fresh energy in here. And speaking of fresh energy, we've been keeping up with this battle for a while on screen. That's the number 94 Quad Dash Racing Mike Farla that is driving, that has that number 48 Prismatic Motorsports Athena of Brett Widner just behind, and they have not calmed it down for a moment. They're continuing through. That is GT4 traffic just ahead, the number 6 Mercedes that they get around, but look at that, just separated by a couple of tenths as they go, and they are continuing to battle it along and keep it through. And yeah, been some good battles all the way through here, Derek, for considering that there's just under 11 hours to go.
Yeah, we're past the halfway point, so sometimes in these races it's really hard to tell what will happen, Brad. Sometimes it feels like the lead is, well settled by this point, depending upon the event we're covering. And at this point, there's battles up and down the screen to cover. The GT4 lead has been under battle, for the past 5-6 hours. The GT3 lead is still well up for contention. WSR has held an amazing lead for a long time, but we'll wait and see how that turns out. So there's lots to still discuss in this race, and I think that's the fun of watching this Britcar 24, is nothing seems settled at this point.
It's not over till the checkered flag drops. We heard that earlier from a driver saying, hey, we're running, back in the top to mid 20s in GT3, and it doesn't matter right now because we're just continuing to run through and keep things going and keep moving along. I believe that was actually Ronnie Smith who said that with Alpha Esports, if I remember correctly. It's just, that's the key to endurance racing for me. It's not over till it's over.
And I'll tell you, as someone who helps lead a team, that is what we tell everybody, right? It's 11 hours to go. Even if you're a lap or 2 laps down at this point, so what? Stick with it. Who knows what happens? It just takes one bad moment for any team to level the playing field. So, that's the most truthful thing. It's not over. Heck, at a track like Silverstone, where we are, it's only 2-minute lap times. So even within the last hour, it's not over, right? This isn't like we're racing maybe like the Nürburgring 24, where you can kind of get that feeling we're not going to make a lap up, or we're not going to make 2 laps up, but 2-minute lap times, that's roughly 29 or 30 laps per hour, pardon me. So yeah, lots still available here in this moment. Now the light fog I see has moved in while I stepped away. Maybe not as thick as we were fearing, Brad, but that light fog will still mess with you a little bit.
Yeah, and it's ebbed and flowed a little bit, the fog has. I've seen it be a little bit thicker at points than it is right now. I will say this is probably the thinnest that I've seen it in the last little bit, but as we can see, it's still there, it's still going, and it does just add that little extra layer of complication to the race that you may not have had otherwise, as we continue to watch cars go around here around the Silverstone circuit and go through. And still the same thing that we've seen all broadcast. It's been GT3s and GT4s, a little bit of traffic and a lot of battles through the field. They really haven't stopped.
No, it hasn't stopped, and it probably won't stop for a long time now. So through that back of that shot, you can see that little bit of that fog that Brad and I were hinting at. I mean, I looked again through the forecast. I mean, we were told there could be a chance of rain here at Silverstone. That's not come to be, but there's also a chance of another wreck here, and that's gonna be a bit of a bump, I think, that caused Joel Lask to get turned around in that number 49 machine. Then Andy Chell is next. That one's just solo and into the wall. That's probably going to be a fast repair right there, as I bet that car is damaged from that spot.
Well, and that's hoping that the drivers still have their fast repairs. So I've been trying to keep eyes on what's happened with drivers earlier. I've been kind of watching through. Someone asked earlier in the drivers chat, and asked and said, "Hey, where are we at with fast repairs? How's everyone feeling?" And some drivers said, "Hey, we used our first fast repair 30 minutes in." Some drivers said, "I don't know what you're talking about. Fast repairs. We're gone with them for the day."
Can I just say, so first off, addressing what you said, yeah, I mean, that's going to be all up and down the board. Justin Prince and I got to talk to a member of Prismatic earlier who just simply said, "Hey, we're going to hold on to them like they're valuable jewelry until we absolutely must use them." So there are teams with that mentality as well of, hey, just because we're a half second off pace, that's not a fast repair. That's not what they're meant for in their minds. But can I tell you, and I said this earlier, there's nothing more, I don't know that cringe is the right word, but frustrating, stress-inducing, annoying than when drivers want to give away their strategies and their details over a driver's radio. Yes, for us, it's great content, so thank you for that. But as a driver, as a strategist, as a whatever, I'm not telling you diddly about where my car is, how my car feels, how much gas I have left, how many fast repairs I have. Why would I give away free information? Information is currency in an event like this.
Yeah, and I'm going to play devil's advocate to that, because I think sometimes it's just drivers having a lot of fun and, wanting to share the knowledge and what they know and where they're at. And, again, playing the third devil's advocate here, sometimes drivers misinform and purposely, in that situation will say something different, something slightly askew from the truth is how I will phrase it, to just kind of throw people off of the scent of what they're doing, where they're at. So that is one of those things, again, for me and you in the broadcast booth, it makes great content, and it really gives us an in on what's going on. But I do think sometimes for drivers, I think they leave out details that, unless you're a driver, you may miss.
Maybe I know that at times these drivers are way too honest though. Stop it. Don't tell them anything. It just I wouldn't say a word. I wouldn't give false info. I wouldn't give real info. My lips would be sealed in that moment. Well, there's a beautiful look at the car there with a nice sponsorship of Clark James on the side of it. Very clearly and visibly written, even in the dark. And that's something that, it's weird because it's only, it's not that early. And sometimes 1:11 in the morning, but it's like you can see a light hint, or a hint of light, in the sky.
Yeah, I noticed that earlier too, and it had me sort of second guessing what time it was in Sim, because I was sitting there and I was like, wait a minute, isn't it midnight, 1 a.m.? Why do I feel like the light is there? And why does it feel like it's just on the front edge of sunrise? I have to assume it's full moon in Sim at that point, because it's very, very noticeable.
Yep. Yeah, and we're still, I'd have to check the time on the session. We're still a good, I would think, 5 hours from sunrise, so still pretty far away from that.
Yeah, I don't think that I will be in the booth for sunrise, so it would really shock me to see that come through. But you never know. It is, of course, Silverstone. Weird things happen all the time, and that is.
Sorry.
I was gonna say, and that's where I'm gonna leave that before every single UK European fan comes after me.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm kind of sad in a way. I love calling races when the sun comes up and when the sun goes down, because I think those are always the two most chaotic parts of an endurance race. When the temperature drops and there's more grip in the track, when the temperature rises and all the grip falls out of the track, I think that's when just pure calamity, pure like Benny Hill chaos of ilk breaks out because people kind of forget what the track is like, you know. So I'm kind of sad, but that would be way late in the evening for me, and I couldn't make it happen this year. So other people will get that privilege of seeing that event happen.
Yeah, and if it's something you've never done, virtual or real life, try to make it a point to do it. It is something that I can't recommend enough. It's something that I got to experience back in January at the 24 Hours of Daytona. Got to experience the sunrise at Daytona during the 24 hours, and it's one of those things that just sticks with you. And even in sim, even though, you know, it is a virtual run, it's something that will stick with you if you've run that sunrise or sunset stint. I ran a 8 Hours of Barcelona race, and I ran the sunrise stint, and it stuck with me. It's so cool. It's something that I can't recommend enough.
It's a beautiful feature to think that at this point in iRacing, I have to think the feature is probably, 7-8 years old. But to think there was a time in iRacing when that wasn't a thing, when we just kind of did a whole event either in darkness or in daytime, and there was no such thing as sunrise and sunset, and it just kind of happened. I remember running a couple pressure Daytona 24s. It just happened at night, for example, and a couple, you didn't have that iconic sunrise at Bathurst, so you didn't have the couple hours of darkness at Sebring, for example, and all of the Nürburgring was in the daytime, which, hey, I'm okay with that, for the record. I don't know if you've seen the thing not to do. Driving the darkness at Nürburgring is not on my list, but yeah, it is iconic to have that feature available to us as sim racers on iRacing. Well, look at this battle here on track, and then look at this. Now we see 3 cars lined up together here, and I'm trying to get some car numbers from the side, but that right there is a beautiful shot of these cars going around. And, a moment that you guys were talking about right before I came in, Brad, about, was that really a GT4 battle? What came to my mind was, obviously it wasn't because of pit cycles, but I got the feeling that I think it was the 3 car was happy, content sitting there to saving a little bit more fuel before their pit stop.
Yeah, they ended up running, I believe it was 32 laps on that stint too. Correct me if I'm wrong there. So, I mean, sitting behind, again, they got to gauge things a little bit with how their car's handling to the leader, but they also, again, saved a little bit of fuel, got to run through, and it gave them an idea of, hey, they are on the pace. They are there. They're in the mix. They're not, running slow off the number. They are on pace with leaders when it counts. So they may be able to use that, again, that little injection of energy that you need at this point in a race to keep things moving along.
And the sad part is we won't really know until the end of the race, right? Where all that probably masks out is the end of the race, when either they get to make one less pit stop, or hey, maybe their pit stop is 5 seconds less than someone else's because they don't need to take as much fuel in that final stop. And so that's when it all plays out. That's sort of the big challenge of endurance racing is the math and the challenges of knowing the hows and the whys and the wins. And a lot of it doesn't pay off until the 23rd hour, and you're just sort of holding your breath and hoping that you did all the math right to figure it out.
Yeah, and that is one of those things that people who have a lot of knowledge on this do a lot of calculations that are ongoing. In modern racing, they have entire strategy teams, entire strategy, centers back at their bases, back at the factory, that will sit and do the math on that and say, okay, if we have to pit now, how does that affect our tire strategy? How does it affect the fuel strategy? What does it do with this, with that? How do we think other people are going, and where does it put us on our race? Where does it change everything? And you still see that in iRacing. The drivers are going to have, assisting software that will look at the cars around them and say, if you do this pit strategy, if you can drive to this delta, this is what's going to happen. Very similar to what they have in real life. You'll see drivers, will build Excel sheets. Some drivers just like having that classic mechanical buildup. When I ran the Barcelona race, I built a Excel sheet. I took a template that I had and I customized it a bit for the team I ran with, and I hand calculated out our full 8-hour race to figure out how we were doing, where we were going to finish, what we needed to do, the fuel number we were driving to, all of that. Some teams do that, but there is a lot that goes on behind the scenes, Derek, for these teams to figure that out. And at a time like now, you look at the lead with Ethan Critch on the number 5 of Kirk, a minute 22 gap. By the time we get down to the last hour, that could be 2 seconds.
It could be. And Ethan, of course, by the way, one of those 6 new drivers that we hinted at who is turning his first laps of this 24-hour event right here. So Ethan's getting comfortable and having a good time in the car, it seems. And the first time. This is going to be Dale Williams here, by the way. This is Glass Tech Racing on the screen. So keep an eye on this as well as we come down. See those number boards on the side. And as a driver, by the way, I'm always grateful for those number boards, Brad, because at nighttime, I think a lot of the markers we use as braking points on the track is either signs or marks on the track or marks on the wall or something that's less visible at nighttime. I love when those big number boards are out there for my use.
You and me both, as long as someone doesn't drive through them and take them down, which is always a slightly scary possibility. But as long as that doesn't happen, those number boards come very much in handy. And again, at night, it's something that, you kind of have to relearn the track for how you know it. You can know the track one way during the day, but then you have to relearn, your brake marker, what you're looking for, your reference points, all of that at night. And it's something that is very, very hard to do and learn.
Whoa, there was a car spinning around.
Oh, caught that in the background, but I couldn't tell who that was.
Yeah, isn't that the challenge for us? These guys love nighttime racing. It's fast, it's easy. There's all the benefits. I mean, Charlie Max here, P19, and that number 31 machine just looped it around, got a little too hot in the corner. And I think when you loop it around that way, Brad, you can give me a different opinion, but probably you got a little too happy on the brakes there, or getting off the brakes too easily may have led to that car, looping around back in first.
Yeah, usually when the back end comes forward, you're just asking too much out of the grip of the rear tires, or you've just gotten in the throttle way too early. It's one or the other, and it's just a matter of realistically, look at the fog as we run down here, down through the Hanger Straight. Wow. That's a pretty picture. But yeah, no, back to the thought there. It's one of those that you're just asking too much out of the tires. The tires are going to do a little bit more on lap 1 of a stint than they're going to do on lap 29 of a stint. And you just have to be conscious of that.
Yeah, it's part of being a good driver and part of maybe why teams have requirements about things like that, about having to run, full stints of practice, not just hot lapping, to make sure that how a car will behave in that moment and what may or may not happen here in this 24-hour event. Wow, here we go. Now we're on board with Evan Craven, part of Team Greenprint. This car, by the way, is beautiful on the outside. We'll see if we can get a shot of it later. But look at this. Ironically, he's behind a car that is more green than his, you could say. But he's going to make the pass here on the right-hand side is Evan and make it cleanly here.
Yeah, that was a clean, good pass there from the Team Greenprint on the green liveried car as they go through Maggots and Baggots out of the Chapel Curve. Down the Hager Straight we go, under the Johnny Walker Bridge. And Silverstone, a track that really I only know by corner names. I've never known Silverstone by corner numbers. I don't know that I know anyone that knows Silverstone by corner numbers, surprisingly.
In that such thing, I was having this talk, I think, with maybe it was our producer Hugo one night. I can't remember who it was, but I don't want to generalize this too far, but I think that's the difference between American and non-American road courses. Like, for the most part, most American road courses you can think of, Daytona, the Glen, Road America, Laguna Seca, for the most part, you know them by corner numbers. Sebring is a mix of both. But then we come somewhere like Silverstone, Spa, Le Mans. I don't know what the corner numbers are. You know, and I don't know why that is. I don't know if it's because the American tracks change layouts more often, or I don't know what causes that American tracks typically don't have corner names.
I don't know the specific reason, but I'm going to cite a very specific grievance right now. Explain to me why in America we like to name tracks turn A, turn 10, turn 10A, turn 10B. Why do we do 7A, B, C, not just 7, 8, 9? Why? Why do we do that in America? That is very specifically a USA issue.
It really is, and I don't know why we do it. It drives me bananas that we do that. So, watching on board here with Owen and Carroll. This is the third place car, the number 6 machine here. So, they're doing a pretty good job here. This is a GT4, by the way. But yeah, you're right. That's very much an American race course thing where we use the like 7A, 7B, and I don't know why we really do that. But yeah, it's always weird to see what it is and how it works out. And of course, it feels like there's always those road courses we don't know how many turns there are because we all debate it. Like how many turns are at the Glen, for example. You know, let's not even go down that route of an argument.
Road America is one that I think of, that there's corners in the middle of straightaways that shouldn't be corners. Turn 4 at Road America specifically is what I'm thinking of, I believe. It'll never make sense to me. Don't ask. I don't get it.
There's a bunch of those that you could say, you know, are they or are they not corners? And so, but you're right. I mean, here at Silverstone, we have lots of infamous. You have not in the corner. The straights are named in a lot of non-American road courses. I mean, we have the Wellington Straight, you know, to help. You have the Hanger Straight. So, I mean, every part of a track is named here in non-American road courses for the most part.
It just makes sense to me. And then you have teams that come here and they say, turn 4, I'm loose. And I go, what's turn 4? And then the commentary goes, yeah, that's the loop. And I'm like, oh, okay, that makes more sense. Thank you.
Yeah. Speaking of loops, there's one by Aiden Coleman. Looped himself around by himself and came close to getting his back end touched by another car, but got that worked out. I'll be honest with you, I looked at the numbers because I'm cheating, and I have an overlay on my right side monitor that has a live track map. Without that, I wouldn't know the corner numbers either. I get both corner numbers and names on that map, but you're right. Without the map, I wouldn't have any idea what the numbers are.
Yeah, it's something that when I first started doing commentary ages ago, I struggled with. And I used to keep an old iPad I had, down on my desk underneath my microphone and specifically keep track maps up. And I'm not even going to act like I don't do that to this day. I do for certain tracks I'm not familiar with. Like if you tell me to commentate Donington, I don't know Donington track corner names. So I'm going to pull up a cheat sheet map, and that's going to be how I know what corner name is what.
Yeah, I'll fess up here. Non-sponsor for a second. I have RaceLab up, and they here provide an awesome interactive track map that shows where everybody is on the screen or on the map or on the track. Let's try that again. And I get all of the corner and straight names for the most part as well. By the way, if you've had a chance to meet Joe Peak yet in commentary, Brad, but if you want to know a corner name of a track, Joe Peak is your guy. It doesn't matter what track we're at. It doesn't matter what layout. Like, people play GeoGuessr. I have literally played a former GeoGuessr with Joe Peak, just showing him a corner at a track, and he knows the name of it. It is the most impressive thing you can come across in sim racing commentary.
There are people that are like that, and I absolutely love it. And I have not had the pleasure of...
I'm intimidated by it, I'll be honest with you.
It shows a dedication to craft, and I haven't had the pleasure of meeting Joe yet. Of course, this is my RaceSpotTV debut here. This is my first time on RaceSpotTV, so I haven't had the pleasure of meeting everyone. I have had, gotten to say hello to everyone, but I haven't had the pleasure of working with everyone yet. That is, I'm going to remember that though. We'll have some GeoGuessr time. I'll remember that here in the future.
No secret to the RaceSpot audience, so I will come in and help with road courses. I'll help with endurance, but it's no secret I'm an oval guy. I'm an oval guy at heart. We have turns 1, 2, 3, and 4, and I usually stop right there. I like Pocono with 3 turns, but yeah, we get beyond turn 4, and I get a little confused.
We've got a GT4 round in a very scary spot. Andrew Pike there, TSRC Esports. We've seen a couple of moments there with that 99, who was fighting the 888 for a while and is now 8 seconds back, going through and replay of what happened to Andrew Pike. A little tap to the front end there from the GT3, but doesn't look like it caused too much damage. I'm going to ask you a controversial question now. Indianapolis, do you consider it 4 corners or 8 corners?
Oh, Indianapolis is absolutely 4 corners. Indianapolis is the best version of 4 corners for most ovals. Listen, most ovals you could say, and even iRacing technically itself counts some ovals as 2 corners. Just pretty big corners. Indianapolis is definitively 4 corners.
See,
the questions you could have asked, that was pretty simple, actually.
Well, because I know people that will tell you that Indianapolis is 8 corners. Because there is a straightaway between turns 1, 2, 3, 4, so they'll call it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
That's just wrong. That's absolutely wrong. Of controversial questions here, I'll initiate you into RaceSpot with the most controversial question we have here. What's 2 of them? One is, should there be allowed to be a 0 in front of a driver's number? So, like, you know, should you have car 1 and car 01 in the same race?
I'm going to tell you that yes, in certain series. And that is because I am a southeastern U.S. boy, and I grew up on a dirt track. So letters and preceding zeros to numbers were a very regular thing that I saw on the track. You would very often have like the 048 or, you know, the 41B or the 47X. So that is something that I was accustomed to. I think if you're running, you know, like GT3 Formula Series, no, but I think if you're running like NASCAR or different, you know, smaller series, ARCA, dirt track racing, open wheel modifieds, I think those are okay in that situation.
I'm seeing a car down pit road here. I didn't get a number on it, so I'm having a hard time if we get. But pit stops are still ongoing. Let's look at Mark Shelton real quick here. Seems coming down the boards into a right-hand corner and loops it back into round. This is becoming a real, I don't want to call it an epidemic. That's probably not the best word to use, but a real problem we're seeing of cars looping around the back end is people, I guess, maybe flirting with the brakes too much and want to get off the brakes too soon as those runs go on. But that's becoming more and more a problem. We're not looping them to the inside of the corners, looping to the outside of the corners here at Silverstone.
Yeah, and seeing the outside passes everywhere is something that's kind of surprised me. It's not what you think of for traditional passes, but it's been a very, very good run here for everyone to just get those outside lines through and make them stick. Typically, you would see like outside to inside. We see that a lot, especially like Village to the Loop to Aintree. That's outside to inside all day. And you would think, you know, if you can hang it around the outside and hold the inside, you're going to keep the position. That's not always true here at Silverstone. It's very, very weird. And it's a Silverstone specific characteristic.
It very much is. So the second controversial question, I believe it exists at RaceSpot. Do you capitalize the E in Esports?
Earned the approval there. I was very worried that I was going to have to just leave mid-broadcast.
If you tell Arjuna you said yes to zeros and car numbers, though, you'll meet Arjuna at some point that you may have to serve a penalty for that, but that's okay. But yeah, lots of racing still going on. Those are the kind of things we talk about at RaceSpot. That's not food. Food's a whole new topic. We'll get there eventually. Don't worry about it. But lots of battles still going. Lots of close racing here. And, you know, I told Justin Prentice 5 hours ago, I was kind of surprised. A lot of the times, you know, by this point in the race, some cars have retired. The track's a little empty. You're out here running by yourself. Now, I do think the 4 fast repairs have helped keep some cars on the track. But I'm just overly satisfied and happy with how many passes we're seeing hour by hour.
Yeah, it's been no shortage of on-track action. Again, a big shout out to Hugo behind the scenes, who has kept all of this action on the screen, keeping this, you know, action left, right, and center, keeping up with it. And it's been a lot, honestly. I feel like every time I look, there's some sort of lap traffic going. There's some sort of GT4, GT3 battle. There's GT3 to GT3 lap traffic battles. And considering that we have 10.5 hours to go and we've only lost 4 cars, it's absolutely amazing to watch.
Yeah, and that number will start to decrease, I suspect, probably in the next 4 hours or so. More and more teams will run out of fast repairs and may just call it a night or call it a day, depending upon their time zone. But that's not where we are for now. Just getting to watch some action here around the track and kind of see who can make moves slowly. By the way, a pit stop on the GT4 side. That number 111 car is now down and in pit road. Tim Perry is now pitting for Altitude Esports.
Yeah, and seeing that 111 in for Altitude Esports. And let's see how this goes here, how long this pit stop will be. It's been in for 30 seconds so far going through, and doesn't look like a driver change here. Looks like just going to be a very clean, quick pit stop. In, out, and then back at it.
Yeah, so we'll watch here long and the pit should be just about over here any second now, and I think just about ready to pull off a pit road here. It's just approaching a minute here in the pit box. You get the engine revving up and away they go. So now they're going to temporarily come down into P4 as they'll get passed by that number 3 car.
And good pass there. Yeah, out and about. This has been the scariest point of the race for me, is this exit out of pit lane. I feel like we've seen many near misses through the whole race, Derek.
Yeah, that pit exit right there is one of the scarier ones in all of road racing I could think of, as far as it just kind of throws you right into the action. You know, there's that one. Maybe the one at Laguna Seca that does that to you. Even the Glen. I mean, the Glen's a little nicer, but not much nicer, about how it just throws you right into the heat of the moment, so to speak, when it comes to the battle here. So they're going to watch this car here. New tires, so Tim will want to be kind of careful this first lap or two. Let those tires heat up before you start pushing it again.
Yeah, and it is only, I believe, 19 degrees Celsius last we checked, so about 60, I think that's 64 degrees Fahrenheit off the top of my head, with some quick mental math of trying to remember my references. If I'm wrong on that, I apologize.
67 degree track temp right now, current.
Okay, cool. I knew I was somewhere in the area.
Yeah, 65 air, 67 track.
Yeah, so honestly, pretty reasonable in all terms of temperatures. We've got P23 and P24 here in GT3 that are absolutely bumper to bumper battling. This is going to be the number 63 Quartermass Motorsports car against the number 49 Phoenix Sim Racing Lamborghini.
See a pass being made here on the left side and doing a pretty good job of getting around that green car. So all is clear there.
No side-by-side through Cop's Corner, thankfully, and now they're just going to follow along through Mackett's and Beckett's, but look at the traffic coming up behind as they continue along here.
Yeah, this would be an interesting couple of laps just to make sure traffic does get through okay, and that's one of the things I've been most impressed about in the hours I've been able to watch this race today, Brad, is the traffic as a whole has been very cordial, very clean. I'm sure there's been a couple small incidents where maybe someone didn't get around as fast as they wanted to, but you know, as the faster class, as a GT3, that's got to be your biggest fear in a multi-class race. Whatever the fastest class is, in this case a GT3, and IMSA likely the LMDHs because of multi-class, in that case multi-class racing, that faster class always is scared of how traffic will behave.
Yeah, it's something that, you know, we could talk the blue flag conversation all day, every day. It really comes in there that you have to, you know, there has to be a little bit of cooperation from both parties for making those passes work. You know, as the car behind, you can't make, as I like to call them, a bonehead move, but as the car ahead, you also can't be a bonehead driver. You just have to be very calm, very smooth, very collected the entire time you're driving. And it's something that, you know, I haven't seen any sort of egregious moments here with the ButtKicker Britcar 24 Hours of Silverstone here. Everybody's been very on their P's and Q's when it comes to passing, being passed, and helping facilitate those passes.
And I do think a small part of that is we do know that race control will catch you for not observing blue flags. There was one penalty handed out, I think, right around the 14 or 15 hour mark of hours to go, where some team did get dinged for not observing blue flags. So I think when you know race control is watching, you sort of also behave a little better.
Yeah, and race control has had a very iron fist through this event. They have not been very kind to some drivers in certain situations. I've seen a lot of stop-go 30 seconds handed out to GT3 cars for the way they've passed a GT4 and not being very happy. If the GT4 filed a protest, they're handing out stop-go 30 seconds like it's candy. They're not happy with the way some of these GT3s have tried to run the GT4s. Any sort of small contact through, they've just thrown the book at them.
What's going to be interesting about that protest system, by the way, Brad, is that Race Control put out a reminder, I think about an hour ago, reminding teams you only get 5 protests for the race. So I think a lot of teams may have burned up their protest or have used a good majority of them already. So you may find yourself in a spot, if you're not careful, where we get to within 2 or 3 hours to go where something awful happens and you just can't protest it because you are, you're done. You've used them up. It's like NFL. It's like challenges in an NFL game. You only get so many, so you got to really pick and choose what you think is protest worthy. And that sounds weird to say it out loud, or maybe if you're just listening, that sounds weird to say it. Why is there a limit? Well, there's a limit because race control is human, and there's only so many of them. It's not a full. It's not a massive team that can just do it easily, and so it really helps limit the amount of work race control has in those moments. So they're only actually looking at valid things and not, very tiny things.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting to see what they're looking at specifically, because sometimes both drivers feel wronged in a situation, and you see both teams have reported that in as a protest. If we look here at the back end, there's a moment that just happened actually between the 99 and the 909, 909 being a GT3 and the 99 being a GT4 car, that both of them have reported in. We'll see how the stewards decide to go on that, but they both feel wronged in the situation. So I'm curious to see what that final decision between Effect Simulations and TSRC Esports comes down to be.
And listen, I think anytime there's an incident, for the most part, both sides, when it comes to a racer mentality, are going to feel wronged. It's very rare that such an incident happens where it's obvious within the car. Now, it may be obvious outside of the car, but trying to convince a race car driver who hasn't seen a replay that they were wrong, that's pretty difficult, right? It's difficult to do. Now, they'll go back and watch a replay and go, oh yeah, nope, I did that. You're right, I was wrong. But I think in the moment, every race car driver feels wronged somehow in their mind when an incident happens. But speaking of wrong and doing wrong, here's Dale Williams. And again, that one loops to the kind of in both ways, I guess. That one's stuck in the middle of the track. And luckily for the number 29 machine, Brad, no one was there, so he was able to kind of get it, back together.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that if you have that solo spin, the first thing you have to do is you have to look up and around and make sure that you're not going to get hit by someone else or pull into someone else's way. You hear it a lot of times in oval racing. Derek, you'll hear people say, hold the brakes, hold the brakes, hold the brakes, hold the brakes. That is true in all forms of motorsport. That is something that is not exclusive to NASCAR. If you spin, hold the brakes, assess where you're at. If you're in a dangerous position, get out of that position without causing harm to others. And in those solo spin situations, the first thing I do while I'm spinning is I am looking in the direction that traffic is going to come.
In the case of a driver, you should have your relative box open at all times and just kind of be able to see the countdown of how many seconds the way the next car is and judging if you can move in time, right? I would say probably in a case like this, if you're anything in less than 7 seconds, maybe 5 seconds, you're probably better off holding still and letting the traffic figure it out than you are trying to move in front of them and possibly be more in the way than you already are. But you're right. I mean, hold the brakes is a pretty common thing. Just have to make sure you do what you do correctly and safely. And listen, it's more in an event like this, right? Because in an oval race, it's all single person driving, right? It's me versus how many other oval drivers. And this event here, you know, these drivers have been practicing for hours and days to get ready for this. As we're watching it on board with Taylor Lane, if Taylor makes a mistake right now and ruins this car, he's not just ruining the run for himself, Brad. He's ruining the run for anyone else on that team or anyone who helped him prepare for this event.
Yeah, and you know, that is a little bit of weight on your shoulders, to be honest, is to remember that, you know, you're not just racing for yourself. When you're running solo, if you have a bit of an off moment, you know, it's one thing, but when you're running as part of a team, it is a team effort through and through, top to bottom, all day, every day. So you have to just make sure you keep everything, you know, in the back of your head. And it goes to what I talked about earlier when I first jumped on, that sometimes it's worth dialing back that 1 to 2% and sort of relaxing in the race and not pushing so hard if it means that your car is going to make it to the end of the race.
Yeah. Hey, by the way, real quick, did you notice this when watching On Board with Taylor? That's bare hands on wheel right there.
Yeah, that's brave. I don't even do that, and I don't consider myself any sort of a competitive, fast, amazing driver. But I don't even not wear gloves. I have a set of gloves that I've worn for a couple years now. I've actually used them for a Halloween costume that I wear for sim racing.
Nice. What's that whole dress for the job you want, not for the job you have?
Exactly. However, I will say that doing commentary and getting to wear sweatpants and a t-shirt when it's 20 degrees outside is pretty nice.
Yeah, there is something nice about that, isn't there? Just getting to do it. It's always that weird thing. And broadcasts with cams are really cool when we do intros and outros, but I gotta put a nice shirt on. Actually, just a nice shirt. No one's ever gonna see if I'm in shorts or not. So just a nice shirt, I guess.
Yeah, and actually, I have it's one of the fun things of the modern job interview process. There was a time where I was interviewing for a new job, and I very often wore athletic shorts with a button-up and like a full suit top, so it looked like I was dressed up really nice. But I always wore shorts underneath, and I was just like, I can't be bothered.
Yeah,
a little behind the scenes.
Be right, very brave and very just different for Taylor Lane. I mean, not everyone uses gloves, but I feel like when you get into using the rims and the Fanatec rims and the other companies' rims with the road course style wheels, it's become more and more common to watch the gloves be used and watch that. I always tell people, Brad, you can tell how easy of a time a driver's having by watching his hands. We use all those hands through that corner, and Taylor Lane was not having a good time.
Yeah, not at all. And you can see Taylor Lane very much talking there. I would presume that is on the team radio. Thought I saw a little bit of a chuckle there at the end, probably saying, hey, I just managed to keep that together. Let's go. And definitely some back and forth banter. And that's something you don't get to see a lot, is, you know, how the drivers communicate back and forth with their teams as they're racing. So, and it's something that really adds, I love it with that team dynamic. You see a lot of series where drivers, you know, if they're running shorter races, they run solo, but then you have moments here, like right there, Taylor Lane trying to get that past, and you can see him say, watch out, or whatever. You know, he's getting into the racing, and really you can tell that, you know, he's taking it serious and enjoying it. Same thing that you would think real life drivers do when they kind of say, you know, they get on the radio and say, hey, get this slower car out of the way, or whatever it might be. He's doing the same thing now.
Yeah, most drivers nowadays, I would say probably 90% of teams, maybe more, you know, have their own Discord servers they're in, and that's how they're communicating. You still do see a team here or there with a TeamSpeak server. I always kind of shake my head. Like, TeamSpeak's, you know, not free, but hey, you know, to each their own, and everyone has their own preferences of sound quality or permissions or whatever it causes to make you make that decision. The weird ones to me, honestly, Brad, are the ones who are still using the iRacing radios for their team communications. I don't understand that one.
Yeah, that's one that I haven't personally ran into in a very long time. The only time I've really seen the iRacing radio be used is for communication between all the drivers, say in, you know, public servers or open lobbies, however you want to refer to it, or when you're in an event like this, Race Control uses it to make their broadcast to all drivers, and use it sort of as their official communication channel. You know, same thing you would see in like the Supercar series where they can come over the radio and talk to everyone at once. That is sort of, you know, what I'm familiar with the iRacing radio being used for.
And hey, bringing it full circle, I mean, don't forget, you know, we talked about Discord. Hey, WEC, the WEC, they use Discord to talk to the teams.
I love that. That is a fact that I know it, and every time I hear it, I have to do like a double take and go, really?
Nope, that's been something I'm pretty sure. I believe this was introduced, and maybe our producer Hugo Luis will remember. Pretty sure this was introduced during the COVID era. They decided to use it to cut down on the, you know, in-person communication. Now, as far as I know, for WEC, the teams do not use Discord. Pardon me. They still have their own private digital channels that they use, you know, traditionally, but all race control communications comes through Discord.
That's the coolest thing ever. I don't care who you are. That's the coolest thing ever.
Isn't it kind of weird to think that a program we started using, you know, as gamers and nerds about, 10 years ago now, has turned into this official program people use for things?
It is, but it just kind of shows just how things have accelerated through time. It's very awe-inspiring when you sit back and look at that, though, and think about that. Quick update here, Derek, for that incident with the 99 and the 909. 99 Effect Simulation said that they exited the pits and the 909 drifted and took them out. The 909 TSRC said that they were just driving normal and they were using just the normal racing line and that it was on the other car. Stewards decided to side with the number 99 TSRC Esports GT4 and they issued a stop-go penalty to the 909 and said causing a collision for exiting pits, and then they took it a step further and sent a reminder to all the drivers of how the pit exit works, just as a little bit of an FYI, as an update to everyone.
Yeah, they reminded all drivers you need to remain you need to basically remain there until it's clear to join the racing line. So you are rejoining the track. So this says do not immediately rejoin, you know, after you see that blue cone is where iRacing will let you rejoin. But they're saying, hey, you know, you got to be more aware of your surroundings. And so they're going to side with the cars on the track is the note they've given. That was part of the driver's briefing that happened, 14 hours ago at this point. So sometimes reminders are needed in those moments, but that's how the penalty is going to fall here on the track.
Yeah, and that's it's good to see that not only are the stewards, you know, taking that moment as we have a replay of Jack Cowie, the number 46 there, spinning in a scary position there, I'm not going to lie, but very thankfully able to get moving without any incident. I thought they were going to get absolutely clobbered on the passenger side of their car. But, no, it's good to see that race control and the stewards are coming back out and giving those little reminders halfway through the race, because of course, you know, there's some drivers that this is their first stint, or they very recently within the last couple of hours just gotten into the car and they've probably forgotten some of the specific things like that from the driver's briefing. So maybe a case that, hey, that gentle reminder is enough to kind of get everyone's head back in and say, oh yeah, we're supposed to come out of the pits this certain way and not just how we traditionally would do it, which is just slam the throttle, get in line.
Yeah, so we saw a car pitting there. If we can go on board with that car in a second, we'll show you what we're talking about for the pit lane rule. And then basically, I guess the two different lanes we're going to use to determine when you're allowed to pit. So if we can get there, there's a nice in-car shot. Look at that nice purple hue inside the car. We'll watch here. This will be on board with the 281 Hayden Phoenix Miller, part of Nomad Academy. So we're going to come off the pit road here. Now we're going to pass by the pace car. So this is when you can speed up. Now there's a blue cone just on your right. This is where iRacing says you can merge. Cool. What the stewards are saying is beyond here, before you merge back to the left, you need to also take some personal accountability and making sure you're not just kind of like throwing yourself in there as a tackle dummy.
Yeah, and it is one of those moments where the drivers, you know, have to be a little bit heads up. You're going to rely on your team to communicate with you a little bit too, because the teams are going to be able to look at different camera angles, different angles beyond, you know, you in the cockpit and look through and kind of tell you like, hey, do this, do that. Here's this, here's that. Jack Cowie having another spin there, not having a fun night there in P30 and the GT3s, but, you know, that's where you're going to have team kind of help you out and say, hey, you know, you're joining in, tap on the brakes a little bit, slot back into traffic, or hey, you're a GT4 joining in, GT3s are coming through, stay to the side, give the GT3s room, and you just need to rely on your team a little bit there, just as much as you rely on the mirrors.
Yep. So we're coming into the last 9 minutes of your first commentary stint. Brad, you've been here for 3 hours now. You're going to get a small break and come back in later with Lorenzo Bonder. But I'm going to ask you first off, for these past 2 hours and 50 minutes you've been watching the ButtKicker Britcar 24, what have been your big takeaways?
Big takeaway is it's fun to be a GT4. There's been a lot of battles through the GT4 class, top and bottom, and there's been a lot of heads-up driving from the GT4s with helping facilitate those blue flags and those GT3s coming through, and helping to, just make the action happen where it needs to and have the moments they need to have to keep the racing going. That's one of my big takeaways. The other one is patience is a virtue, and, remembering that this is a 24-hour long race, of which we still have 10 hours left to go. That's longer than a traditional work day. So when you think about that, you've got plenty of time. Anything can change, anything can happen, and just having that patience regardless of the position you're in and just letting the race come to you. That's been my two big takeaways, and it seems like out of the drivers I've interviewed through, they've kind of shared the same thought process of, hey, we're just kind of getting through, let's see how this goes.
So if you could pull out the Brad Dalton crystal ball for a second, what do you think is possibly a story or two our viewers should be aware of in the next couple hours?
A couple of things I would keep my eyes on is Cube Controls and TSRC Esports back there in 5th and 6th place in the GT4 category. Those two have been swapping that P5 off and on this entire time. So I would keep my eyes on them. The other thing I really want to keep my eyes on is that WSR Esports ButtKicker. Right now, Ethan Critch is driving that number 41 up in the lead, but I'm curious to see if that stays there or if any challenges come through. A couple of big things that I've seen too, BRT and Team Loose Spurwig, 2nd and 3rd place in GT3. I mean, they've clawed up 8 places and 10 places respectively to get their way up into 2nd and 3rd in class. I wouldn't be surprised if you start seeing them really start to pace themselves and start to close that gap and try to go for the lead here in the final 10 hours.
Yeah, that GT3 lead has been something to watch for the past few hours. It's been all WSR all day. They started on the pole, and they're still up on the pole here as we get ready to close into just 10 hours remaining here in this 24-hour race at Silverstone. So it's been an amazing run for those guys. As you said, GT4 battle has been more up in the air, more up and down, and just people everywhere, through that leaderboard. But you're right. I mean, both BRT and the team behind them, which is Team Loose, have clawed really effectively, right? 8 spots up for BRT. Team Loose is 10 spots up. So some pretty amazing things. Also, real quick, P9 for Nomad Academy up 10 spots. So some really amazing things happening up and down the field here at Silverstone.
Yeah, and I think one of the things too is we see all of these drivers going up. You don't want to forget about some of the drivers that have went the other way around the grid here. Sim Dynamics, Sunoco Racing Fuel, they're down 10 places on the day. Prismatic Motorsports, that number 48 Audi, has had a couple of moments here and is down 6 places. The race isn't over for them. There's still 10 hours to go. They still have plenty of time to make up laps, make up positions, and move their way back up the leaderboard as we go here. That's the beauty of endurance racing, though, is that just because there's 10 hours to go and you're down in P15, that doesn't mean anything. You can still claw your way back up. Top 10, top 5, you could see the win. And we've seen cars make up 10 laps in the last 10 hours and come back for podium finishes.
Yeah, so I often wonder that in my head, and I've luckily been in a spot as a team owner a couple times to win events of 24-hour nature, and there's that moment where it starts to feel real, right? There's that moment where this is hypothetical. Hey, listen, we're winning, but we don't want to get too amped up. We don't get too excited. You kind of don't want to really buy into the hype because maybe you think it's bad karma or whatever you believe in. But there's that moment where it starts to feel real, where you're like, hey, this is really this could really happen. This is really a moment right here. And I think the 10-hour mark is probably a good starting point for that. I don't know if I'd buy into it. I think 8 hours for me is like, oh man, we're with 8 hours to go and we're leading. That's great. At 10 hours though, you start to buy in and go, okay, let's get serious about this, because this is becoming real.
Yeah, and it's very much you start to have that pinch me moment, and it becomes one of those like, okay, we've, Lady Luck has been on our side so far, and we've put all of our, wheels and tires in all of the right places to keep this thing moving and keep this thing grooving. Let's buckle it down, and then, as you just said, Derek, as it starts to reel in a little bit closer, a little bit closer, a little bit closer, it goes from that sort of like, okay, I'm just doing everything I need to wow, this is happening. And that is also a very dangerous feeling. If you are the leader and you've had a dominating race, because that is where mistakes can slip in just on the pure wow, this is happening factor. It's a very dangerous sort of give and take.
Yeah, it is very, very dangerous give and take all day, all night, all race long on that scale. We're watching along here with this car right here. You see the number board in the front dashboard. It says 23. So you see that is their position. The car number is on the side of the car. So we're using those digital number boards here in this race. And now we got a car that doesn't have a digital number board. That's not helpful to me. Yeah, that's a very interesting moment there. I think that 01 there on the side is what we're looking for. Yeah, so it's Alex Gall and GT4. Yeah, so I think it's the difference in the 3s and the 4s is where the digital number board is placed on the car, I believe. So we'll keep an eye out for that as this time goes on. Well, Brad, first off, welcome to the RaceSpot family. It's been nice. I read your introduction. It's been a busy week, so obviously with American Thanksgiving, so I haven't had time to really respond to it yet. But I'm sure the RaceSpot family is happy to have you here. I know I am. Well, the viewers will get to know you over time throughout the many RaceSpot broadcasts. But hey, what a way to break yourself in besides a 24-hour broadcast. I saw it's a 24-hour broadcast, and I saw there was a nighttime shift to cover, and I thought, that I'm used for nighttime European broadcast a lot. The last endurance race I covered, I did the graveyard shift from 5 p.m. Eastern time to 5 a.m. Eastern time. So, I thought, hey, let's jump in here and just see where I can fill in, see where I can help out, and get comfortable. It's Silverstone. It's a lot of fun. It's been awesome to meet everyone here at RaceSpot, kind of interact, learn, see the different conversations. No conversations about food, but from what I understand, that is coming. So we'll see how those conversations go. But yeah, it's awesome to be here. I'm probably going to go eat some food, and then I'll come back for a couple more hours in the middle of the night. All right, well, Brad, it's been great having you in the booth. We're going to let you step aside, and I'll bring in David Haynes. David, not much has really changed in the hour you stepped away. WSR still leads. BRT is second. Satellite is still dominating on the GT4 side, although they're pitting right now. A couple penalties handed out in the past hour, but really, the past hour has kind of been the more things change, the more they stay the same.
Well, it stays very dark for sure, with many cars out there congesting up the 5.9 kilometers of Silverstone circuit, and your outright leader is going to pit. So WSR Esports ButtKicker just entering pit lane. GT4 leader also in their pit stall. So yeah, if you want to get a quick signature off the race leaders, that's where they are.
I laugh at that thought because I know that's hopefully not something that happens too much on road racing, but I remember there being a red flag in a NASCAR race at, I think it was the Glen back in the 2010s, where a fan hopped to one of the shorter fences and went and got a signature under a red flag. So you say that and it brings a smirk to my face because I've seen that in a different form.
You feel like that's definitely happened during a rally event at some point as well. Puncture, they stop changing it, fan comes up.
Like the Baja races of ilk, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. When you say that, what comes to mind too, I know it's not the same thing, but there's that spot up to Bathurst Hill where people stand throughout the day, and it's really like full of flash bulbs in the beginning of the race. I'm like, no, don't stand there. That always makes me nervous to see people standing there. Not that they're asking for the race is happening. They're not asking for things, but man, you're just too close to the track for my comfort. But speaking of close for comfort, there's still some great battles here, David, on the track. I mean, that battle is back now again to 7 seconds between Satellite and ST Racing Esports on the GT4 side. It's less than a minute between WSR and BRT. And I was talking to Brad about, and maybe it's because of the fast repairs, maybe it's because of people just wanting to do well, or I don't know what it is, but sometimes when we get to the 10-hour mark of an endurance race, there's no such thing as a same lap battle for a class lead.
Yeah, so it's kept moderately competitive across all the divisions, which has been nice, and then we've been able to pick up battles across both classes as they unfold. A few cars that are sort of finding this opportunity to showcase the depth of their driving lineup and try to get some back. Ooh, and that's an Audi that has looped around. 21 in position 21.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut up. That's something that's really become a problem in the past couple hours, David, is that backwards spin through the corners. It's become more and more prevalent as the night goes on. I don't know if it's just drivers pushing too hard, but it's become more and more of a problem.
Yeah, and as well in the dark, a few drivers finding the curbs and striking them in some slightly awkward ways as well. So all of it, I think, compounded by the darkness and the fog.
Yeah, the fog has moved in. I was concerned how thick the fog was going to be. Honestly, I had it in my mind for some reason it was going to be, thicker fog. The sim is indicating this is a light fog the last I checked. And I'm curious how much different it would be if it were daytime and not nighttime as far as how thick that fog is or how much effect it has on the drivers. But right, the fog has moved in, the temperatures are way down. Drivers are eager to make up time. This is that type of an endurance race where a lot of people see this as like your money laps, where you should be out there just kind of, cooking it and seeing what you can make up on your competitors.
It's definitely fog that's thick with only one C.
Yeah, okay, that got me. I wasn't ready for that. But yeah, you're right. That's, yeah.
See, red flag fog is thick with 2 to 3 Cs. I was at Bathurst 12-hour one of those years when they had a lot of fog. Delayed the race start.
Yeah, it's not very common that we see the fog really be a factor in iRacing, as there was a little bit almost leaning on each other right there through that corner. But I was going to say, David, it's really only in the official, or excuse me, in the hosted events, pardon me, that we see fog really used. In most official special events, hardly ever do we see fog come into play anymore.
Anything more than this fog normally, to put it bluntly, makes broadcasting pretty ugly. So it's normally to be avoided. This is looking a lot like Will Chadwick getting a lap back on second place right here.
Yeah, we've seen Will in the car throughout multiple times throughout the day here. So, and Will is an incredible driver. Justin and I talked about this earlier. If you wanted someone to come in and put hot laps in a car that you could trust to put those hot laps in a car, you want to sign Will. Will has been on a couple different teams throughout his career and has always proven himself to be a pretty great driver.
And frequently RaceSpot's collaborator with me on 60 plus racing adventures, where our combined age doesn't reach 60, but once we add Hugo it does.
I mean, just Hugo alone makes it 60, right?
Oh, it's funnier when it's just a subtle little dig.
I'm probably fired for that. But moving on here, you're right. I mean, Will is... I thought Will was trying to make the pass here, but I don't know. Is he? I thought Will would have made the pass if he was trying to.
Well, he did. He had a big dive at the end of the Wellington straight.
Yeah, you're right. Sorry, I had the card numbers mixed up in my head. I apologize for... Oh, that was a close one right there. Yeah, you're right. I had the cards mixed up in my head, and I apologize here. It gets a little hard in the dark here to figure out sometimes whose car is who and the card numbers, but you're right. watching this happen.
So you have this sort of long view looking and at picking out the headlights. The number of times I've been driving somewhere on the road, I look in my mirror and I go, oh, that's a BMW Z4. I've seen those headlights in my mirror around the Nordschleife many, many, many times. That happens to me with great frequency these days.
Now, in real life, they're not flashing your headlights at you like they do in the sim, right?
No.
That wasn't a confident no, David Haynes. That was a maybe sometimes.
See, for them to flash their headlights, they'd have to be driving around town with their high beams not on in the first place.
Oh, yeah. Okay, that I get. That's becoming a real problem in certain places. That I get right there. You're right.
At one point, I knew the German word for high beams, and I've forgotten.
Someone has to do their Duolingo.
Yeah. It'll have Licht in it.
Yeah, I'm good at many things, but in this category, you're off on your own. Because
just to go along with my other favorite German racing words like Hochgeschwindigkeit and Bremse.
I'll take your word for it that those are racing terms, because speaking German is not one of my many talents, so I'm going to trust you when you're using words and you're using them correctly in this moment. Look at this battle is still going on here, by the way, David. This has become a battle that's really been going on for the past, 4-5 minutes now. And there's no letting up in this battle right here in this moment. Here's some traffic just getting away, though. That green car just put him 3 wide, and I thought for sure that was going to be a little bit of damage right there.
No shortage of touch and go moments. Like, there was nearly a bit of damage for effect simulations. They've been around in the last lap. One of the teams contending up the front of GT3 inside of the top 10. And definitely inside of the top 5 on plenty of occasions. 4th at the moment.
I'll move back here and take a look at the 290 car and take a peek and see how their race is going for a moment. See them coming here through that left-hander and tracking out up to the curbs here. Now, I think it was right before I came in, I heard you talking about avoiding the curbs. I think you were more so referring to the sausage curbs, but for those maybe who are new to the broadcast or new to watch this because they have a family member or a friend or someone in this race, can you delve a little deeper into why the sausage curbs or why the curbs are so dangerous here at Silverstone?
Oh, well, there's a couple of them that are big. So that's the main problem with them, is the way that they try to enforce the track limits through the Vale chicane and club at the final sector. Just seen a few cars hit them, and I think you'd sooner hit a deer than hit those sausage curbs.
Yeah, you might do less damage hitting the deer in most situations than hitting the sausage curbs here. You're correct about that. So you're right. They're big. They'll offset the car. They'll loop you around or do more damage than that even at times here at Silverstone. Watch this here.
Effect Mercedes. This is where they spun around. So they're down the inside at Village and they are going into a gap that doesn't quite fit, and they're on a tight line and they lock up and they spin.
Well, luckily for them, that was all that happened there, because when you get 3 or 4 cars going through a corner like that, yeah, I mean, everyone should have saw him, but that's still a little scary in that moment to make sure no contact happens there after. You're holding your breath as a driver, hoping everyone sees you and swerves to avoid you.
Yeah, so 4th at the moment for effect simulations and only 9 seconds behind 3rd place, so they would have been much closer were it not for that.
Here comes a pass here. This will be a pass on the inside of this corner. And one of the cars got by, and I think the second one's going to come by here in a moment. There you go. So, David, as we approach just under 10 hours here, the question that, that Brad and I were kind of discussing before you stepped back in, I think you heard it, was, Brad's this prediction of the dominance by WSR. At this point, do you think there's a way that BRT catches back up into GT3s short of WSR sort of, ruining their own race, or do you think BRT can do it purely on time still?
I think they can still do it on time, but it would have to be involving the pit stop window and the checkered flag falling within the times when BRT are 37 seconds back, not when they're 1 minute and 10 back. And I haven't calculated that to know. But I'd say on pace, still possible. And then everything else is, of course, still possible.
Oh, of course. I mean, last time by, just kind of give you the viewers at home an idea. BRT was half second faster, than WSR. So that's good news for BRT. But when you're 30 some seconds back, a half second feels just like a drop in the bucket, doesn't it?
Yeah, and I'm noticing a couple more drivers cutting their first laps of the race now in this stint. So Michael Johnson, 45, has joined Miss Daisy, 101, to be their 6th driver to appear in that car. Reese Carroll, of course, was, I think, noted as joining the number 6 GT4. Josh Pulley, first stint in the number 50 GT3. Can we get 7 drivers in a car? Because at the moment, driving this Daisy on top in that count with 6 drivers.
Yeah, they're one of only 2 teams, I think, that register 6 drivers with the Britcar officials to have a 6-car team. And I understand having a bigger team maybe for fun, or maybe it's because you want to cover more time zones, but I don't know, David. Getting 6 drivers to agree on a setup for a car sounds like getting like a group of kids to agree where to go to dinner. I don't know. That sounds like a difficult task, getting that many drivers to agree on a setup that's drivable in a single car.
Getting 6 siblings to agree who gets the first turn with the PlayStation.
Oh my gosh.
I'm a younger sibling, so I never got to use the good controller.
I can hear the years of undone therapy right there in that comment of just, I could hear the hurt in your voice when that comment came out.
That's if I was lucky, if it was even plugged in.
And not hidden somewhere so you couldn't get to it.
Oh, hello.
Unplugged, hello. Almost plugged his car in the back end of the other one, but he did right there. But so it's funny you mentioned the PlayStation and video games, David. A comment question I think you and I've discussed before, and I don't remember this, so pardon me if I'm going to duplicate this question. Do you remember? I guess I'll ask 2 things. Do you remember your first racing game, and do you remember your first sim?
Okay. Well, definitely first time I sat at a wheel and pedals is Daytona, USA. So that's...
I'm assuming.
That's that's a key moment, even if the best way to drive that game was just mashing the inputs and slamming the gearbox between third and fourth.
Yeah.
But that's still like that's a watershed moment. And I had Formula 197 on PlayStation 1.
Would that have been during the original EA Sports years?
I don't know who developed it, but it was an interesting game, and it had a whole bunch of voice lines recorded by Murray Walker.
I remember this game. Yeah, you're right. This is not. You're right. This is not an EA game. This was actually one of the games that came on one of those. I played this game because it came on one of the PlayStation demo discs. So yes, okay, I know what you're talking about now. Yes.
A racing video game developed by Bizarre Creations and published by Psygnosis for PlayStation and Microsoft Windows, and I had it PlayStation.
So are you counting that as your first sim?
No, I'm just counting as I think the first
game. Okay.
Racing video game that I can remember.
Okay.
Like having, not necessarily just playing somewhere or. Project Gotham Racing was underrated on the original Xbox.
On the original Xbox, yeah, you're right. Definitely underrated for a few reasons, and kind of something that's been forgotten about. Actually, is I'm pretty sure it's 1 or 2, and maybe you remember, David, is actually where Geometry Wars started. In the credits of the game, if I recall correctly. That's what sticks out in my mind, but yeah, I played a lot of that.
Favorite little quirks from F1 97 includes all the tracks from the 1997 season, including the cancelled Portuguese Grand Prix. All drivers are included with the exception of Jacques Villeneuve, who is missing due to copyright issues. There was a bit of a string there where every driver was licensing their name for the video game except him.
Yeah. And just probably I don't want to say this out loud. I shouldn't say that. Probably an issue of money. Who knows what it could have been? But probably most things in that case usually come down to money. So do you remember what was your first sim, out of curiosity?
I mean, iRacing. It's the realest sim there is.
Okay.
Everything else is just a game.
So I'm a
bit tongue-in-cheek as I say that.
I know you are. I was going to say for me, it was more sim at the time than I think the franchise is now. My first sim would have been the original Gran Turismo. My first game, I'm an old fart. I would definitely count to helping your age that 60-plus adventure that you talked about. Commodore 64, maybe Test Drive would have been my first racing game. Yeah, probably that. I'm an old fart, so definitely something on the Commodore 64.
The driver name edit function in Formula 197 could be used to unlock bonus tracks and other things such as raining frogs and the cars having the ability to hover.
I'm somehow not surprised by that. That was a common feature that was used for a while in video games, was editing names to make things happen. It's not unheard of, but it sounds silly in today's age of just,
Roller Coaster Tycoon.
Unlocked by default, right? Was there? Yeah.
You could name your guests certain specific things, and they would either do particular things or whatever. Like I think there was one, and that they would have near unlimited money, but only like one guy.
That's weird. I loved Roller Coaster Tycoon. Boy, look on track here. Here's Aiden Carter in the 20 car. Look at this big gaggle of cars on track, David. It seems like every now and then they also bunch themselves together and come up in this little conglomerate of cars. And Aiden is part of Owned Racing right now, and he is part of this gaggle on track.
car's pit lane, including the 101 driving as Daisy. Michael Johnson has only driven 12 laps and is back in the pits on board with the 9th place car in GT4. The next GT4 you see up the road, the Mercedes, is RD Simsport for 8th. So that's going to be Aiden Carter's goal right now.
Well, I would have to think if that Drive Miss Daisy car only went 12 laps, that's obviously not scheduled. So there might be some kind of incident or something causing that to have pitted early because...
Well, they had a black flag. I think they...
Okay. Incident points maybe or something, yeah.
I would suspect so.
By the way, so Michael Johnson 45. That means there's been 44 other Michael Johnsons across the iRacing service. That's one of the bigger numbers I've seen after a name in iRacing.
Yeah, my team has Kyle Smith, and I can't off the top of my head remember his number, but he might be like 30-something, 40-something Kyle Smith. There's 2 David Hayneses, and I'm number 1, and we're both Australians.
I was the 3rd Derek Watson on iRacing. I didn't like having a number in my name, so iRacing and I came to a compromise that they could put my middle initial in and take the number off. Which I think now it's becoming a more common feature that iRacing is starting to talk about. But I think a lot of people don't know that if you don't like, you know, the numbers are the biggest reason they'll do it. If you don't like it being, you know, Michael Johnson 45, you can contact them and they'll offer you a couple alternatives to try to help you avoid that. But what you can't avoid was that too wide pass that it was kind of tight through these S-shaped corners. But made it out okay. Did that RD Simsport car.
I don't think that if Ferdinand Habsburg is on iRacing that he's going to have any problems with a name clash. Let me get this correct.
Yeah, there are a few names here on track. I'm like, there's no way they could have duplicates. They've got to be the only one. And if it is another one, it's got to be them, you know, with an old account they forgot to log into or something like that.
Imagine you register for iRacing and you're Ferdinand Zvonimir, Maria Belthaus, Keith Michael, Otto, Antal Bonham, Leonard Habsburg, Lothringen, number 3. You're like, what? What are the odds?
Yeah.
Mercedes spins around. It was the 21st placed GT3, I think, there. The timing's not helping me out. I'm trying to pick it out. We'll take a look at Brett Widner.
Oh man, a little too close on the rejoin there for my liking. I don't know if he could have waited much longer though, maybe since there were more cars coming, but that got a little closer than most of the ones we've seen tonight.
27th, in fact. Our 45th friend, Michael Johnson, 45, is one of the drivers that went for a little spin there.
So yeah, unfortunately, another backward spin through a corner here to sort of become the traditional way to spin here in the nighttime at Silverstone.
Gravel Trap Racing number 46, another car that has a black flag that has reached their incident limit and then maybe perhaps again.
Well, earlier I said to you that BRT was making up time on WSR. They have just pitted not too long ago, so that gap has opened up again. That's why that gap now is back to a minute and a half, David, on the leaderboard up in the top left of your screen. And you know, I asked that question: do you think BRT can make it up just on time? I don't know. I don't like rooting for Carnage as a driver. I think it's really bad luck and it's bad form, but if you're a BRT, I think it's the only way you beat WSR is if something happens to that car.
The driver lineups are very equal in both of those cars as well. It's not like very quick driver swap, lose a bit of pace, driver swap, very quick again. They're very, very even driver lineups. So, pardon me, I'm reading off the wrong sheet here for BRT with Alistair Kirk, Oliver Furnell, Tom Griggs, and Josh Benson.
But it just feels like, I mean, unless that pit cycle really does work out perfectly, like you said, at the end of the race, and even then, I don't know how you work out a minute and a half, you know, on pit road. I just don't think it's, unless you just cut off like a whole pit stop or something at the end of the race. I don't know how you make that happen for your team. So we'll find out as this race goes on. 9.5 hours left in this ButtKicker Britcar 24. Remember, David, both classes, the leaders are going to win a ButtKicker and the haptic software they need to make that ButtKicker work.
Not just sim racing, many other things you can do with ButtKicker. I've talked about this before, perhaps even in the same event a year ago, that one of the most interesting uses of the ButtKicker system I've seen is a virtual reality dinosaur experience, and it was attached to a wooden crate, like a shipping pallet kind of thing. And you stood on that, and then you could see and feel the dinosaurs go stompy stompy.
So I was gonna say for me, maybe the best alternate use for a ButtKicker. There's a, I can't remember the name of it right now, but there's a VR roller coaster experience that you can get through Steam. I can't remember the name of it right now, but once again, that ButtKicker served as the, given that realism of the feeling of riding in a roller coaster car with all the bumps and the, you know, the everything else that comes with being in a roller coaster.
Makes it realistic to being a passenger when my dad's driving.
Yeah, I have someone in my life like that. I'm not going to name names. They might be in the room, but yeah. But here's a car coming off of pit road. Now, what did happen while you were gone? Is this coming off or onto? I must be onto pit road. No, it is off. There was a reminder sent to all teams about the proper use of pit exit. You can't just merge out when the blue cone is here, David. You have to make sure you safely merge out after the blue cone and don't put yourself in the way of traffic. So there was a penalty handed out in the time you were gone for improper merging back into the racing surface.
Temptation, in the absence of any other cars, would be to shoot straight from pit exit to the apex of turn 2, but if you stay wide of it, then you get the inside line at turn 3 village, and you perhaps blend a little more safely.
Yep, so a reminder was also sent to all drivers via the Britcar 24 Discord, just reminding everyone, hey, this is a rule we talked about in drivers briefing. We know that was 13, 14 hours ago now, so we're just going to remind you, merge out of pit road safely, please. But it was communicated in that method to these drivers.
Well, I'm seeing an increasing number of drive-through penalties happen from the incident limits now that we're past the halfway point of the race and we've been racing in the dark and the conditions have been difficult for balance for a lot of the cars, GT3 and GT4. So Gravel Trap Racing UK have served their drive-through penalty. The last time through lane for driving Miss Daisy was a drive-through penalty. That is a Ferrari backwards.
Yeah, it certainly is. A sight that's become way too common here in the past few hours. And man, you say that out loud, you're like drive-through penalties for incident points, and I'm like, we're 9.5 hours to go. If I was on a team right now where that was the case, we're already serving our first drive-through penalty, if not more, for incident points. The frustration level must be a little high at this point. I'm sure most of them are probably from off tracks instead of, incident points for contact or what have you. Maybe it's some loss of controls from other cars we're seeing spun around, but if I was already at 120 with 9.5 hours to go, I would be a little down, about that process.
And then there's one other that I saw, Hyro Motorsports 89, and it would have cost them a position, so they're now behind Truck Boys 19th and 20th in GT3. So yeah, you could rile you up a little bit in that case. There's Truck Boys, the Ferrari, and just behind them, Hyro Motorsport, Robbie Foster made a drive-through. I might have that wrong. I don't know. Maybe. I'm not as confident as I was when I started the sentence.
Yeah, regardless, if you're at 120 already, I don't know. I mean, David, you probably have more on-track experience at Silverstone than I do. Where are the most likely culprits where we're picking up off tracks here at Silverstone?
Exit of Cox, number one. Big one is going to be exit of Cox corner. Yeah, maybe Stowe. Maybe running wide on the exit of Stowe. Those are going to be the two big ones, I think. We're just approaching Stowe corner here. So it is very long corner, very committed, off camber a little bit at the apex. Therefore, so easy to just run a bit wide, trying to carry speed there. And of course, exactly the same thing is true of Cox Corner. It's a very high speed sort of take off just a tiny bit of speed, pitch in and pray that it'll stick on the way through. And if it doesn't, you're going to be a little wide. Now this is getting interesting. Or was.
Yeah, this is what 5 cars combined together. This is Craig Korish, by the way, one of the drivers who's just, probably only a stint or two in, had not turned a stint as of about an hour and a half ago. So still fairly new to the car, part of Clark St. James Racing, and is now navigating his way through some traffic here.
Cops Corner, so yeah, you get back to throttle and you're trying to stay within the track limits on the exit there. But I think you hear the commitment to the throttle waver just a little bit from the apex to the exit for a few of these cars as they realize, oh no, maybe I've been a little optimistic and I don't want to be getting an off track every single lap there.
Yeah, even if it is just a drive-through penalty, David, it's still a bit of a pit delta, right? It's still a long trip down pit road, maybe cost you a spot or two or cost you more than that as the race goes on. Remember, it's 120 incident points for your first drive-through, and it's every 20 thereafter. Sorry, I'm double-checking myself. Is it 20?
120 and then 25.
5 ever after, yeah.
So once you've gone through that first 120, it's a big wait until you get your first, and then it's snap, snap, snap every 25 incidents thereafter. So anyone who's had one drive-through at this point of the race is probably going to have a couple more. And it is an odd little pit lane for drive-throughs here because it's one of the shorter deltas you'll ever come across.
And at that point, or you've got to hope that the driver who's causing incident points, maybe his stints are up, and you can get someone a little safer in the car to offset that issue you're having.
You know what the absolute shortest delta is?
I do not.
Delta Connection Bombardier CRJ 200 regional jet. Much smaller than a 737 or an A350.
Wow. I was expecting something way different out of the answer to what we got in here. Speaking of something different, this is going to be, well, that's different. That's a spin to the opposite side, and he sits still and then curves it off into the grass. That'll be an off track, so that's 1 incident point right there. Plus probably a 2 for the loss of control, so that's 3 right there alone.
Well, they would combine, and so it would be the you'd only serve the worst of the 2 sentences and pick up 2x from a loss of control into off track, I think, typically. That's why when I'm committing capital crimes, I also sprinkle in a little bit of shoplifting for free.
Yeah, you know, you're only gonna get in trouble for the big one. Why not? There's other crimes with this there to give the prosecutor the handwriting cramp of having to fill it all out, right?
Yeah, go big or go home. And I'm always willing to just go home.
Yeah, in my case, just stay home. Just don't even bother. Just stay home here. Well, up front is that Sunoco racing car. Broke, I thought, a little early into that corner, David, and managed to not get rear-ended. But those lights came on a little earlier than I think other people were expecting them to.
Yeah, so not to shame or anything, but the highest I-rated GT3 out there at the moment is our friend William Chadwick, 9,100, and I won't attach the name to it, but the other end of the scale is 993 in 3 digits. So there is quite a significant pace difference, confidence difference between sort of the top of town GT3s and some of the other competitors at the moment. Specifically, I think overnight as well sort of exacerbates it when some teams will, you know, anyone who's available that can cover this off, keys to you, off you go.
I mean, that's probably true. I mean, iRating does have a couple flaws in and of its nature, because if you're someone who maybe doesn't touch official racing or hasn't touched it in a long time, your iRating can't improve. Or if you're someone who, you know, maybe you're not that great of a road racer, but you excel at a certain track, like Silverstone, for example. But you're right. I mean, that's a definite huge gap of almost, what, 80, 100 points of iRating. So most likely, William Chadwick will be faster than that 900 iRating driver.
Oh, that's my drive-through penalty alarm. Quartermass Motorsports have amassed 25 incident points and just had to drive through with Simon Hunt 13.
And that's going to be difficult and frustrating as the night goes on, because once you, as you said, once you're already there, those 25 are going to rack up so quickly, and it's going to be frustrating for the drivers. It's going to throw everything off. It's going to cost you a spot here and there. It's going to throw your pit cycles off. Man, to already be there with 9 hours and 20 minutes to go is a difficult task.
So, speaking about all the different drivers on track at the moment, I'm trying to find who's closest to you on track. So, we've got Club Northwest Aria Best Prismatic Motorsports 128. That could be you, or Nick Jerkovic, Club Northwest for Team Red X GT4.
That could be me. Now, do you have a number on what our highest I-rated GT4 is on track?
I'm gonna guess that it's Alex Gal, who's also 9,100.
Okay. And what about the opposite end? Do you have a number for that?
Oh, it's very high because it's 4 digits.
Okay.
It's probably about 1,500.
Okay. Which I think is what starting iRating is 1350, if I recall correctly.
Yep.
Okay. Been a while since I started, so I had to dig back to the deep parts of the memory.
Yeah, it's been ages since your iRating was that high.
Yeah, maybe. I was gonna say it's been a while since I was a newbie iRacer, but you didn't really have to go like shots fired like that. That was not necessary.
Bit going on in this battle for 3rd and 4th GT3 at the moment. So William Chadwick is on the charge, coming in behind Team Loose Spurwing. Looking around the outside at turn 3, maybe for a dive to the inside at 4. Oh, yep, I know him.
Oh man, not only the dive in the 4, but sort of kind of slightly wiggled the car to the outside lane and kind of, not a block per se, but maybe parked a little bit more than I think he meant to.
So the Lamborghini goes to 3rd place. And the highest I-rated GT3 moves up a spot, but he is 4 I-rating behind the GT4 leader, so he's not the highest on track, only highest in category.
Hey, I mean, if you're only 4 I-rating off, you're doing okay. So that's just one race you can have that fixed, right?
Yeah, but at that I-rating, you'd need to win 5 consecutive races to just add 10 more.
Yeah, that's the truth. That's the truth of the system, is how it works. Is the higher you get up there, the harder it is to find people to race with at your I-rating. So you do gotta be careful what you enter and when you enter in that moment. And honestly, and I was kind of being serious when I said the problem with I-rating for some of these drivers in this field, David, and I don't mean this in a negative way, just a challenge, is that some of these drivers are so involved in Britcar or other events of a hosted or a league nature that they don't really have time to touch official racing anymore. And so a lot of drivers here will have the same I-rating for a long time because they just don't run officials, right? They don't want to run it. They prefer to have the race stewards or to have leagues they know and race in that manner.
Sounds like a skill issue. Just farm LMP2 fixed.
Yeah, that's a good one to farm. There's other ones to farm as well, but yeah, that's a good one.
No, I take your point on board, and I absolutely agree that you see a lot of drivers and then their I-rating just hasn't moved in a year because the way they've arranged their sim racing, they may maybe, one night a week do one league, another night of a week do the other league, and then they're practicing in advance of those, and you just never really find yourself then also with the time to put in practice for an official series and figure it out in a way where you'll be able to do that and not cause problems for yourself or embarrass yourself or whatever.
And it's also sometimes difficult. I mean, remember, iRacing gives you credits every season for racing. You get up to $10 per season, $10 US per season for going out and doing official racing. So I get why people don't do it, but I'm always like, gosh, if you have the time to go run something, go make free money. Why not? But I get why they do it. I think there's also some drivers who value their I-rating as if it's like currency in and of itself, and they're so scared of losing it that they don't want to touch officials. Those are the ones I don't quite understand, because it's like, it's not currency. We're never going to cash it out. It's not going to turn into crypto or NFTs or whatever you want to call it. So you might as well go race and have fun with it.
You know what the longest delta is?
I want to say Spa just to mess with you, but no, I don't.
Airbus A350.
Yeah, I knew it was going to airplane answer, and I don't know my airplanes that well, so I knew that's what was coming. But I was like,
it's definitely Spa endurance pits. It's absolutely Spa endurance pits. From pit in to pit out in the endurance pits is over 1 kilometer.
Yeah, isn't your full pit delta? My numbers are wrong on my head tonight, but isn't it like 2 minutes from in to out?
Yeah, including a stop though. So, the cone to cone as a drive through is more like 100 seconds. More like 80 seconds.
Right, and then you add in your stop for tires and fuel, and it becomes over 2 minutes. Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting, though. I was thinking in my head sort of humorously, like, there's this connection that I seem to keep finding between race commentators and airplane lovers. There's you, there's Joshua Lee, there's Evan Pasoko, and a few others who are just all about airplanes. And it's just one topic I know basically nothing about. But if you hang out with Evan Pasoko and Joshua Lee for too long, your YouTube will be full of videos about plane reviews and all kinds of stuff.
A race on track has become a race in pit lane. It's No Limits Sim Racing GT4 and RD SimSport GT4 in pit lane together. No Limits has just left. RD SimSport's still taking a bit of service. So these are not drive-through penalties, these are just good old pit stops. Nice to see.
Yeah, good old pit stops happening here. This is going to be Guy Edwards with RD, as you said, back in P10 currently.
Nice little Christmas lights dancing in the dash there.
Where?
Above the shift lights.
Yeah, you're right. Okay.
Blue, green, nice little flicker.
Patiently waiting here for gas and tires to come in here and see what he can make of his next stint. This is Jake Pitt on track, part of Aztec Racing.
So there was the drive-through penalty for Quartermass, and now they're back in, and now they're battling with. It brings the battle together here. 63 is Quartermass, the 390 is Aztec, both BMW GT3s.
Yeah, I'm still stunned. I mean, I remember I've had teammates in the past who just believe in, abusing track limits, and their whole mantra is, if it's there, I should use it. But guys, we're 9 hours to go. You got to slow down. Like, at this point, you're costing yourself, your team and yourself more time in those drive-throughs, and you're gaining any off-track you can find. It's I don't know. So frustrating. Here's Josh Pulley. And that number 50 machine gets way up in the grass and pulls across. Wow, that was a great stop by the car behind him. I couldn't get a number on that. It was like a blue, pink, and white car. But wow.
Yeah, that's the Martin GT4. It wasn't second in GT4, was it? No, they're having their own dramas at Stowe Corner. Cameron Martineau just getting it out of the gravel. Oh, it didn't nearly Lance Stroll it, did he?
Sorry to say, almost lost it trying to gather it back up again. So maybe more and more problems for that. That will open up that GT4 battle now to over a minute in gap. A battle that's really been as close as I can remember all day long for the first time in a while. Is going to be consistently a minute apart, not just because of pit stop deltas, but because of part of that spin and some other factors. So we'll see if anyone can make that back up here. Well, David, it's just about time for me to wrap this up. My 5 hours of the 24 hours of Britcar is just about complete. I am happy and elated by the quality of racing we continue to see all night long in these cars. That lots of clean passes, lots of moves being made and whatnot. I'm sad I'm going to miss Sunrise, because I think that's going to be kind of the tipping point of when the crazy switch gets flipped. But I'm excited to see how this thing finishes out. I think WSR has the GT3 lead locked up unless they do something to throw it away. That GT4 battle, I'm not as convinced, David. I think we could still see someone maybe in the top 5, or yeah, probably in the top 5, still sink their way into a victory in that category.
Go and throw out a curse. You just got to say that they look to have basically locked it up, and then I've got like various fingers crossed. And
yeah, you're right. I mean, if I was a team owner, but yeah, shut up. That's not nice. But yeah, with 9 hours to go, I mean, they've got a pretty sizable lead here, so they're doing a really great job. Is Ethan and everyone there at WSR and Alistair and his teammates at BRT are going to try to keep them honest all night long, but we'll see if that can happen.
okay, maybe you can get an off track on the outside of turn 1 as well. We've just seen.
Yeah, apparently so. I watched that as well. Here's Simon Hunt, number 63 machine. Watch this here. Is going to come through the corner. Man, all I can think of in my head, David, is with how often. No, there's a twice. The loop so twice. He did it twice. I was going to say, with how many loops we're seeing here, these drivers must be elated there's no rain on the track, because that would just make it worse for these drivers here at Silverstone if it started raining, which currently last I looked, no rain in the forecast. But boy, with the number of loops we're seeing, you would think this track is wet in certain places.
The problem for poor Simon is if they wrote his name on the door, it probably reads shunt. So that might not be helping him. Yours did say Dwatson.
And mine would say what, sorry?
Dwatson?
Watson. Yeah, it would say Dwatson. That's true. In fact, it does sometimes. What used to be on the oval side, it was first initial, last name on the back, like the NASCAR trucks. I think nowadays it's just last name. So, but yeah, at one point it was Dwatson or D period Watson at least. But yeah.
So I think you can get an off track on the exit of Cops Corner, like I said earlier. And that counts as a pass for position, even potentially. Yes, indeed. TSRC go ahead of Gusteau's racing team on the exit of Cops.
It appears like from what we're seeing in these incident limits tonight, you can find it off track anywhere, according to some of these drivers.
It looks a little easier for the GT4s because they've got less downforce. There's a lot more corners that are challenging and you can wash wide out of. But GT3s just get themselves into trouble faster.
Yeah, I would agree with that as well. That's probably a fair assessment of both classes in this scenario.
Approaching the top of the hour, RaceSpotTV coverage of ButtKicker Britcar 24 Hours of Silverstone continues with a commentary change. Thank you so much, Derek Watson, and joining us, Lorenzo Bonda. Sick of me yet today, Lorenzo?
Yeah, I was going to say that it's not like we've commentated together like 12 hours ago, haven't we, David?
time flies when we're having fun.
Absolutely. It's been a very interesting race, man. It's very nice to be covering this event once again. It's such a cool event to cover on, to see the whole British racing community come together and not only have fun but also compete in a very high competitive environment, despite of course some of the times that we're seeing on screen doesn't reflect on that. It's more like a gap race than anything else, but it's good to see that we have still some on track action here every now and then.
Well, almost 15 hours into this race, and we have another new driver. To look at the replay for Sean McCardle. Oh, not the first, probably not the last to lose the rear of an Audi R8 GT3 in these cold conditions, but Maria Kruchkova for Prismatic Motorsports Minerva's first laps of the race, joining a 5-driver lineup in the 128 GT3. This has consistently happened, even past the halfway point of the race. New drivers finding their way around Silverstone. It is dark now. It will remain dark for quite some time before sunrise. It has been dark for quite some time. There is a lot of dark at this time of year.
Yeah, it gets basically into nightish conditions around like 4:30 p.m. in Britain as a whole, around the time of fall to winter. So it's a little bit natural. So we're gonna see maybe a very late sunshine around like 7:30 in the morning or something like that. 7:30, 8 in the morning. But the one thing that is going to remain constant basically this whole race, as we've seen, David, is the cool conditions, right? We haven't seen a hot track around Silverstone whole race.
Yeah, no doubt we will, with the light fog sticking around. So it'll be just choice, beautiful weather. Couple battles brewing throughout the race at the moment. A few things had spread out in a couple places, but there's 3 groupings together in GT3. Glass Tech Racing are going to have to stop soon. Sim Dynamics will pass them. And Prismatic Motorsports and Wild Things Racing in 13th and 14th. Pretty close together on track. Wild Things Racing pretty quick on their last trip around. So that's one to keep an eye on, as well as the best running Australian might be about to lose a spot in 13th.
And what's interesting for me in this P4, P5 chase is the fact that the 99 car is able to break away from somewhat of an experienced driver in Reese Carroll, right? Having the Carroll brothers driving the number 6 car and Reese not being able to close down the gap to Andrew Pike. It's somewhat interesting, despite Reese having a car that on paper would be faster compared to the Aston Martin Vintage that has been driven by Andrew Pike.
Here's a look at Dale Williams. What did I say about those sausage curbs? I said, don't eat them. Ow. Currently P12, so that's why Glass Tech Racing are where they are, because they came to a complete stop at the end of the lap in the runoff. And now have gotten to 30 laps on that stint. They're in pit lane at the moment. I think that might be a driver change to William Humphrey in the number 29 car. We just had Dale Williams Now he's out, William Humphrey in.
And this would be the time of seeing maybe some other cars coming into the pit lane. Apparently, we're going to be seeing the leader coming in really soon. He's approaching the tail end of his stint, so Ethan Critch is going to hand that car eventually to someone else, potentially. And we're not going to
options in the 41, but the only teammate connected that's already driven. There's no teammates connected who've already driven. So I don't think there is actually anyone that can take over from Ethan Critch.
He's going to be enjoying some long hours of racing then, basically. Okay.
Unless we get Tom Katsadonis or Alex Bird, neither of whom have driven yet. And hang on, I'm hearing my track limits klaxon again. No Limits Sim Racing Academy, the number 43, have a black flag. And someone's parked there. Who's parked there? That's at Brooklyn's corner at the end of the Wellington Straight, just before Luffield.
Interesting. My eagle eye didn't spot anything. SB7 from in the GT4 standings is pitting right now, from what it looks like.
Yep, that's the GT4 with the drive-through penalty for No Limits Sim Racing Academy. Tanner Prater has served the 23 seconds drive-through penalty very quickly. The actual delta is less because of everything that you get to cut out. Now here's Alex Pantelli from a shallow line in, trying to make a pass. Number 13, Truck Boys, lost the rear, asking a little too much of it with the sharp and shallow turn-in angle. The Truck Boys are Alex Pantelli, Jake Hatton, James Taylor, and Connor Eggets.
In this corner to the intern of Brooklyn's to Lowfield is so tricky, right, David, for you to get it wrong, because it is a wide angle of attack on the corner entry, but it kind of closes in right at a little bit before the apex. I would say this kind of like is a late apex of sorts, because you kind of have to clip the apex kind of late for you to carry the speed outside of Brooklands, and by doing that you might overcommit the car into the entry, and that's why we see some of these things make the mistake around Brooklands and spinning either the car around or just overshooting the corner a little bit and causing themselves a half spin.
A couple of cars on pit lane, TSRC Esports for GT4, Quad Dash Racing in GT3. Mike Fowler brings it in, and Denzel Clarkson will take it out. Would you rather always have to stack the dishwasher but never have to unstack it, or never have to stack it but always have to unstack it?
Ooh. It's a good question. Never thought about this, actually. I'm more of a stacking guy than unstacking, in my opinion.
I would go always unstack it and never have to stack it, because once it's stacked and run, everything is already sorted into all the plates are here, all the bowls are there, all the cutlery is there, and then it's clean.
Okay.
Way quicker to unstack it and put everything in the drawer than it is to like rinse things, collate them, put them in the correct place, stack them so that the blade still spins. Much quicker to unstack. That's what I'm going for. GT3 race leader is pitting. WSR Esports ButtKicker are going to make a driver change. Tom Katsadonis is going to make his first laps of the race. More than 15 hours into this 24-hour race with just 9 to go. This is Tom Katsadonis' first laps, and what a nice job his teammates have done for him, preparing the way in advance.
Basically having nearly a full lap lead in this race for the WSR Esports ButtKicker. So they're doing a fantastic job so far, avoiding mistakes, avoiding any incidents for track limits and things of the sort. So that's always important. Of course, they're also trying to have a little bit of fun, but it's showcasing why this team is one of the premier teams in iRacing, of course, with a very complete lineup of drivers that can basically do anything in a bunch.
So WSR Esports ButtKicker moved to 5 drivers in their car. We only have one with 6 at the moment, and that is driving Miss Daisy with Michael Johnson 45, the 6th driver.
I think nowadays you cannot have the 16 driver challenge like you could have back in the old days in iRacing, can't you?
The maximum number, I think, is 16. I don't think you can have 18 drivers, but you can have sweet 16. Down the inside of Stowe Corner, Daryl Young takes the Wild Things Racing BMW ahead of Prismatic Motorsports, or does he? Yes, he does.
Yeah, easy move, not wholly contested right there for Wild Things. As the BMW starts to make a little bit of a breakaway. It's interesting how this track is for GT3s, right? Normally we commentate on other events, as we're seeing Jaco Wipnar making a little bit of a mistake. Or also at Brooklands, another car at Brooklands making a mistake.
And there's a meatball on that 74 car now as well, Team Greenprint. I don't know if the meatball was already there and it helped them spin, but one of the few flags being displayed. Triple S Racing Britcar 376 also have a meatball flag. I'm putting 2 and 2 together, and I'm getting 4.3.
Interesting. I wonder which places you can actually have a meatball flag unassisted in this racetrack. Maybe only if you catch the sausage curbs in a very wrong position and you go straight at them.
Yeah, if you just straight lunch the sausage curbs in the final sector, I reckon you'll break the splitter off, damage the floor, do something, particularly if you hit it a couple times. You could meatball yourself.
Because the likelihood of you catching a broken tail link or something like that, just because the bounce effect after that is near certain. So, yeah, it makes sense.
good news, I can no longer see a meatball flag for Triple S Racing Britcar because I can see a black flag instead for the number 376 GT4.
They are in the pit lane though, so they're already addressing this issue.
I suspect they might have had both, and it's the clearing of the meatball flag that has revealed the black flag, or they had an unsafe pit entry, so there is a black flag still looming over the 376. The idea that one would get a meatball flag in a same action that might put you over the incident limit does not seem absurd to me, that those two would very easily go hand in hand.
Agreed. I'm trying to think of the likelihood of you getting like an unsafe pit entry, for example, because the pit entry is very straightforward, right, David? You just deviate from the right to the right when coming out of I was gonna say cops, but it's like coming out of Stowe, and there's a certain leeway you can get into the pit entry because it's not like it's right at the right hand corner that leads into the main straight, right, into the Lewis Hamilton straight. You have to brake a little bit before. There's some cones that indicate the pit entries, but it's very hard to miss that entry of sorts. So it's not going to be an unsafe pit entry. I think that could be speeding in pit lane, maybe.
How many flags could you possibly get at once? That's the challenge. GT4 leader Satellite Racing pitting right now. The number 64 car looks like it's headed for a driver change. Nils Core will get in.
I'm trying to remember if Ryan is actually is doing this race for Satellite, because normally he drives GT4s, and he, despite being a race spot commentator, he's also a Satellite racing driver. So I just haven't seen him in this car today, but this is an event he would partake. From what it looks like, Sean Langton in fourth place made a move.
Yeah, that's his team Red X. Stop the battle between fourth and fifth. Goes through. This is a tentative little outlap on new tyres.
And then against the Thomas Project 91 and Thomas Enge Sim Racing. Interesting to see the name Thomas Enge roam around. It's been so long that I haven't seen the like of the former pros driver for F1 back in 2001. One of the few, I think he's one of the few, if not the only Czech driver in modern F1 history to partake in F1 races. I cannot remember if there is.
And they tried to take his license away from him for partaking in some other things.
Yeah.
Just like Frank Montagny.
He had a very interesting career of sorts. You got to say that much. And he has a class win on Le Mans. He's a 24-hour Le Mans winner back in 2003. back in these. It's interesting to think about, like 2003, you had the Bentley Speed 8. The good old Speed 8. I miss that car, man. Such a beautiful car, by the way.
2 versions of it, but it's crazy to look back at some of the cars of that era and how little racing they actually did. Is the Bentleys, they only did Le Mans, so they didn't race anywhere else. They did like 3 races in 3 years, and won Le Mans with the revised version in 2003.
They did Sebring as well.
Oh, okay. Yeah, but they didn't do like what you'd consider a full season or many other things.
100%.
Now, good luck getting a spot on the entry list at Le Mans without having done like 15 races. Either you do the full World Endurance Championship, or you do European Le Mans 1 year and then qualify for Le Mans the next, or there's just no way a car could race at Le Mans as its first race.
I think with it depends. Like, not you might, I agree on that statement, but I think with the current format of the partnerships that ACO has nowadays, for example with IMSA and things like that, to, for example, bring the GTP, LMH regulation together, right? Doing only the like European Le Mans series back in the old days, basically if you did ELMS or Asian Le Mans series, which was ALMS, was a pre-requirement for you to be able to have eligibility for you to get into Le Mans, right? Because you either get a LMP2 or a GTE entry, or a GT, or what would be nowadays a GT3 entry nowadays in those events. But because now everything is kind of like spec out of sorts, IMSA has the GTPs and LMP2s, and also has the, well, it has LMP2s for the entrance events like the 12 Hours of Sebring, the Petit Le Mans, and the Daytona 24. And the GT3s basically, and the teams kind of like mimic themselves out in terms of the car usage. It's now more common for you to see like other types of brands into 24-hour Le Mans, because they're doing full seasons or next to full seasons in other championships that are not regulated nowadays by the ACO.
What a sports car world we're living in right now.
You can call it cars. I was going to say, you can call it like the golden era of racing because of this. Some people call it, of course.
That was already letting go for Luke Sherlock. And his Aston Martin GT4 makes its way gently to the grass, stopping short of finding any walls.
Yeah, and a solid rejoin at that. Managed to figure out a way. And I'm trying very hard to not make Sherlock jokes on broadcast.
The drive-through penalty alarm is going off again for the number 92 Project 91 Racing Team Orange. They have racked up another 25 incident points, and your GT4 leader is pitting. Sorry, second. Well, yeah. Second place, ST Racing Esports are in. Satellite Racing GT4 are the GT4 leader now. Project 91 Racing Team Orange have served their drive-through penalty. Howard Hassan driving, I think, at the moment. Yes, that would be correct.
Yep. And I'm looking at a potential battle for P11 between Waltings and Prismatic. See if that is actually gonna happen. But it doesn't look like it's gonna be of sorts. Well, because of ST Racing Esports pitting, they're gonna lose second place to Altitude Esports with Sim stickers.
So GT3s and GT4s on track for the ButtKicker Britcar 24 hours of Silverstone. 15 and almost a half hours of racing complete. They're still racing through the darkness at Silverstone with sunrise many hours away and 8.5 hours left on the clock till winners in GT3 and GT4 can be crowned. Take nothing for granted until the final lap in endurance racing.
Yeah, that is true. It's basically it ain't over until the fat lady sings.
Keeping an eye on GT3 proceedings now down the start-finish straight towards turn 1. Super committed, and Lamborghini will be victorious.
Yep. I was wondering, David, have you ever thrown away a victory on an endurance event?
Thrown away? I can't think of a last lap one, but we had a handy little lead in a Nürburgring 24 one time, and it was like, okay, let's just with like 4 hours left and my teammate crashed and we were all quite annoyed.
If I remember correctly, I think in my experience I nearly threw it wasn't a Suzuka 10 hours, one of the rare Suzuka 10-hour races. I think it was... I nearly threw a Petit Le Mans race away, but it was actually my teammate kind of did it about 2 hours later with 2 hours and a half to go. So it's like, I think of all events that I still have a losing record streak of sorts and never was able to completely properly, it's potentially Petit Le Mans.
So there's another meatball flag out there, and it's for the number 31 in GT4. Connexus Motorsports are already trying to take their repairs. Kyle Felvis joins us from Phoenix. How's 24 hours of Silverstone treating you?
Yeah, it's alright. Silverstone, not really my preferred track, really, but so far so good. Team's had a few incidents, but managed to keep it somewhat clean, and it's definitely a learning curve for us all.
5 drivers have driven for you guys in this entry. Is that the plan? I love to see a driver entry when you've got 6 drivers, 8 drivers, however many you can squeeze in. You guys are at 5 at the moment.
Yeah, 5. I think that's what we've chosen for this event. It was going to be 6, but we had one pull out last minute, so we've gone down to 5 and we've split that between us, and we're all happy. So.
And the Lamborghini?
I think it's a good choice for us. I think there's definitely cars that seem to suit the track more. But for our team, I think the Lamborghini's a solid choice because I know a lot of the other boys, they've driven this car quite a lot, and they enjoy it. So we chose this one based on the fact that they're used to it and it's quite a safe car to drive.
A lot of dark, a lot of racing, a lot of traffic. I'm seeing the black flags and the meatball flags and all that come out across the grid quite regularly across the last few hours. What are you guys managing? How are you tiptoeing? What's the strategy and the advice?
I mean, I think in the dark it is impossible to see any apexes if you're not around other cars. So I think just trying to take it that little bit easier, like now, for example.
Okay, yeah, that's a bit of fun, isn't it?
Yeah, just, you know, moments like that where you just got to keep your wits about you, especially early hours of the morning where a lot of people will start to become fatigued and tired and make mistakes. So I think you've just got to keep your wits about you, especially in the dark.
So was that an off track just there?
No, that wasn't an off track for me. I did have to avoid, but it wasn't an off track. But we are up to 165 for the team, which isn't ideal, but we'll try and keep it minimal.
Right, not too far away from that next one if you guys aren't careful. And then the GT4s, I mean, I think they're probably pretty predictable. It's the wide range of skill, fatigue, and practice in GT3 that's probably more lethal than the GT4s.
Yeah, for sure. I think I'm only on my second stint for the race, but the GT4s seem to be easy to get past because they're all doing their job and just sort of sitting on their own line. It's the GT3s when you get to them because everyone's still trying to race for their position, even if they are laps behind. So I think, again, you just got to keep your wits about you and try to predict what they're going to do and hopefully avoid any incidents.
Does your microwave oven turn clockwise or anti-clockwise?
Oh, you're putting me on the spot here. I think it turns both ways, actually.
That's true. Mine alternates. If you put something in for a minute, it spins one way. You go, that's not done. Give it again. It spins the other way. Kyle, thanks for chatting and best of luck. 8.5 hours still to go, but that sunrise, it's closer every minute.
Cheers.
Lorenzo, what way does the water spin when you empty a bath?
Ooh, I've heard this conversation before. Mine is clockwise. I heard. It's kind of funny. I've heard about Aussies maybe being anti-clockwise.
Yeah, I don't know. We've got another combination black flag, meatball flag. Connexus Motorsports have managed to clear their meatball, and underneath the meatball, they've found a black flag. So the number 31 has gotten back out on track after the repairs, but still with a drive-through to serve. We were halfway through speaking to Kyle when I realised he was in the car. Somehow that had escaped me that he hadn't, stopped by to chat after his stint. He was in the car.
That's a good way for you to provide hashtag content.
Desperate
you never go wrong with those.
Someone to ask him dumb questions about microwaves and keep him alert and awake lest he just fall asleep.
Hey David, thinking about this way, at least we're doing our job.
Yeah, bringing you the kind of coverage that you just don't get elsewhere. The Audi R8 LMS GT3 from Prismatic Motorsports Athena. It's Joe Mugford driving at the moment, and you might get a good opportunity through Chapel Corner here. It's the GT3 in front, Wild Things Racing. Just gets checked up a little bit off of the GT4. Not enough of an opportunity to pounce and profit there.
I don't know if he's gonna be able to overtake here, despite the 23 being a GT4. Doesn't look like it. Traffic gives and traffic takes, David. By the way, David, now wild question about endurance related question about British tracks, okay? What would you rather have, a 24 hours racing at Knockhill or a 24-hour race at Cadwell Park?
I think I'd take Knockhill, but 6 hours of Thruxton could be some fun. Let's schedule that.
I'm down for it.
Everyone's flashing their headlights, and Joe Mugford doesn't feel like adding a corpse to the cops as he just waits behind, and a bit more space opens up between himself and Wild Things Racing up in 11th in GT3.
Go ahead.
This is the klaxon. Altitude Esports by Sim Stickers have a black flag in the 111 GT4 being driven by Adam Watson. They are second.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, here's the pit in from Prismatic. Number 48. They've also got 128 out there. Oh, that was what I think our friend had to avoid.
That was it. Catching too much of the apex inside still. The Mercedes AMG GT4 is not gonna hold itself together coming out of the corner. At least he held his brakes still and kept the car in stopped and made it predictable for everybody else to deviate. That's the good thing. No complaints on that end. You want to see a battle for P12 brewing of sorts as we're looking at this right now on screen. We're seeing this Sunoco car being the guy that is 16 seconds behind the battle that is potentially growing between Glass Tech and the Clark St. James Racing.
Well, you can't see the cars in about half of the pit lane here at Silverstone. Perhaps a little bit of an oversight. But what it does do actually is make the pit lane completely flat. Sometimes a little bit of elevation to your pit lane is a challenge. You end up with steps sometimes, like at Snetterton or Suzuka. What they've done is they've let the racetrack have a bit of slope and made the pit lane completely flat. It's Adam Watson, the 111 that had a drive-through penalty. They have served it, and now there's a black flag out for Aztec Racing 390. So no rest for Barney, trying to flag him down, and Team Heaps together, number 17, have just, as I'm looking, picked one up as well. It's track limits, and track limits. So Stephen Koenig, I think, picked up a couple with that spin that we saw from him on replay, and since then maybe just an off track or two. Adam Watson's going to have to serve that drive through shortly, so it might be this lap or the next based on how long that's been out for them.
Yeah. Meanwhile, was Paul Busby in the car? I think he wasn't. I think he's just took over from Alistair Kirk. Am I correct?
You are going to need to repeat that.
The 909 Effect Simulations car just came out of the pit lane. That's Paul Busby driving right now. Wasn't? Did he just take over from Alistair Kirk?
He has his first lap of the race.
Right, so he did take over. Cool. It's interesting to see these guys from Effect Simulations as well, if you're thinking about it of sorts, right, David? We just saw them at the other event we were commentating on in a car that is completely not a GT3. It's faster than a GT3, aerodynamically different than a GT3. Did very well in it, and now they're driving a GT3. Interesting. Being told that Kirk is in the BRT car. Yeah, that's correct. You are correct. Thank you for the correction.
This is BRT and Tom Griggs.
Make the basic Ollie fans happy.
And right now there are no black flags, no meatballs anywhere to be seen.
That's good.
Let's race on for all involved. GT4 podium could be interesting because even with that drive-through served, Altitude Esports remain ahead of ST Racing at the moment. Both of them more than a minute back off Satellite Racing GT4. Oh, there's a slowdown for Effect Simulations. 909, Paul Busby getting a rude introduction.
Yeah. And looking into one of my favorite cars in this race, which is Ram Wrench. And the near Marlboro McLaren looking livery inside the car. Can't complain. A little bit of a throwback. I'm wondering if Ram Wrench might be Zelda related, but I think I could be very wrong as they're giving chase to P16 in class.
All I know is there's 18 cowboys. And I couldn't possibly tell you more.
Cowboys in the UK, though.
I couldn't possibly tell you more, but what I can is that they're behind the 290 Aztec Racing. There are a couple of Aztec cars. So the 390 was one I called out earlier with a little bit of dramas going on for them. It was either a meatball or it was a black flag or whatever it was. Not the 290 though. That looks to be the best placed of them at the moment. James Smagagascale. Smagascale. Smeg Kitchen Appliances is driving the 290 BMW at the moment, with the 69 Lamborghini right in behind.
I'm just gonna call him Jason. I'm not gonna even make an effort calling the second name. I know better, by the way, David. It's nearly 4 a.m. here in Portugal. I'm not gonna fall into that trap.
Yeah, please don't. BMW struggling to get to power there for James, and now he has the Lamborghini. Smaller, more low to the ground. It's almost disappearing behind his rear wing. Double apex line through Luffield and Woodcote.
And through the old pit lane before cops. It's interesting that back in the old days when I think GT3 racing was actually done like after the remodelation of Silverstone, all GT3 races, the start to finish line wasn't actually in the Lewis Hamilton straight. It was actually in the old straight that leads to cops.
So despite a good run through Chapel, Ram Ranch were able to pass at the end of the hangar straight. And with the, multiple pit lanes or possible timing lines, I was discussing this with our friend Reese Gardner, the Southpaw racer, recently. So here, on a lap, you drive past 2 pit lanes. That's kind of common at some racetracks. They'll have a support pit lane or one that can be used for their alternative layouts. So Abu Dhabi, for example, also with a support pit lane that you drive past. But on the Grand West layout of VIR, there are 3 pit lanes, and we couldn't think of another racetrack with 3 pit lanes.
Ooh, you made me think now, as Joe Mugford has an issue. I think also Brooklands. Oh.
You might have done a number on someone there.
Yeah. A 3 wide situation right outside Brooklands right there.
Oh, and there's a spin for Ram Ranch. Ricky Renner managing to get going without too much damage. Aztec Racing 390 have a black flag. Is that again? Yes, it is. Take a look at race control. If you could, Lorenzo, because that is not incident limit drive-through penalty. That is from our Motorsport UK stewards.
Interesting. Hey, let me have a look at it. It could be related. Could it be? Let me see if that confirms. I see Alpha Esports as a stop and go penalty for causing a collision. I'll get on that. I'll get the information on Escalating in a sec. Yeah, they have. Oh, but then again, it's early on. Oh, they did cause a collision with the GT4. That's why.
So it'll be a stop and hold of some number then, potentially.
Yeah, 30 seconds.
Or as Tech Racing 390.
Yeah, 30 seconds stop and hold.
This is that car, the BMW 390. Project 91, the leading Lamborghini, has pitted from inside of the top 5. And here to serve the penalty. Bit more action for pit lane as the 390 is also in. Alpha Esports also in. I think if you're a GT3 stopping now, you're some number of minutes before the top of the hour. Yeah, you are gonna need some savings if you don't make it to the top of the hour, as we look towards a third of the race to go. And we look towards the number 44. Getting a little wide, getting a little bit of grass, and not being quite so blessed for DCW Racing Orange and Jack Osborne.
Was that around Vale? Oh, not around Vale. I'm trying to
looks
think
like
of the corner.
Exit of the loop to me.
Yeah, I was gonna say that. I completely confused Vale with the loop. I was trying to remember.
But it is pitch black with fog, so we can totally be forgiven if we see two headlights in the darkness and can't immediately pick out which of 5.9 kilometers of racetrack it is.
Yeah, fair. It's not like I've driven in iRacing without headlights before. It's an experience, I'll tell you this much.
What are you, a Cadillac? We've got a new driver in the race. Gusto's Racing Team's 6th driver, Lyndon Lee, is turning their second lap of the race in the number 6 GT4. Joining Reese Carroll, Owen Carroll, Leon Penn, and Oliver Newbury in Gusto's Racing Team Mercedes GT4.
Welcome to the party.
Oh, and I forgot Will Dames, I think, in my incorrectly ordered list of 6 competitors.
We can say we all make some mistakes. We are all human, David. Plus, we've been commentating for quite a while today. Therefore, we are allowed to maybe forget information.
So how late into this 24-hour race can someone make a debut?
For me, I would say... Okay. I've been thinking if this was like back in the old days of iRacing, you could have like one driver do 23 hours and you would drive the last 10. But imagine doing 23 hours without stopping though.
Splash and dash with 5 laps to go. Put me in. Oh, there's some drama. Maria Krejcikova in the Prismatic 128, and it's not. Oh my gosh, it's not the 2 Prismatics together, and it is.
Oh no.
Trouble in Paradise.
That's one way of putting it. And you know what the worst thing is? I don't even think Marie is to blame right there, because I don't think she didn't even do a lane change outside of cops.
God, and they nearly... Oh, no.
It's David, thinking about this way. Hold up. It's not like we've seen teammate violence today, right?
So it's Liddenly. The newest arrival to this 24-hour race. And just behind Ram Ranch is E. Datum, Daniel Kell in this Ferrari. Ram Ranch is under siege. Oh, and there's dramas in the loop section of the racetrack. Not the first, not the last car spun around on the exit of the loop before Aintree. Ram Ranch picked the correct way and they managed to defend their 17th position.
Yeah, I wonder which car that was. I see a few cars with like 10 seconds under Delta Plus. I see United with 57 seconds, but they just came out of the pit lane. Prismatic came out of the pit lane. I want to go on a hunch and say that was a Team Red X. It was spun around. Yeah, it was the P7 in GT3 standings.
Yeah, so dramas inside of the top 10 of GT3 with a spin for Jan Duffner, Team Red X, number 15 car. The battle is still on with E. Datum's Ferrari behind Ram Ranch Motorsports Lamborghini, and I think we might have a move. The end of the hangar straight into Stowe. Ferrari sits ahead for the moment. Ricky Renner doesn't seem like he's going to give up too easily, but there's just a little bit more speed for the drivers in the Ferrari at the moment. Here's a look. If that's Prismatic again...
It is.
Man, oh man, they are everywhere in everything. Paul Busby has a spin in the 909.
And I think that was Aria Best's car that made the contact right there. Oof. And then Cal made the move. Thick. Interesting to see that name again in my books. I haven't raced against Dan in like 10 so years, man. I'm getting old.
We have a new driver, Matt Redfern for Wild Things Racing. Number 79 is one lap or so fresher than Lyndon Lee at Gusto's racing team. So I hold out still hope for more drivers. Put me in the car with 5 laps to go, and it's like, just put my name on the group project at the last minute before you turn it in.
We're still gonna hold out on our hope to see a driver coming in like in the final 30 minutes of the racing and just make it out just under the iRacing fair share driving rules.
Action aplenty on board the Huracan GT3 of Ram Ranch Motorsport. So Edatum got past. I think Aztec Racing have also just been caught by Ram Ranch now in these last few laps. So that's the next GT3 in front. The 290. Benjamin Tran in 74 sends the BMW backwards for Team Greenprint. Here's Tom Katsadonis, the Australian, leading the race. For WSR Esports ButtKicker. The car was in the lead with some great effort from his teammates with a handy lead of more than a minute before Katsadonis turned his first lap an hour and a half ago, an hour ago. Oh, and that's way, way off the track, but thankfully a little graze against the concrete, not a big hit for Caleb Koski in GT4. No limits sim racing. No track limits either, unfortunately. Oh no! Big dramas. A black flag for Ram Ranch Motorsport. The number 69 Lamborghini is going to need to serve a drive-through penalty. The same is true for Aztec Racing 290. Teams now a third of the race remaining, 2/3 completed, really racking up drive-through penalties left, right, and center. And as we approach that point of 2/3 done, 1/3 to go, the YouTube stream will switch over to the third part. So have your clicking fingers ready and your keyboards ready so that you don't miss any ButtKicker Britcar 24 hours of Silverstone action when we move from part 2 to part 3 shortly. And shortly, being right now, I've been David Haynes with Lorenzo Bonda for RaceSpotTV as we bring you coverage of the ButtKicker Britcar 24 hours of Silverstone in 2024. On the other side of the break, it's Brad Dalton with Lorenzo Bonda. See you for part 3 and the final third of this exciting 24-hour endurance race.